Immediately.
Hello everybody, we're back again this evening. We were on a bit earlier on, we were talking as a group, and then Del from Beyond the Imaginary Curve came on for a while. And we're back now. It's 8:15 UK time in the evening. Still light, but it's been raining, grey clouds out there. What are we going to talk about then, guys?
Any
Did
question?
anybody see those chemtrail pictures I put up in the group? Wasn't that crazy? Patricia made a comment, didn't you, when I put up those pictures yesterday of those chemtrails?
Yeah.
Yeah, anyway, just to let everybody know, on so far with us, although things change all night long, we have Ceres from Holland, we have Franky from the UK, Patricia's from the UK, and I'm from the UK. We've all been having our coffee fixes, our snacks. We talk about then Ceres because we thought we might have somebody coming on, but they're in another country and I think they've got a bit confused with the time zones. So we have to just start without them.
Yeah, that happens often.
Do you want to just explain to them that bit about how they turn Spain into a globe on your picture? Did you hear me?
I missed the word.
Is there any way you can show people if we get anybody else coming on here what they do to us to change information which is flat, but then they turn it into a ball when they squish everything down with the pixels? You could talk a little bit about that, Ceres.
Yeah, let's find a good image for that.
Just give us a moment, whoever's in the chat room, while Ceres gets some information up. Right, Ceres is going to explain this to you.
First of all, you have the standard UTM format, what is used by Google for the Google Maps. The second image is when they translate it with the GPS wave function into the one-on-one latitude longitude, in where the photographic material gets twisted through the latitude, and then you have when you project it on a ball or a circle, that you have to adjust the longitude, and at that point two dimensions are actually twisted out of reality, because the first image is the actual image in where you can actually see that things are right, in the sense of that this house has a 90-degree corner. Here it doesn't have any longer a 90-degree corner, and here it lost it as well. For this image on a different location, exactly the same. All kinds of corners are twisted and just don't line up with reality itself. And this is actually what I call the empirical proof of how they actually destroy the actual map from the UTM format into anything else, as long as it's not the original data, to fool us in thinking that it is that other model. But as soon as you actually zoom in far enough in that particular model, then you will see how twisted the imagery actually is.
Mm-hmm.
And this is how we make empirical that the photographic of how I made empirical that the photograph is the actual main square of what the Earth begins with. And yeah, and then through the elevation I finished even the 90 degrees latitude, so that I even got an extra square on top and then on the bottom of it. That's this one. So when you zoom in this version of the photograph, you get the left image here. And it doesn't matter where you actually zoom in, although the deepest zoom levels at level 20 are mainly in city bases. But anywhere except for the equator itself, these image steps, translations are just destroying reality, and that difference between models in what it eventually becomes. But the first step is the latitudinal destruction. And yeah, that alone tells me already that they're just not keeping the data intact for the public. And this is the actual original data dimension so far. And I figured that there is even more beyond north and south.
Can you just explain to people, Ceres, how long that you've been researching this? I mean, this time round, how long have you been doing this research in our group?
Not very long before I got the idea. But eventually downloading all this data took more time to actually realize what it presented. Okay, somewhere October I began, and then in December I actually found out what it was. And not completely understanding in the sense that I found all the words to describe it already. You know, but along the way I'm still working on deeper aspects of this as well, to figure out how to even translate this into words. And eventually build a physical model to explain how things are actually working.
Did you earlier on say it to Del? You were talking, you were reading something, some words. Is that what you were trying to say in those words?
I don't know, what did I say?
Words. You were reading some words to Del a couple of hours ago. Do you want to read those words?
Yeah, that's an answer on Arwjin's introduction in this video. Being understood is one of my biggest challenges so far, indeed. The knowledge of the theoretical is blinding to look actually beyond that. As Arwjin takes the 4D dimension as time, I take time as dimension 0, as in the beginning time. God created the heavens and the earth, space. And this tells me that time was first, and then space became in time. And this, the fourth, could only be the looping of a spatial dimension, because it's all spatial in that sense, and not time. And so the fifth and the sixth are the same for the second and the third dimension as a looping. And 7 must be a containing one around that again, although that part is still hard to get into the words.
Yeah, Ceres, say the you know the different dimensions. You've got 7 dimensions. Who I think of that one. Explain that one to them. About Ceres wants to simulate some of this, but it's actually quite difficult.
Yeah, you can take the three-dimensional presentation, but you have to actually draw the circles to get the beyond levels visible in that sense. You can't draw it without making the circles in hyperdimensional nature actually circles.
What's your meme about it? You've done a meme about it, haven't you?
Well,
Yeah, what I can express.
I can draw 26 cubes, but eventually I need to make those cubes a circle, and I can't do that in straight 3D lines. I can only make a circle and then pretend those are squares. In that sense, because they are actually squares, but the looping of the space cyclical looping, yeah, how do you draw that in 3D? It's a hyperdimensional thing. So you can't draw in 3D in that sense. So, but what you can do is actually draw the circle, because it is a circle, and work with the circle and go from there.
He's not talking about the land. He's talking about dimensions, aren't you?
In the beyond realm already, in that sense. I mean, the complete 26 cubes as a circle is the first circle I actually offered. Well, 4D is the first, but it's for the 2D plane in that sense, a finishing circle in that sense. That you have east-west looped and north-south looped, and that you can complete the circles in both directions. But that's all based on a 2D plane in that sense. I'm still thinking about how 6D should work. And 7D is just way too far still, because I need to figure out 6 first. I say also it also completely ties into the chakra system of the body, not only in our level, but on all levels. This is
So
where
how many levels do you think you're going to get to then, Ceres?
Infinite levels? I have no idea. So far I figure the number 7 and 13. 7 is the middle of 13, and twice times 13 is 26 in completing a heavenly circle between heaven and earth, 2 halves of a circle. And in this way, I'm saying also, if 7 is also the highest chakra within the body, then you have still 6 above that. And that's why you are exactly in the middle of 13 again. When you go to the next 7th, that's the next level in that sense. And you have also the bigger wave step.
We're taking it that we're living, we're not just looking at the land, we're looking at this as a spiritual realm that we live in, yes? A spiritual flat realm.
Hyperdimensional, yeah, it's not only spiritual, it is both. It is and the square and the circle. The square as the fixed, non-movable earth, but then the circle as the moving energy through that, actually creating life. The spiritual part is the dynamics part, and yeah, the earth is the actual spatial, dimensional, unmovable thing.
So the circle part of it, is that moving, Ceres?
That's the heavenly energies. That's how the sun has the toroidal field. That's the.
We have our guest with us, Ceres.
Energy flows
what's
within
going on,
the
everybody? Can you hear me?
We have Zen with us, everybody. Zen the Alchemist.
Hey,
what's going on, everybody? Can you hear me?
We can. I'll just put my camera on. I just turn it off because when I'm not like let other people talk. Just introduce myself. Hello.
Howdy.
Oh, it's the afternoon for you, isn't it?
It is. I thought you guys were talking about 8 o'clock this evening here, my time, but
sorry about
it's all
that.
good. How are we all doing? No worries.
What is it for you then, Zen?
It is 2:30.
Oh.
2:30 out here in New Orleans.
Is it nice and sunny with you?
It's always sunny here. It's always beautiful in New Orleans.
Yeah, solo at the equator, yeah.
So you've come on to talk a little bit about what you do. You have your own YouTube channel as well, don't you?
Yeah. I guess the easiest way to surmise what I do is I teach about magic, and what that link is to the human body, health, what we see as getting out of body. I get at it from so many different levels: etymology, signatures, psychology, philosophy. I dig into it from so many different angles.
Do you want to explain a few of them to us?
Oh man, I usually just shoot a question. There's so many ways of explaining this. I guess the most fundamental way to look at everything is if we understand this is a meta universe. Everything comes out of the mind, and understanding what the highest form, the Godhead, is, and its ability to create, and that we see this here around us as matter, or Ma. The material world is a regurgitation on in the higher forms, in the higher planes of existence, and it rains down here into what we'd call like a devil plane, or a dense physical landscape. And I just kind of teach about what time is. Time is more of a tube than anything, and what these vibrations look like, and how to comes not only through habits, ingesting proper materials.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, this is
Yeah,
a way to... Yeah, the first impression was, hey, he's actually talking a lot about the material sense Bonacci is talking about.
Yeah, I like to get into it. One of the main things I really dig into and try to explain to people on many different levels is this idea of feasting and fasting, and its connection between cleanliness of the body through fasting, and that is the two things that we live in. That is the only the dualness of this world is one of non-ingestion and the other of ingestion. One is the masculine form of electricity, and one is the magnetic form of the feminine. And the feminine is the material world. So when people get a lot into spirituality, they find themselves disconnecting from the landscape, disconnecting from grounding themselves out and saying, my body is my body, and that's the mother. And they get so far in higher realms, higher regions of the brain, connect from the physical format. And in the opposite direction, a lot of people, where what we see now is well too many people that are saying the material world created the material world, and they use the material, they use the mother to make the thing, rather than realizing it's one system encourages the other. It's a back and forth between the thought process and then the manifestation. And you can even see the word manifestation as Ma. It's inside of man. Man created Ma. And it's a looping mechanism to recreate what your mind does in the mental landscape to give us the world out in front of us.
In that sense, also in the Mother Earth and Father Heaven, in that sense that the Father Heaven is actually the seed who has impregnated Mother Earth, so that out of Mother Earth, creation could come out of the womb, in that sense. Also feminine.
Yes, that's exactly it.
Sometimes it's like when people discard spirituality and only take the material side, they're denying the sun while they adore the moon. In that sense. Who's the new one?
That's exactly it. When people start to idolize their own creation, and if we realize our own creation is ourselves, we've planted the seed with our mind, and if we hand seed in a metaverse, in a meta realm, in a thought realm, if we start to understand that the process of doing anything first had to be the empty infinite space, and then the thought to run through it. Hold on one second, guys.
All right.
Okay, I'll just say that's Richard, isn't it? Richard, you've joined us. Richard?
The beer guy. I don't know.
Richard, come and say hello, Richard, quickly.
Hello.
Understand that the process of doing anything first has
Hello.
to be the
Well, still listening.
the thought to run through it.
I'll
Hold
listen.
up 1 second, guys.
Okay, I'll just say that's Richard, isn't it? Richard,
Yeah.
you've joined us.
Yeah,
I
I
can
mean,
hear feedback there.
it's alright.
Richard, come and say it.
Yeah, you're.
We've got some feedback. We always have to have a technical problem. You might have to mute yourself until you ask a question, Richard. But anyway, Richard would thought that it would be a really good idea if we had Zen to come on tonight. So Richard's the person that's put us in touch with Zen.
Yeah. He's a really cool guy. I've been watching his stuff for quite a while. And yeah, I just thought everyone might want to listen in. It's got some really interesting things.
Is he there, or is he gone for a moment?
I think he's just sorting his dog out, so.
Yeah. I'm just going to add Billy as well.
His dog broke out.
Oh no, not that one again. Because I'm chasing them through the neighbourhood.
Oh yeah, with was it?
Truth is stranger than fiction.
Yeah. Maybe his dog saw a cat.
I hope not. I'm just adding. Sorry, I'm just doing something serious. Anybody, say something. Start talking for me.
Arwjin wants to join.
Okay.
Okay,
Hey,
I'm
guys.
just
Hey.
Hey.
Yeah, they had a guest, and the puppy was excited.
Right, I'm just not putting an email address in properly. I'm adding someone, but carry on. So you were explaining? Seasoned.
Oh, certainly. If we get back to how to create reality and where we sit as a, let me try explaining it this way. Through auric fields, or the energy that we put off us from our piezoelectric system, as the body is an electrical and magnetic force. It's a universe unto ourselves. It usually goes out to, say, the end of our where our hands reach. But as your aura, meaning your area, the energy that you can put out, it's basically a bubble. Within that bubble, we can change the energy patterns and frequencies within that and expand it. And this is what basically morphogenetic resonance, and how people can talk to each other at distances on the same harmonic. They're able to create in this landscape. What we'd see in this landscape is a little different than what you'd see at, say, a higher realm where something's happening faster. So if you can get out of body, you've extracted yourself from the dense physical limitations, but your mind is already working in that realm. And so when you have a thought process, someone shows up, or a phone call or something, it's like, did you make that phone call through the universal dialing technique by getting on a frequency, by breathing the right way? And we can change all of these things just by getting into our imagination. We can change these things by the things that we consume, and by the things we don't consume, by fasting and cleaning out tubes. And we're basically cleaning out time tubes so we can travel faster.
Time tubes. Well, I've not quite heard of it like that before, but yeah.
Yeah,
so I kind of explain it. That we're on a lot of people might call it the wave, like you're on a surfboard on a wave going across the universe. And if we look at it in that kind of way, or as the reality that you're in right now is a tube, and you're walking along information and receiving and basically like a snake pulling in all the information in front of you and spitting it out behind you. And you can jump tubes, and this there's a lot of different words and ideas that have been used through through the ages and even more recently on what people are talking about by time jumping or getting into a different loop or getting into a different frequency. And all this is basically walking down, and all of a sudden your path changes. The things you notice change, and you can in fact, up to and including, change the things that are actually out there in the environment, because you're no longer in the same set of frequencies. I remember somebody was doing a show one time, and they were talking about they really needed a deck of tarot cards, and they knew of this magic shop that existed on the corner. So one day they walked in, and it was like 5 o'clock, and the place was closing, so they got the deck of cards, and they left, and they're like, well, I really need to come back here. I'm going to check it out tomorrow. And they came back the next day, and the place didn't exist anymore. It just wasn't there. And so what had happened is that place existed in the frequency and the time frame for that person to have that experience, to pick up what they needed. And after they had upgraded and moved their frequency in that reality, it no longer existed.
Right.
So this is a way of just trying to learn how to do that for yourself, not to be subject to the time tubes that are all set up there for us. And if we look at time tubes in a sense of your astrological, when you were born, now those are your kind of what you'd call your right-handed pathways, what you were born with, and that's the path you're supposed to walk. But if you look at your left hand, that's the feminine hand, it's the creative hand, the outlet for that, that's creating something anew. And this is a way to learn how to ingest, digest, and then make an environment by using your ability of the feminine and the creative forces of the universe, of what your path might be. And the easiest way to do this that I really try to dig in and let people know about is fast. Clean your tubes. If it's said as above, so below, and what's within is without, if you have dirty tubes in your system, you're going to be walking along dirty pathways. So whether they're neurological pathways that are jammed up with salts or ideas, or physical pathways, your movement patterns aren't going to be that are opened up. So therefore, you're not going to have psychological patterns that are opened up, and the places that you'll walk in your environment will be different if you can move differently. If you could bend over a little more, you could get in that little space right there. If you could just crawl a little farther. So all of these things are all linked together from a psychological level to an ingestion level and to a cleanliness level of what the internal environment of your body looks like.
So what have you done then to change your... Oh, Arwjin's on now. What have you done to change things then? If I just need to say hello, Arwjin, and hello, Billy. Billy, they've joined us, and we have Zen with us, who's an alchemist.
Oh, interesting.
Hey, Zen. Hey, Arwjin.
Hello, Billy. Good to see
Patricia,
you again.
Franky.
Ceres, Franky.
Billy, you know Patricia, Franky, Ceres, me. We've got Richard. If I just go through, Arwjin's from Holland.
Yes.
Billy's from America. Franky's UK. Ceres is UK. Patricia's UK. Richard's UK. Oh, sorry. Ceres is Holland. Whoops.
Yeah. Yeah,
Oh,
we
my
both
goodness,
speak
I've been
Dutch.
carried away there. Whoops, whoops. So, Ceres is Holland. Patricia is UK. Richard is UK. Zen is USA. And I'm the UK.
Oh, no. I'm from New Orleans. We're not in the U.S. We're from the Caribbean, the very North Caribbean.
Oh.
Oh, okay then.
That's just a joke they say down here. We're really not part of the U.S. We're, the hoodoo and the voodoo, it's Haitian and Caribbean. And the whole culture here is the same.
Can I just say something? Franky, doesn't Zen sound like D?
Yes. Yes.
I was just thinking that myself, Karen.
Yeah.
The way you laugh, it's just like D. Anyway, D should be on shortly, so you can laugh together. We'll have a competition, who's who. Anyway, sorry, carry on.
Hey, Zen. You said you're an alchemist, right?
Yeah, you could say that.
So, in what sense? Because alchemy is kind of a broad territory. Are you into hermetics?
Sure.
Are you into the numerology thing, or really?
I pretty much studied all across the. I pretty much studied all across the board. I wouldn't say I'm sitting out here with pots and pans and flames and retorts and things in front of me. I more use my mind and my internal body, seeing as my own body is my alchemy lab. What have I done to change things internally? I've done a water fast for 40 days. I've looped my urine for many days. I've put all sorts of different elements and substances in my body to find out what's the outcome. How does this work?
All right.
What can I ingest to
Ethereal.
create the dream world?
Not a chemist, because like they used to like put that on one pile, chemistry and alchemy, of course. But alchemy in the modern sense is more the occult studies and ethereal things, and like knowledge about chakras and about chi, all that stuff. So
yeah, that's about it. The occult, the esoteric, and the hidden things, and trying to weave that into a way that the commoner, the everyday person can kind of see what do they mean by that? Why is that so hidden? Why is that so confusing? Why is it in so many different languages and symbols that they don't understand? And I try to make that very difficult thing pedestrian for people to understand.
Well, that's nice. So how well are you studied? How well are you versed in hermetics? Because that's kind of.
I mean, as far as if you just look at what Hermes is or a hermetic seal to, I've seen to small spaces. I've sealed myself into
no, not
practices.
No, that,
you know,
but
but from no, I wouldn't say I'm out there with, like I said, down with things.
All right. So yeah, because I have been pretty recently again studying into hermetics. I also mentioned this in a few of my hangouts. I've been reading the works of Franz Barden, who's basically made a good foundation for the concept of hermetics, and it's a way to manipulate and heal, also, and that's pretty interesting. So I thought maybe you also know something about this.
Bartit?
Franz Barden.
Is that what you said?
Franz with a Z, Barden.
Okay.
He's like from the 1940s. And he was considered, well, at least according to some people that talk about him, like a really powerful wizard of his age, who was a master at the hermetics, and knew to learn to master it to do all kinds of things. So
a lot of these things, and yeah, definitely will.
It's free online.
A lot of these things.
So.
Sure, I'll definitely do that. A lot of these practices and principles, I've looking at from the sense of the occult world and magic, and what magic what it seems to be, and how can I apply these kind of practices everywhere from sigils to meditations to mantras to different types of magical works, and how can I see the results in real time in my real life? And I've practiced more of that kind of art and teaching people not only magic from the physical realm, but the spiritual and mental realm as well, and just things that you can do and practice on a day-to-day basis that will improve your life, because that's what magic is. If you're living magically, then everything you do is, everything you touch, everything you speak turns into magical.
Indeed.
Magical arts.
I always like to translate it into when you really understand the occult and the multidimensional and all of it, and you get a feel for it, then every act that you do is attuned more to the other dimensions. So when you do something, it'll not be blocked out because it doesn't resonate with the other dimensions, but it'll seep through. That's how true chanting works. If you do it right, if you do it fully, it'll actually resonate through onto the other dimensions. It'll have very serious effects. So that's how I practice, like Our Father, like the original Bible verse. If you just read it and you don't care about it, it doesn't mean anything. But if you really get this feel of it and you know where it's coming from, you know, you dig into it more, then you can really fully chant it with its full meaning, and then it becomes a very powerful tool of words. has a very heavy effect on the spiritual. So it's just one example.
Mm-hmm.
I like to do it. I did it at the beginning of my hangouts, my previous hangout, because I need to these days. Because like there's a lot of spirits out there on the other side that are not very happy with the course of my life, basically escaping their clutches pretty much. So I have to really get that in there to get them off me because they want me back so bad. They've become addicted to me.
That's not good.
It's their problem. It's no longer my problem. I just
I
they
see.
want me
I see.
back.
I
It's
think I
like
see
an
what you're speaking.
ex-girlfriend that can't let go. You know, it's like yeah, that's literally how they are. And I used to be. I had a lot of problems with depression and heavy self-doubt and all kinds of stuff, and they really got addicted to that. And now that I've pretty much let all of that go, that I got healed, they want it back. They want it back desperately, and they're not getting it. So tough luck for them. It's over.
Ah, Dee's here at last.
Hello, I apologise.
Dee,
Hey,
we found someone with a voice like yours. Zen sounds like you when he laughs.
There I am on the other side, huh?
So we've got Billy, Arwjin, Franky, Ceres, Patricia, Zen, Richard, and me. D.
Who is the beer guy, by the way?
Richard.
That's
okay.
Richard. Richard, can you say hello?
You have to unmute first.
Yo, hello.
Hey, Richard.
How's it going?
Good.
Yeah, man.
Basically, the reason that I got in touch with Zen was through Richard. He thought Zen would be a good person to have on our hangouts and talk to him.
Yeah, I wonder. How
Thank you,
far
Richard.
have you heard of Flat Earth?
Have
you
you
asking
ever
me?
heard of it?
Oh yeah, there's only one I actually ask here. The rest knows Flat Earth.
Boom.
Oh yeah. The Earth does seem to be, as far as my senses have offered me to look at and smell and taste and hear, and it's flat as anything.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yay!
Yeah, hey, and I always love to refer this thing about flat Earth, like even your senses could technically perceive like some kind of curvature. But that curvature would always be away from you. It's never from left to right, ever. Like never, ever, 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 only with the fisheye lens. So no matter how you reason about like, oh yeah, that's how the buildings go behind it or the boats, it doesn't matter because it's only into the distance. It's never from left to right, ever. So how would that make sense on a ball? You know?
Yeah, I always look at this flat Earth thing in the same way that I was explaining earlier about your auric field and the kind of energy and how far, like Prometheus's reach, how far can you reach with your vision, with your sight? And those are two separate things. One is what you can observe with your physical reality, like out of my eyeballs, what can I see? What can I hear? And then my vision becomes how far can I explore? What might be up ahead? And what I can sense with my vision and my hearing and my what I have as faculties to me, it seems flat. And there's no way that I can find a reason to doubt my ability to use my senses. And then as soon as I get to that place where I accept what's around me and what my senses have given me, then I can jump into what's a vision. Then I can jump out of body and I can look from a separate perspective. But as far as everybody on this planet can see and sense for themselves, it's it's self-referential. Like, what do you notice? What do you see? What does it matter? What does it matter? A lot of people say, what does it matter flat? What does it matter it's round? Well, it doesn't. It doesn't matter what shape it is at all. It matters that we rely on other people with other instruments to tell us things that probably seem to be, apparently, as far as we can tell, tax us and tell us things that aren't true. And to say, hey, what do you think? How does it make you feel? How's your experience? Does this sound right to you?
Well,
Are you okay with them
if
tracking you?
they said we were flat tomorrow, it doesn't actually change anything because we are living in a flat Earth realm, so that will still be the same. But it is all the lies. Believe we live in somewhere that is fake.
Yeah, that's exactly it. It's the
The
are we
ball's a
going to
prison.
rely on our own senses or theirs? Yeah.
The ball is a prison, and it's tied into all these concepts that hide everything.
I mean, it's called the ball for a reason, because Baal, Lord Baal, Lord Baal, your bowels, the fire or the infernos of what's beneath. Yeah, the Baal earth. And then it's lowered down here. It's lowered down from a higher consciousness. Somebody that says they have pictures from outer space or whatever they claim, a fake entity, a fake identity, a fake God. And your God is, this is Baal. This is Baal's earth. This is what they say. This is Julius Caesar's earth, not Jesus Christ's. It's the same JC, but one is a physical manifestation of Baal, and the other one is the mental projection of your higher self.
I don't necessarily prescribe the geometric shape of a ball to some kind of ancient god personally, but yeah, it does seem to be very close to that.
Oh yeah, I'm using the etymology of it. The etymology is what I'm getting at there, not the shape per se.
I always like to say is that all empires, and there's visual proof of this, all empires are founded upon lies and the spinning ball earth. And that's why you see all those paintings of the emperor and empresses always holding that ball. Because if you don't, you're not gonna make an empire, because you need the lies to get people to follow you, or they'll just become independent if they know the truth. That's just natural course of things.
Look up which ball.
Playing with that etymology.
Then you see that it is actually a particular spell of a witch, where a spell is used for the ball to contain something in.
Yeah, that's true. You can open it up, and there's stuff in there. And
the triple crown of the Pope has actually a small ball with a cross on top of it. What they carry in the big version as well with them, and that's the symbolizing side of their spell, of what they actually have spelled in the claim of the material, the claim of the flesh, and the claim of the soul.
I've looked into that specific symbol, the ball with the cross on it, and I think it's a multi-purpose design.
These cars are going past not past my house, they're on the road, so you might hear them. Sorry.
I'm not hearing it, but I think it's a multi-purpose design, because it's funny, because it basically shows you the ball, and then it shows you this cross, and this cross is clearly like at the top. It's hanging by it. It's like a center, but that at the same time it's like molding in the truth with the fake in one visual thing. So it's like a giant trick that shows you that it's the lie, and that's actually hiding a truth in one, right in your face. And that's the trick it is. Yeah, but they're very good at it, and it's very, very well thought through. And I love that type of design thinking. I try to experiment with that kind of thing myself. So, because it's very interesting just to see how much information you can hide into certain images or into a shape. It's very fascinating to me. And hey, I'm a goldsmith, so yeah, I can actually do stuff with that.
Yeah, I've heard the discussion before. They always end up where, what makes a difference what shape we live in? I've heard that before. Well, it makes a difference because they went out of your way to provide you with a false shape of where you live. So it makes a difference to them for you not knowing the shape of where you live. And they go out of their way, like at the tune of 58 million a day, to keep you in the dark.
They make billions off the lies. And if we figure out those lies, then We would either just give in to giving them their money because of their lies, or we could eventually decide to not give it to them anymore because we know it's just all nonsense and they don't deserve it because they're just abusing us.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And making you live in a reality that doesn't exist. So as far as I can see, that's taking your freedom away.
Yeah.
I mean, not obviously to us, because we've kind of realised and woken up and stuff, but I mean general people, they don't realise they're following all the wrong things. They're being channeled. Communism, to be honest.
It is. It is. The Jesuits and everything, they embrace communism. The Pope now even does that. And it's like the politicization. It's everything coming together. Like the lies and the control and the religion, all of it being poured into one monumental system that's being unleashed upon the world to make everybody live in lies in every factor they can think of.
It's
And
really bad that they've wanted to go this far, though, isn't it? Because it didn't just start yesterday. It didn't start in the 60s when they lied to us about going to space. It started hundreds of years ago.
That's when they thought up the idea, and it's an incremental plan, and they go step by step, take it one step further again and again and again. Because if you do it all at once, then people will know because they can immediately see the difference. But if you do it incrementally, it's like the frog in the boiling pan. If you heat it up slowly, it won't notice. But if you do it right, if you just throw it into a pan of cooking water, then it'll jump out immediately. But if you just heat it up slowly, then it won't notice. And it'll die from heat eventually without ever even realizing it. And that's their big trick, doing everything slowly, incrementally, planned out very thoroughly, step by step.
In the Victorian days, they were much bigger trees, which they've cut down. They did that in the Victorian times. Most of the really big trees went then.
Yeah, terrible. I don't like to think about that. It's a terrible thing.
I know it is, isn't it?
It's evil.
So if I could jump in here with why the commoner can't even comprehend this and these kind of talks is because they go, how could it possibly be that someone 600, 1,000 years ago, if they're not going to be living today, normal person, because they don't have time, because they've been so fluoridated, they've been moved from the capacity of, hey, what are your dreams as a child? You're told what your dream is as a child is to be a cop or be work for the fire department or work, do something noble, be a doctor. Even though we know doctors are some of the good meaning people, but they're selling us the salts of evil, right? So the commoner can't see the long play here. They don't understand that. Like once you get out of body and realize you're immortal, this goes on forever. And all we're doing is changing shapes and patterns of energy and vibration. Like this whole experience is forever. But most people don't believe that. They can't. It's too terrorizing to their mind because they can see only the stop losses. They see here's the barriers, here's the bars. They don't see in between the bars. And because they can't get out of body, they can't believe beyond their own physical matter.
They've been entrapped in trivialities. And they've been entrapped almost like comparison. They've been sold a lie. They've been sold a bunch of baubles, and those baubles, they gave up almost everything for it. And then those baubles became their limit. It became like that's the limit of what they can handle because they bought into it, literally. So now they have to let the go of the blue marble again. And they have to wake up and go through all that stuff, through all the pain of waking up and realizing how complex this world is before they can really become enlightened again. Really
who they are.
Yeah, well,
do you know why
going through the growth
are working? That's because in the Bibles are standing 99 truths to sell the one lie of their authority. so that you follow them instead of yourself. And when you actually really go through it, you will see that it is actually completely against the fake authority principle, because you have actually to take the responsibility for yourself.
Absolutely. Thank you for mentioning that. I totally agree. Like all religious books have huge contradictories in them because they are. The Jesuits didn't leave any book alone. They went all over the world, like hundreds of years ago, and they changed everything. They poured in lies and authoritarian systems into everything. They had to muck up everything. They couldn't leave anything untouched by some kind of lies. They just had to. And this way, it's very tough to really figure out what is the total truth, because there's always muck-ups everywhere. And hey, people that really don't want to get into it can always use that to say, oh, look, see, there's lies in there. It must be all wrong. And that is still happening today. Like even people in the flat earth community just love to tell us what's all wrong with the Bible and that it's all nonsense, that kind of stuff. While when we actually study into it, we figure out there's a lot of really awesome details in there. It's just not everything. You have to figure it out for yourself.
Yeah.
We must have been listening, because so 20 years ago we were all growing our own vegetables, well, a lot of people were, and now we're just totally reliant on the state, and the state is like God.
A little bit more than 20 years ago, I think, but it has grown, the number. Like in 200 years ago, most people lived in the country and the cities were fairly small. They were trade hubs. People were craftsmen. They knew their own craft and they were self-sufficient in them. They provided for themselves, their families, and they had the knowledge. And then industrialization came and everything became compartmentalized, industrialized. Cities grew, became more polluted. People lost their self-sufficiency. They lost it. They became dependent on a centralized system, and they then became dependent on government, and they became dependent on the schooling system, and all that started. So, but it has taken a little bit longer than 20 years. But if you look now, like I think a quarter of the Western world, probably more, is just all city folk that barely know how to grow their own food. They have no idea. They think that milk comes from the factory, basically. While 200 years ago, it might have been like 5% that lived in cities. The rest were all farming people, and they all knew how to survive. They didn't need anyone to tell them. They just needed to learn from their own parents and their grandparents. So
what do we do now? Is we teach them to go down to the shop? Is that what we teach our children? Instead of go and milk the cow, it's go and buy something from Tesco's.
Well, I used to. It was funny because I was against this. I always wanted to watch television, rather, and like look at Transformers and space and all that stuff. I loved it when I was a kid, but my parents basically pushed me to go on a weekly basis to visit a farm, to do farm stuff, to get used to that, and that's actually a very healthy thing to do for kids. Like, in my opinion, probably everyone should do that when they're very young. Like, learn how to work on a farm, how that it actually is, get used to it, because it's a very good practice. Brings you closer to basic nature. Yes, to nature. It's not entirely nature, of course. Farm is still, it's a midway, but it's healthy. It's much better than just always sitting in your room and watching the television, so to speak, because that empties your head entirely. You have no idea what reality is if you only watch television. So.
Yeah, that's a mind control, isn't it?
Absolutely.
But can I just ask Zen, what made you get into what you have then? What was it that made you change your lifestyle then?
Wow. So many things. I guess it was probably, I guess I'll give you a little story. You know, growing up, I didn't get into music, and I did not get into the arts at all. I found no reason to do it. I was told, you know, you need a job, you need to do this, and So I was really good in math and really good in the sciences, and I figured out a way not to have to take any classes in music or art. And I actually basically graduated in 11th grade, but ended up having to do a few classes my senior year just because I found loopholes. And I took a bunch of college classes during high school, and but then I found my way to like, what's going on here? I don't what is this whole system? And somewhere in my early 20s, you know, maybe 19, 20, I kind of woke up to health and what that was. And I think my entry point, my jump off point into all of this was a gentleman named Don Tolman. If you don't know who he is, I highly, highly suggest it. And it's funny enough, you're talking about the farm. He wrote a book called The Pharmacist Desk Reference with a F. It's a 2-volume, 1,400-page, basically Bible of everything that you could possibly want to know about all of the world and all of the food. And I met him when I was 13, very funny. And I'm almost 40 now. And it's just somebody that that really cracked open some things in my head. And this was probably when I was 13. It was like a seed. When I was around 20, I really got into understanding health and what's going on in the world. And then it became, 15, 16 years of full-on 100% research and study into self, into fasting, into nutrition. Then it got into obviously all of the, the David Icke's and how the world's controlled, and then it got into all of the esoteric things, and we got, we would go through all these gatekeepers and things.
When did flat Earth hit you then, Zen? Just asking.
On my birthday last year. On my birthday last year.
Another one last year.
Happy birthday, flat Earth birthday.
Yeah, it was, in June. So yeah. I the first video, because it was like everybody, I looked at it and I said, no, I wouldn't even touch it. Like, I was into all the conspiracy stuff. I know things. I've been out of body. I can see things. I can walk into spaces you can't. I know how things work. I get it. And then I was like, but flat Earth, come on. And then I looked at it. I was like, well, yeah. It seems to be. Oh, yep. Oh, it certainly is. Of course it is. I can't believe I didn't notice this. And then,
and how did you experience, like, well, the fact hitting you that outer space is not actually out there?
It didn't, because it didn't bother me that much, because the amount of all the other what I call fuckery or bullshit and just around us on a day-to-day basis, I'm like, oh, of course. Well, I'm sorry, I didn't link that together. I already knew, never a straight answer from NASA, and I already knew the media propaganda, where that came from, and the series of lies and disinformation campaigns and propaganda. And I even, from the school systems, I know where those books are written. I mean, I know all about the health models. I was like, oh, but of course they would do this. And it was like, okay, so be it. Just throw that in the bag of information.
In a sense, though, part of us are fed up, aren't we, with it all? We've had years of it now, years of wars and 9/11 and all those lies, and I remember thinking, oh, not another conspiracy when I saw it. I did sort of look at it a little bit, and then it was a friend pushed me. Right then, I'll go and have a look. But the moment you start watching some of the videos, you just know. You just know. Yeah. It didn't frighten me, because so many other things were wrong. But I never realised how deep it was, because obviously on our, we have hangouts quite regularly in our group, but of course we're starting to go live now. And, it doesn't just stop there, does it? It's basically we're living in the Roman Empire still.
It's
still
called Babylon.
2 asses, huh?
It's Babylon. That's always what it is.
It's like, oh, what? And I think the biggest thing that shocked me is the pyramids. Down that they're just some stones and they were some ancient thing. They don't mean anything, and it's like
slaves made them with copper tools and rolled them over logs, and it's so preposterous. It's just like, how did they get all the stones to fit and everything? It doesn't make any sense.
Technology they had might not have been what we call technology.
It was different.
like
It wasn't electronics based. It was probably mostly sonics and electromagnetism. They mastered it, and they didn't hold back anything. So
Static energy, static electricity.
Some people say they flooded the area out. They made the rocks more buoyant under the water, so they could move huge stones under the water. And I'm just saying, I watched a thing on, they flooded out the valley of where the pyramids were. And that was one theory on how they moved the big stones. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I just recently got into mud fossils and all of the theories of using lime to take such things as maybe hemp, and the under portion of most everything that was built was actually created out of hemp and lime, which actually turns into concrete, and then it was layered over with lime or excuse me, with granite or whatever. I can't verify any of that, but it does seem like a lot of while there was a lot of ancient high technology, some of it was very simple stuff that we're just overlooking the simple things. If we get back to like, hey, if we just mix some lime and some hemp together, we can make concrete. Look at that.
Yeah, that's true.
It's harder and harder. Yeah.
But there's still some technologies out there. I mean, there are some things like giant 200-ton obelisks where they could actually trace off the stone the lines, the growth line, all the lines of the stone back to a specific mountain that is like kilometers, miles and miles away. And that is just one piece of cut stone. They echoed it and everything. It's not a constructed thing. It's just a cut out piece of stone, and they transported that somehow. And I personally think it's the most likely. Two things are possible. One, giants picked it up and carried it over there. It's like if there are giants, then that's very easy to do. Just pick it up and move it there, and the footprints will phase away over time, basically. Or they used sonic technology to lighten the stone. And I've looked into this slightly, not too much, but it seems that there's some sonic technology that can basically nullify the weight of stone through certain frequencies. It's very fascinating. I've never actually seen it in person, but I've heard some about it. So that is also an option. That's a sonic technology that made them make stone lighter.
Think of the magical thing they do, that little kids do. That's called stiff as a board, light as a feather. And there's people that have studied this from the sense of what you're actually doing is you're canceling out energy in the body to be able to pull the weight, make it weightless.
Yes,
this
that's
is
exactly
why the left and the right hand. So if we did that,
if
we use that same kind of application of what's occurring there with stone, because stone is piezoelectric, the body is piezoelectric. My left hand is different than my right hand. If I can get a man and a woman as a sorceress together,
that's hermetics. That's the stuff that I like to hear about.
I heard about the Coral Castle part in where you actually had two stones, and these stones were kind of cones. And are you saying?
Yes, exactly, the cones.
Out of the hand actually is the causing field or causing that particular field. And,
we should definitely come together sometime and actually try that out. Do it on camera and just see, like, look, guys, globers out there, all you skeptics, see, it's a big freaking stone. We're lifting it up. That would be awesome to do.
I was going to say we must all think like, because I was just going to say the Coral Castle too, but the sonic technology, I heard that too as well. How one person moves that. Yes.
That's amazing stuff.
I did watch a program about how they thought, they moved the objects on Easter Island, and it was a bit like if they had the ropes one way or this way, they couldn't move them. If they put the ropes in a certain way, they could actually make the statues rock like this, and they could move them along. But I don't know if any of that's true anymore now.
It's absolutely ridiculous. Those things are so heavy. There's nothing that can bear their weight without completely getting crushed. Nothing. No tree, not even smaller oval like rocks. It wouldn't work. They'll all get crushed.
On its own, from side to side, by pulling it So, from side to side and then turning it, as a robot walking.
It's
That was
Like that.
such a massive. You really need heavy control to manage such a stones to.
why would you even try such a thing if you have to devise such a crazy, complex, surreal thing to do it? Doesn't make any sense. That's not how technology works. You invent a technology and then you figure out what to do with it. That's how it always works. That's how all the technological developments in our lifetime have worked. Hey, look, there's this thing, we can do something with it. Then you build something with it because you can now do that. You invent the technology first and then you do it. All this backtracking with, oh, look, we have to get really, really overly convoluted and complicated to get something that looks really simple done. It doesn't make any sense. To accept that that is the way that they did it. Doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, any good mechanic, anybody that's into building and designing things, their goal is to make it as simple and obvious as possible. Less moving parts, less problems, less things that go wrong. But what came around? Marketing agencies. And let's make sure that we can sell the next model of the iPhone. Let's make sure we can have things
It's
great.
even worse than that because they were going with whether they were going to go electric or whether they were going to go into petrol. So we could have had electric cars right from the beginning, which would have been a lot more thing. And they decided to go petrol way because they made money.
It's even worse in the electric world. They also went for the low voltage type of electricity, which is much more wasteful, much more dangerous, and much less healthy for everything. So we had this great opportunity to become this Tesla electrical world, and then they ruined it, and they ruined his life as well, by the way, in the process.
Have you guys got into, obviously, Tesla, like Heaviside or Dan Winter's work? Dan Winter, anybody?
Dan Winter is something.
Yeah, he gets into heart math, and he's an electrical engineer, and he takes out all of these really high level spiritual things and teaches it from the heart math level, from what the body does, and he really explains a lot of interesting things that are connected to Tesla's ideas. Why it is that, say, a tornado hits that aluminum building. Because it's actually causing a frequency that is destructive to humanity, so that wind comes and finds it and breaks it. You're talking about like positive and negative ionic forces, and then we can get into those ideas of building orgonite and Wilhelm
That
Reich.
is very alchemy of you. That's very interesting. It's interesting.
Ceres is researching, and he's based a lot of his stuff on Santos, Bernacchi, on Free Anarchy, and Ken Wheeler.
Yeah, those are the base. There's a lot more, of course, but those are the actual ones who are connecting the most into what I actually discovered with the map. In a way, my Mayan mind calendar sign is the red cosmic Skywalker, and it seems my job is to connect the pillars of heaven and earth. In a sense, probably that I need to connect spiritual and physical together, and this is what I actually did with finding the data in Google, in the Google service. What they use as their base for their Google Maps application for websites. The public Google Earth has a different database so far, I figure. It's also a complete other application, but in there they zoom out to the ball. But when they are zooming in far enough that you actually can see your empirical detail, it's all flat on your screen. And the standard web app only gives you the pure square. And that is the full 360 degrees wide and only minus 85 to 85 degrees high. You miss the last 5 degrees on top and on the bottom. but their GPS formula translated into the image dimensions actually causes a complete square on top and on the bottom of it.
Hey Ceres, I have a question about this. You're very into the Google Map thing, and you always show those 3 different types of how the map is portrayed depending on the zooming level. And it's kind of interesting to me, because now I'm figuring, what if well, you or somebody else that's very good at massive mapping would actually take all the images of that 3rd most zoomed in and probably most correct layer, and then all stack them all together in a giant map to get the actual total map content in how it really looks.
I download the complete image database to make them a single image. So far, I need actually a computer to get it together in that it has enough memory and power to actually be
you probably need a lot for that,
because it's a huge image.
Yeah, I can imagine. It's as big as the world, so it's going to be
the elevation data causes even that I have 2 extra squares in there.
but just to get the total contours, because I'm very interested in that. What are the real contours of this world? What is the basic the outlining of it really?
Square, and then east-west is just when one image moves out on the right side, it comes in the left side.
Yes, that is
the map forward in that sense.
Mm-hmm. Well, that is of course the looping concept. But just to get
south, yeah, that's way bigger than I firstly suspected as well. In the first place, the first square, but through the flower of life pattern, I discovered that you have, because of this east-west looping as a single square, you have in north-south actually you need actually one to complete the circle at the edges of the square, because of the pattern that it's shorter in north and south direction. You need at least 13 squares to end up right in the middle again.
I don't really get that, but
and that actually makes me think that through also how you have the alphabet in 2 times 13, you have exactly in the middle of 13 you have 7, and the 7 is just the middle of that between the first and the last square, and
okay,
right in the middle you have the circle exactly on.
Ceres, do you think you could show a picture?
The slice through of the circle exactly on the middle of on the edge of the squares, in where you can actually divide 2 rows of 13, and then you can actually put on the alphabet on it that you can do A to G, what is 1 to 7, and then M to T, N to T, what is also the 7th. And then you have actually 2 halves of a circle.
I'm sorry to say that you've completely lost me, and this tends to happen more often.
Is there any way you can show a picture, Ceres? Sorry, Zen, we'll come back to your talking in a minute, but we just got a bit sidetracked on flat Earth research.
I have an image here. Get it there. And that's a mathematical item. I need to draw it all out in a sense. I mean, yeah, I've drawn it on paper, and so far I figured the only way to actually understand it is to do it yourself. To actually start with the square and draw a circle of life in that square, and then.
It's very fascinating, but I really have so much trouble relating this to the actual land masses of the Earth, because I don't see how that directly relates to something that we can measure, that we can physically measure. These very ethereal, multi-dimensional concepts. But
that's why I say you need to draw the flower of life to actually measure. That is the practical measure.
I think we would just need a ruler to measure. because that's what rulers are
That's
for.
not what I mean here. You need the experience to get through the pattern of Flower of Life to realize what the pattern actually is.
No, but I know it's a very important pattern, and I've been into this like way before. Like I have a website called Symbolics, and I'm very into it. Like
You don't have to project yourself to
Flower
actually.
of Life. See, Flower of Life. I made one like years ago, so I am into that. It is one, trust me. See,
It's a bit blurry here, but
it's pure silver, 100%. I made it, and yeah, so I'm very well aware of the unique power of this pattern and how it is interconnected. And even before I was into Flat Earth, I looked into Nassim Harameyn's work, who is a clear glober, but he also goes into spirituality and multidimensional patterns. And he came across very fascinating physical concepts of these patterns that make sense, that make theoretical sense at least. And he also explains very well how you can fit infinite amount of surface into a finite space. So that connects very well to this. But I don't see how this connects to the physical land measurement.
And I'm only talking, and you don't see where I'm talking about. And that's the whole thing here. I need to draw this to actually show you this, to actually walk you through it, of what I actually mean here. I mean, why do we need only one square to loop the circle in one direction, and why do we need 13 squares to loop the circle exactly again in the middle?
It's multidimensional theory, and I'm personally just very interested in land masses, and I don't see how that directly connects to this. Like maybe it gives us a hint to what is the most likely total shape of our Earth, but I'm just very interested in what is physically measurably out there, measurably with a ruler, with visual confirmation and not theoretical. So
I mean, if the data itself has a measure. It is 24,901 miles wide and 3 times that high.
Yeah, but how are you so 100% certain that that is what is actually the data? It could also be
that is how the data
it could be another type of data that's just stored in that type. It's like a syntax error, for example. No, this is just a theory.
No, yeah, it isn't. I'm the programmer. I'm actually going through the data. It isn't.
Okay, but until you can physically confirm that, you cannot be certain that that is the absolute literal thing that was
Can I
referenced.
just say something? Arwjin, you separate.
Photograph of my own house actually be my own house. What I know, what is my own house. That is my empirical proof of how the photographic dimension is the actual dimension. Otherwise, why would I have a huge square image? What is the photographic version? Is what is the mathematical way to actually plot everything on XY coordinates? Instead of latitude longitude, I have to translate the latitude longitude into the XY coordinates to actually get the right position.
Yeah.
And they have just used a very clever formula to actually hide the 2 squares within the GPS for one-on-one latitude longitude. There's just stretched latitude value over the 3 squares.
And what I'm saying is there might be a factor that's just missing. That's missing entirely from the compiled data that you never got the key from. That's what I'm saying, that the data that you're getting of these 2 squares, which may actually be real physical spaces out there, that you haven't received because you never got them and they never give it.
XY coordinates were from the grid itself, the principle of how the photographic dimensions work. The information of the color is how the height information is of how they have it in their database on latitude.
It could be, but you are trusting purely on computed data. And we can confirm the land masses that we know.
Arwjin, Ceres has got information that hardly anybody else has got.
In the south, when you translate that into the ball projection, you actually lose everything.
Mm-hmm.
You don't see anything of that.
I know.
When you translate that back, you completely lost all the data. so far I figured it could only be come out of the square data. Otherwise, you wouldn't have this data.
Indeed. And I'm saying there is probably something out there, but we would need some actual physical confirmation of getting out there onto these other spaces to confirm, is that really what the way you've compiled this data and the picture you made of it from the squares beyond the north and south, if it is actually literally like that, or that there's some key missing.
Oh yeah, we definitely need some exploration, Arwjin. I agree
that's my
if you're
point.
there.
You can't be 100% certain that that is literally what is out there.
Well, no, this is the thing. See, Ceres has never claimed to know what's out there, if you know what I mean. Doesn't know what's north and south. Yeah, I mean, there is a channel, if you look at the map closely, you can see a channel just above Russia that does lead up into the north. So it does look like there is a way to check out the north.
Oh, yeah. And it's very fascinating to look there.
If I'm sitting inside of my, room right now,
so.
Yeah.
If I'm sitting inside of my room right now, the only need that I have of measuring anything is the things that I can see around me. I don't need to know what's outside of the box that I'm in. I don't need to know how high my ceiling is. And okay, then I go, okay, let me find this little, let me find this ruler. Let me design what I deem to be an inch, what I deem to be a foot, and then I can kind of use a little bit of geometry and figure out the space that I'm living in. And then once we get outside, then I go, oh, but look there's a door. Then I walk outside, and all of a sudden I need a different set of instruments to figure out where am I living? What is the space around me? And that happens multiple times in one's life. When you're a baby, you don't need to know what's outside of the front door. When I've known people that lived in the hood literally their entire life, and they've never looked at a map, and they've never been to Disney World, and they've never been to the ocean, and their landscape and their view of the world is completely predicated upon their local environment and how far they can see.
Mm-hmm.
So these ideas of making these landscapes and these maps are really great for kind of mapping out the dream world, the next levels and all of this. But as far as where we sit right now, this goes back into the whole, we're sitting here on the fringes trying to map out the world. Well, exactly. The everyday person that's walking down the street, they can't even see in front of their fucking iPhone. Like,
yeah,
you know what I
true.
mean? Like, you're literally looking at a tiny little screen, and so to be able to give them, meaty baby, relax, honey, to give them some sort of capacity to see a new map, to see a new world, we need to convince them to stop looking at their iPhone, to stop using what is a ruler, to stop even considering the types of devices that are used to measure. Like, this is the Alan Watts talk. Alan Watts always says, well, how hot is the sun? Where does that heat start? How far is it? How far is it from here to there? I mean, how far do we really care?
It's funny that you say the heat starts where the sunlight actually hits solid objects. That's where the heat starts.
There we go.
Uh-huh.
How hot is it over there? Who cares how hot it is over there? How do you feel? How is your experience? What's going on for you inside of your local environment? The heat hit me. Well, if you're on the other side of the street and you got a little shade, you're doing a lot better than me if it's 110 here in New Orleans, right? So how is it that we can convince people and show people a different map, a different landscape? And this is, because we have the capacity to use our brains in different ways, we also have the capacity to be a cartographer, a map maker, to show this landscape, to speak it in a different way.
Yeah.
So I just jump in
Say
with
one
that.
thing. I just say one thing. If anybody wakes up or anybody starts looking into flat Earth, most people, it's a long journey of research one way or another. Some of us are more activists. Some of us, come on these hangouts. Some of us are researching like Ceres. But it opens your mind up, and it's like being re-educated all over again, but you're full of much more information now.
Absolutely. Yeah, the flat Earth thing for me, amongst people that already know that it's flat, and here's the thing is I appreciate all the people that come out here and have these channels that are really devoted and dedicated to flat Earth, flat Earth, flat water, Eric Dubé, but even he gets outside of that to a degree, because there's it's like this. It's like you do business with people you like. And people that market things, I'm not going to tell someone if I'm selling a car, I'm not going to sell them the car based upon all of the great features the car has. They have to like me as a human. And if I can show someone, if I walk down the street and I start talking to people about 10 different things that have nothing to do with flat earth, and they decide, I think that person has integrity. I like what they're saying. When I finally bring up this, hey, the earth is fucking flat, they're going to go, at first they're going to be shocked, but they'll be like, huh, but he knows all about this and he knows all about that.
Exactly.
I always find that to be the angle, to give people so many other different things that when they finally get to this thing about flat earth, I can be like, oh, go watch Eric Dubé's video. Go watch Flat Earth, Flat Water. Go watch Wakey stuff, because they are geniuses at this. They already broke it down. I don't know it like that. I just know what I can sense. But I point them to the professional. I point them to the specialist. I'm not a specialist, but I know all things. So I think giving people a map of the universe in that way, meaning literally a map of themselves, by saying, hey, if you eat these foods, it's going to help you. It's going to clean out your brain. And you'll be able to, when they actually do see and find flat earth, they'll be able to accept it and actualize it and say, oh yeah, that does have meaning. That does have value in my life. How can we add value to people's lives?
It's very important to share. Sorry, I just wanted to continue very shortly. I'll leave it to you then, Ceres. But yes, if you start out with flat earth, people will have this conditioned response like, oh my God, here's one of those crazies who believes in flat earth. But if you first show them that you're an expert, that you know a lot of detailed things and you're very smart and you're not gullible, and you prove this to them by your own knowledge and by enlightening them with that, and then you bring up flat earth, then they can't just say, oh my God, this must be a fool, because you already got proof that you're a smart, critically thinking person. And then he must consider that there might be something to flat earth instead of outright pushing it away. So that's
exactly,
that's how I always do. Never start with flat earth, but end with it.
Exactly.
And it's such a deep thing, isn't it?
Kind of the cherry on top of the cake of lies. And
Exactly, Ceres.
It's a dessert of the dessert in that sense.
Yeah, or as I like to call it, it's the center part of the hourglass of truth.
Center.
That's funny you just said that. That's just what I was visualizing before you said that.
That's called synchronicity.
Never had that happen before.
No, never. That never happens to people that are in tune with me.
So Dave Marsh just typed in the chat that Mr. Thrive and Survive has gone square 40 square Earth.
Whoa.
So people are starting to look at it. So
that is awesome.
Finally.
Yeah, that's cool. I was looking for a space to jump in and say that. Cheers, Billy.
Oh, I'm sorry, Dave.
Hey, no, brilliant. No, because I would have waited a lot longer, and that, yeah, I'm glad you got it out there.
That's
Did you realise about a week and a half, 2 weeks ago, was it last week's series? Week before, we decided to go live with some of Ceres' work, and in that time, Darren Nesbitt's come out, and that piece of news, it's brilliant.
Well, the whole thing is
aren't so interested in the shape that we're in, but some of us are interested in the shape we are. Carry on, Billy.
Well, the thing is, it's irregardless of what the shape is, it's how the sun and the moon travel across our plane is the key. And once people start to think a little bit, and they say we don't care what the shape is, we don't have a map, we don't have a model, but the sun and the moon circle, and like we discussed the other night, the sun and the moon do not circle. They travel in a straight line. Sundials would not work if they didn't. Just that simple.
And they're always at the edge of your vision. They never come closer to you and move away. They're always on the edge of your vision, of your line of sight. Always. If you travel to them, they will travel with you. Always stay on the edge of your vision.
Exactly.
Yes.
We were talking about that the other day, Arwjin. Why we never see the sun and the moon together in the nighttime sky. which you would have on a circle. What goes around comes around. You can see the sun and the moon in the daytime sky, and you're on a concentric circle pattern, the sun and the moon are circling, that should be duplicated in the nighttime sky as well, and we never see that, meaning that the sun and moon are linear. They can't be opposite 180 degrees on the circle and be able to be seen in the daytime during the full moon. You can see the full moon in the day with the sun in the same sky, but you can see daylight in the horizon, but you never see the actual sun and the moon together in the nighttime sky, and you would have that on a circle. There's no way around it.
I'm not following that at all.
Not totally necessarily, but there's still another clue, and that I always like to reference this, and that is in the concept of the circle-centric flat Earth, where you see the moon and the sun hovering over the equator. That doesn't take into account that when you go to the Antarctic ice circle, you still see the sun over the giant ice sheet in the distance further to the south. And that doesn't make any sense whatsoever in that model. Any sense whatsoever. So,
well, like I said,
go on.
Well, I was going to explain, if you're on a circle, the sun and the moon are on the same circle, whether it's on the Tropic of Cancer, whether it's on the Tropic of Capricorn or on the equator. It's like a clock, two hands on a clock. You can't have one without the other. If you have the sun and the moon in the daylight sky on a circle, you're going to have the sun and the moon in the nighttime sky if the sun and the moon are on a circle. That's what I'm saying. There's no way around it. No way whatsoever.
Except for periodicity. You're looking at it from, there's two 12-hour divisions, but rather than looking at it as a totality. They've already, what you think of as day and what you think of as night is defined by when there's darkness and when there's light. But the idea that you're giving, yeah, you could certainly, like, it's just how we divide up the days and the nights. So certainly, like, if I just change the hours to an 11-hour clock, then what you're talking about would happen during the nighttime. What you're talking about would happen, what I would consider at nighttime, based upon the clock that I was given, if the clock was slightly different. But the periodicity is already, just like the mechanisms of a clock, all of the gears are put together in the right way, that they link up when they do, and they link up, and they're apart when they're apart. So what you call the nighttime, where this isn't happening, it's just all referenced based upon how many hours in a day that you think there are. But certainly, if you just change those hours in a day, you'd see that it's night during the day and day during the night, and they link up and they're in the same sky at the same time. Not the same. It doesn't have anything to do with day or night, because day and night just happen to be when things are in your local environment.
yes.
I'm talking about the concentric circle pattern of how they lay out the moon phases, and how the moon is 15 degrees. The sun gains on the moon every day. What I'm trying to say is, if we see the sun and the moon visually with our eyes in the daytime sky, and you're on a circle, then that process should be duplicated. You should have the sun and the moon in the nighttime sky, regardless of day or night.
That's
Has
a
nothing
very
to
good
do with
point.
that.
That's a very good point you made there, Billy. Although one could argue that the sun cycle, more specifically, is attuned very precisely to the day and night cycle, while the moon is not. So the moon can actually present itself during the daylight, but the sun could never, because it will always stay in the exact daytime location.
I would agree with that. Or it's a wave pattern, and the moon shines through the darkness into the daylight, but the sunlight cannot penetrate, because there's a separation of day or night, and the sun cannot penetrate the darkness of night. It has maybe a negative, maybe the toroidal field is totally opposite. That's why there's a separation between day and night in the wave pattern. One could be positive, and the other wave could be negative.
Maybe
that makes a lot of sense what you're saying, though.
The moon does give off.
That's the reason the sun is hot, and it makes it warm, and the moonlight is cool
Cold.
because it's sucking in energy. If you look at the moon as a sucking thing, it's not actually delivering cold light, but it's removing warm light. It's removing heat. So it's actually unified behind it as a complete system. The moon sucks in, the sun spits out, and the ground is literally what we're standing on it. So if you look at alternating current, if you look at all of the energy patterns, you look at the male and the female, one is pulling in the heat, pulling in the energy, and one's spitting out the heat and the energy. So it just repeats itself.
It's one way of looking at it. It's still a mystery what light really is. Sorry.
Electromagnetic heartbeat, what is always apparent and measurable. Also, like and I figure it's like kind of how the sun energy actually enters the earth and then reflects back to the moon as a double beat, one up, one down, often one down, one up.
No, you can definitely look at it like that.
Aha. We have, well, I don't even know how to quite say his name. 5 Arties. Hello there.
ArtesLiberals, yeah.
ArtesLiberals. ¿Qué pasa, amigo? ¿Cómo está usted? Buenas tardes.
Is he Spanish?
Spanish?
I thought
Well,
so.
right.
It's just a Latin name, I think.
Is he there?
Oh,
Are you there?
I apologize.
Speak up. Oh, he's muted now. You're muted now, ArtesLiberals.
You've got to unmute
Now
yourself.
you're unmuted.
Hello.
Is this any good?
Ah, yes.
Yeah, we can.
Wonderful.
You sound very... You sound Spanish. Or something.
Well, my PC is not working as good as it should be. So.
Oh, now you sound Dutch, kind of.
Yeah. Right.
Where are you from? Where are you from?
Where are you from?
I'm from Germany.
Ah, Germany. All right. Yeah, it's close. It's like our neighbors. So.
But I lived in Holland for about 20 years.
Oh, that's why the terrible accent, I think.
That's why the terrible accent. Yeah. Okay, yeah, it was...
We've got 3
cool.
Dutchmen in here. 3 Dutch brothers.
Yeah.
Was is los, dat is Anventugen. Auf Wiedersehen.
Dankeschön. Meine Freund.
From the USA, we have 1, 2, 3, 4 from the UK, and 3. Okay, we put our latest guest into Holland. 3 from Holland.
Okay, that's cool.
Cool.
With a German touch.
Yeah, a bit.
Still good though, isn't it?
Yeah.
We have Zen with us as guest. Zen, the alchemist.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I suppose Arwjin, you're not in my group, are you? But nearly everybody else is in my group. Arwjin has joined.
Am I not in your group? What
Oh,
is...
are you in our group? Yes, you are now, aren't you? Yeah, you're in our group now.
I hope to be.
You are.
Yeah,
You
sorry.
are in our group, Arwjin.
Really?
That's
I'm
not
part of
very
the group.
good,
I
is it?
finally belong.
Okay, then. Zen is a guest, and you're a guest.
Yeah.
The
And
rest are in my group.
if he was not in your group, YouTube was fucking it up in a game.
No, we talk about Facebook group.
Yeah.
Oh,
okay.
no, I don't use Facebook, so no, not in that group.
I didn't think so. But you've become a friend, haven't you, Arwjin?
I hope, and I hope I don't offend too many people with my brazenness and my ever harsh questions that tend to rub some people the wrong way. So
Arwjin,
I hope
you keep us on point, and that's why you're here, bro. I like you because
Thanks.
if we start to wander off into illogical nonsense, you bring us right back on point.
I try to. I'm very strict in this to myself, and yeah. So I try to do it without offending too many people.
Yeah, but you was some minutes ago you were talking about those huge stones in Egypt and in other sites.
The monoliths.
Yeah, the monolithic structures. And I found a channel that this talks about that a lot, and that's Brian Forrester's channel.
I think I'm sub to him.
Okay.
I think you actually gave me his.
That could be, because I give as much people information about his channel and other channels like this and your channel, because I want to unite as many people as possible and send out as much truth to everybody as possible. And if some people don't like the things, that's fine. I send it anyway, and they can do with it if they what they like. But
great. He's
what I
like
learned,
an archaeology type guy, but then more genuine.
Yeah, well, he goes to the sites in person.
Yes.
And he gives proof about certain things. He goes to Baalbek in Peru, I believe. I think, yeah. And he shows the destruction from ancient sites. And he shows that often on those ancient sites, they are built on top of older sites. The Romans built on top of older structures. Yep. If you have the temple in Jupiter, everybody knows the temple in Jupiter in Rome, I believe. The fundaments of those of that structure are very big stones. I think about 200 tons, and the Romans couldn't lift those stones, so they were put there by some sort of civilization, and the Romans put their structures on that. And it's also with Egypt. You have lower than the Sphinx. You have stone structures that look a little bit like Stonehenge, only much straighter angles. And if you put a level on that, they're about 0.100 point off. And that's all. And those structures are very old. They possibly predate the Sphinx about a couple of thousand years.
Whoa.
And that's also with, in Peru, you have those structures. I don't know the name of those people who built those structures in Peru. Incas. And the Incas built on older stones. And those, if you see the Inca structures, they are small stones that you can lift easily and build on top. And they also use cement between them to put them together. But the structures under those of the Incas,
they're seamless rock.
they're seamless
asymmetrical seamless rock. So
sometimes
it's impossible to assemble.
And they are about 100, 200 tons. Yeah. And sometimes they even interlocked to each other.
Yeah.
Asymmetrical,
perfectly seamless.
You can't even put a human hair between them.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the stuff I was talking about earlier with mud fossils, guys. I don't know if anybody's looked into it, but this guy's channel is named Wise Up.
Okay.
And he gets into exactly what you're talking about and how they built it and what I was speaking about with the lime and making concrete that way. So this is why you can find these really strange looking shapes that, like, how do they fit that together? Because what they were doing is taking bags of organic material and spraying lime on it, so they would turn into that. So it wasn't that they were building with blocks in these weird shapes. They were using bags of organic material and turning it into concrete over years.
Yeah, because...
So I highly suggest Wise Up channels.
Well, that's also...
doesn't necessarily have to be exactly that, because some of these stones are echo scanned. And some of them are just really solid rock, and if there was a construction alchemical process, then that would leave different traces. Basically.
But we're relying on people that we're going, oh, but here's science. We don't believe this science, but we're just kind of picking and choosing and cherry picking the science that we would like to believe in. But I'm saying get rid of all of the science and let's look at the easiest way about it. What would be the most basic, fundamental way to construct something, and through the eyes of an engineer to look at something over what's 10,000 years? Oh yes, they use carbon dating. Well, we've already proven carbon dating to be like terribly awful.
Most of those ancient structures, like in Peru, like in Egypt, they resonate on a flat A. So if you say like this, they start to resonate. Every one of them.
Yeah. I'm totally in agreement here that they were using some sound technology, some sono technology, and they were using high technology, but a lot of the basis of what was going on maybe is a little simpler than what we're talking about.
It's possibly
I believe in
it's possibly very simple, like resonated with a flat E or something, or maybe there are also a lot of water chambers near the Egypt pyramids, and they also could use sound and water together to lift stones. And if they had
yes, I'm absolutely on board with what you're saying. I was just giving like somebody that has really done some interesting research into like some of the other giant obelisks and pyramids and structures that seem really peculiar in how they're sitting and where they're standing, and gives really simple ways of trying to figure out how they got there. Not saying that high technology wasn't occurring, or using sonar, or using even laser beams, or even giants. Like, I'm not against any of those.
I think that most of these super ancient sites that the Romans built upon were remnants of the Atlantean age, when giants were just common thing.
But what is strange, almost all those ancient sites are destroyed.
Of course, but that's what the Freemasons, that's what Romans do. That's what Babylon does.
Yeah.
Hide the truth. That's what the Freemasons do. Hide the skeletons. They hide it all.
Along
invasion that actually see what undersea, and I found already between England, Holland, and Denmark, that region there, there's a whole grid system orientated as if there was an old city.
There you go.
Very huge.
There you go.
Near the German border, near the border of Holland, you have a lot of, we call those hunebed. They're also megalithic stones. And they put them on top of each other. But if you look from Google Earth to Holland and Germany, that region, you also see old roads, old agriculture sites. You can point them out very easily.
Yes.
And those hunebeds are all have their entrance, I believe, to the south. They are all pointing to the south. So there's also a reason for that. I don't know what reason, but it was very strange that I had an old book, and that was telling that all the entrance of those old megalithic structures near the German border all have the entrance to the south. So
well, there could be all kinds of reasons, but I would think that in the south you would catch the most sun.
Yeah.
Then that sun heat would then be trapped inside of this stone structure to heat up.
Possibly. Yeah, possibly.
Yeah.
That's a very good thought.
But the Netherlands does have some giant legends. Even my brother was named after one of them. So, and it's really funny how we managed to keep those stories into our folklore, basically, just like in the more ancient stories, and well, they're now declared fairy tales, but biblical stories, there's also just mention of giants all over the place. And it was common then, that it was just there.
Yeah. And I suppose still within the story, and that's the funny thing about it. It's like what Santos actually explained about Jack and the Beanstalk, where it's actually what is actually a story about the whole how do you call that?
Spine. The backbone.
Spine. Spine. That it's all a story about your spine and how that is.
It's all symbolic. It's nothing is literal there. No, of course not.
etc. It's all within the story, hidden, but so out of context that you can't see it in that sense.
Yeah, but
And
they
when
also love to hide it in plain sight.
Exactly.
They tell you it's about this, but there's also giants in it, but that's not literal, of course. So, always
If
do
the
that.
giants have meaning, same as the golden egg of the goose. Why a goose and why a golden egg? And then he combines several stories together to actually tell the same story. That's what syncretism is that you actually get all those stories together to see what the actual same point is, what they're actually describing there.
That's interesting. That's symbol. Yeah, that's a good way to combine symbolism. But I always loved that in ancient stories, there's so many giants in there, and common historians now just completely disregard it and say, no, all giants have always been only symbolic. There's nothing realistic about it. And whenever you've come across giant skeletons, just get them out of here. Get them away. Get them away. It's not real. Don't look at it.
I thought that even in some museums they exhibit those giant skeletons. So years ago, but they all put away in time. So because they want to hide the truth about those things. And also you have in Peru those elongated skulls, and they were not binded to get elongated. They were just formed naturally, because I believe we have with our skull we have 3 plates.
No, the content is much larger than would be possible in our head types. Yes.
Yeah, because
so
we
they're
have
likely half giants or something. They're probably crossovers.
Because their skulls were very different. Because I think we have 3 plates in our skulls with a hairline, and those elongated skulls have only 1.
Right.
Yeah,
Fascinating.
and Brian Forrester showed it. He was in a museum and he got those skulls and showed, well, this is 1 hairline, and humans have 3, and then this one has only 2. So that's a big difference, and you can't get that with binding a skull. It's just naturally formed that way. Possibly, it's more obvious that it was formed like this.
Skull from the fallen generations.
Could be,
So,
yeah.
Could be.
Crossover between giants. Hey, we can cross over horses, and you call them donkeys.
Yeah.
So why maybe at some point they did crossovers between the giant races and the humans, like the 6th finger, 6-toed ones, the giants, and they interbred with humans or attempted it or whatever.
And some of the giants had also double rows of teeth. It was also very clear.
Right, yeah, I heard of that. Yeah, lots of teeth, like about 80 teeth they had.
Yeah.
But there are probably multiple types of giants.
Say that, even maybe last year, people were still thinking of the pyramids as burial chambers. I mean, look how much it's moved on.
Yeah. And then they're now thought of maybe as some sort of a power grid.
Definitely, with the stone circles and the pyramid.
Yeah.
And the
I
water
can't
canals beneath it.
There's 2 things about the pyramids to me. Like, they were using amethyst and they were using quartz. They're really good healing, opening, spiritual, very pleasant stones to be using. So they were using those with the pyramids. And then, of course, all these negative ions out of the ground. I mean, it would have been like utopia. It would have been the most beautiful frequency feeling that you'd have had. But there's this other part of them that they were constantly taking energy. There's a great big grid of them. What did they need all this energy for?
But it's maybe very clear, because all plants also have a frequency. We don't hear it because we have too much noise pollution in our world. But I went to America, and I also went to Arizona, and there you have a cacti plant, and I believe cider or something is called like that. And if you are in the desert and it's totally quiet, not that kind of quiet we don't experience in our world today because we have noise pollution, you can hear the frequency of a plant. If you ease yourself and you take the time to listen, you can hear the frequency of planes.
That's
But
cool.
because of all the noise pollution today, we can't hear that anymore. It's very hard. You have to really meditate, and then you can hear the frequency of planes. And that's why maybe related to those pyramids, because they also resonate with frequencies.
What I've learned from the Pyramid Code, which describes it pretty detailed, like a 3-hour mini documentary, a mini-series documentary, is that there were channels beneath it, like a network. And in ancient times, when the pyramids were actually built, the Nile was probably more to the west. To the west. Going underneath it or going very close by it, and the water would then run under the channels beneath the pyramids, and that running water generates electricity. So that water running underneath it would then generate electricity that would be going up through the stone types that it contained, like an electrical conductor, and that would just power on the entire giant stone structure as a high tension generator, so almost like a Tesla coil, and that would generate a very an electrical field, a high voltage electrical field that is very beneficial to all life forms. So that's what the Pyramid Code says, and I definitely prescribe to that concept because it's very simple and very logical. It's like an object that would be very mechanical in nature, using running water and being extremely beneficial to all life forms. So why wouldn't you want that?
Yeah. Energizing.
Yeah, I've done quite a bit of work on the pyramids, and I would suggest if anybody's interested, check out some of my earlier videos that I've done on it. But yeah, you're both completely correct. It's a piece of organite. It's a power generator, as well as it transmutes energy. But the internal pyramid, which is again based off of the human body, and the running water beneath it has to do with your organs and your bowels and creating energy out of there. But what was happening in the higher chambers, because it's obviously anybody's seen these pictures, it has to do with the pituitary and the pineal gland, the king's and the queen's chamber, the honey and the milk. What happens is they would put the king in there or someone in there. It's not only energetic, but healing. And also I'm under it seems to be as a chamber to let people get out of body, to basically pull the spirit from the body. And when you get into all the ancient teachings of what these things are and why we use the pyramid and the pineal gland and the energy that is flowing through these things, it was amplifying something for the kings. And this is why the kings went there. And I think something strange happened.
I've heard of that. There are special chambers inside of pyramids. So it's like a dual function, basically, that have like these key chambers. And if you go there and you'd meditate, you'd have these forces unleashed upon you, and you could indeed then more easily do out-of-body astral projection type things. And even a stranger, rumors that I've heard is that in these chambers, if you'd actually have a knife and you'd put it there, it would sharpen itself. Yeah, that's just, I would definitely like to try that out sometime, but I've heard that's a thing. So it's like a magical type of chamber that's just very bizarre, interdimensional or something, and it has peculiar things that can happen there.
It just seems really strange when they could have had like utopia. We'd have been living in the loveliest vibration. We'd have all felt really good for ourselves, yet they were raking in or firing at like beams up or taking in this free energy, but all over everywhere, like we were just like a power plant.
Can I just interrupt you guys a minute? I'm going to have to drop off now, so I'll drop off. Somebody else can come on if they want to, but I've got.
Thank you.
All right, thanks for having me.
Thank you, darling. Thank you.
Thank you, Frankie. Take care.
See you later.
Yes.
Bye.
Bye. What I also want to discuss, where you were talking about free energy, and my dad in the 60s, we lived in Haarlem. Arwjin probably knows where that is. Near
It's the
Amsterdam.
northwest.
Yeah, near
northwest
Amsterdam.
Netherlands.
And in the 60s, in Haarlem, there was an engineer who made a car that run on rainwater. He had some, that's called water fusion or something like that. And he had a running car and a running boat on rainwater. And it was in, I believe, 1963. And then suddenly he disappeared. And my dad had some people he knew. And he was paid off by Shell. But then in that time, a couple of $1 million, of a million guilders was the but it's almost as you could say a couple of $1 million, and he had to give all his drawings and all his specification for a car running on water to Shell. So we could have already had cars on running water on electric cars, because electric cars, they were already in 1910. You had the Detroit Electric Car Company, and they had great running cars that could run. I think the speed was 100 kilometers, and they could.
Whoa.
So in 1910, they had perfectly running electric cars already, but Ford bought all the rights of those companies, and he put all those gasoline cars in place. Because it's also strange, in the Netherlands, the whole of the Netherlands, we had electric trams. And it was clean energy. And there aren't almost no electric trams anymore in the Netherlands. In Amsterdam, I believe, in Den Haag, and the rest is all gone. Because they want to put all those
cars.
Yeah, they put them in place because they can get more money from that and all those kind of things. And I think it's a shame because I lived in Haarlem for 20 years, and I had respiratory problems and I had asthma my whole life. Yeah. I now live in Germany near the border, and we don't have an airport nearby, but the traffic of the cars is about the same. The only difference is that I don't live near an airport anymore, because Haarlem was very near to Schiphol. It was a big airport, and my whole life I had mild asthma and respiratory problems, and I went away to an area in Germany that was not near any airport, and after a month, my asthma was almost gone, and after 2 months, it was gone. I could throw my pills out. I don't have to take a medication anymore. I live there now for about 20 plus years, and I'm free of asthma.
Congratulations.
Everything is gone. Everything is gone. And it was only this I investigated, and the only thing that could cause that asthma was the airport.
No, it's a combination of things, but the airport's definitely...
That was a big part of it, I think.
Yeah, but it's also dust. Like in city grounds where there's not enough forest, there's a lot of dust. And in Germany, also, I know, because I went there a couple of times, there's just these giant swaths of forest, open forest, clean forest, and that pulls out a lot of the pollution and also a lot of the dust. So that definitely helps a lot. The Netherlands is just one big city-state.
Yeah,
with a couple of roads in between.
Actually,
that's just what it is.
How they actually give you the pills, but never actually solve the problem.
No, of course not.
No, they never solve the problem, because if they can earn money from you with medication, they do that, and they never solve the problem why you have asthma. They didn't tell me. They just told me, you have asthma, here are the pills, and go on with your life. That was it. And I found out later, when I went away, that my asthma was gone in about 2 months.
Well,
So-
good for you, man.
Well, that's
Glad to
good.
hear it.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm very glad about it because I can now cycle again outdoors. I'm not as tired as anymore as I was.
Yeah.
Cool.
Zen, do you have lots of chemtrails in your sky, or are you chemtrail free?
It really depends on the day. But yeah, certainly, obviously, the weather modification program has been going on for quite some time down in New Orleans. I mean, we could see this recent one that they tried to do. But yeah, it's now and then. It's not always. It really depends.
I wonder, is New Orleans actually back in its old days before it was flooded?
Blue
Awesome.
skies. Blue skies
I
everywhere.
couldn't catch you there. I didn't hear what you said there.
Is New Orleans, we're again in its old state?
Oh yeah, I haven't been here that long to know what it was prior to. I get people that I meet and they tell me about what it's been like down here as far as the people and the environments and but not too many people really look up into the sky and kind of have that much knowledge of what's going on out there in the atmosphere.
But also, are the 4 regions in New Orleans recovered from that flood?
The flood.
The flood?
Oh yeah,
Flood
yeah.
disaster.
It's pretty much back to 100% down here. As far as I've lived here, I've been here 4 years, and you don't really notice much of the aftermath of it. It's in pretty good shape down here. It's like any other major city. It's got its poor areas. It's got its richer areas. There's the gentrification going on. All of these cycles.
Where are you from then exactly then, Zen? What part of America do you come from?
Baltimore, New York, Northeast, and then I made my way down to New Orleans through North Carolina. I lived in Indiana and Illinois for a bit, and but I always when I visited down here a long time ago, I always knew this was a very magical, mysterious city. Yeah.
Yeah. It was all the music city, as far as I know.
Yeah.
Music and magic and food everywhere, and the people are lovely.
Nice. I like the sound of that.
Well, it's raining outside for me.
Oh.
Yeah, it's raining here too.
Yep.
Yes, just.
Oh, is it? You've got rain as well?
Yeah, here in Germany we have rain too.
Yeah, and here in the Netherlands too a little bit, but it's not that bad. It's been worse.
Steve, do you have rain? Patricia, do you have rain?
So far, I don't see anything.
Richard?
It's kind of dark outside.
It's hammering down here at the moment. Like I say, I think I'm going to have some thunder and lightning soon.
Well, I'm up in the attic, and I have a big window, and you can hear the rain on it, so that's very easy to hear.
Oh, I can't hear the rain, but I know it's raining for me.
Yeah.
It's dry now.
Big cloud then, covering us all.
Not raining here.
Right.
But we were glad to get some rain because it didn't rain for weeks.
Yeah, it was a real genuine heat wave, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was very hot over here.
The same here.
That's why I'm glad I live near a forest. That's much cooler there in the forest.
Nice.
Richard, is it raining with you? Richard!
Richard is checking if it's raining outside, maybe.
Oh.
It only rains in New Orleans if the sorcerers let it.
Okay.
It's quite south though, isn't it, New Orleans? Can't think where it is.
Yeah, right next to Florida, right in the Gulf of Mexico.
Right, yeah, I thought it was down there. I just didn't want to say it, and it was a mistake. Geography. Well, it's night time for us. It's dark now.
Yep. It's dark in Europe.
Yep.
Yeah.
Don't see any
Did
moon.
actually, we asked Zen on for a guest, and I know we've got a few other people there now that have been added. But could you just tell us a bit more about your alchemy then? Because that's why we asked you on, to explain a little bit more.
Sure. I guess as I always try to explain it, I give people the idea that there are 3 levels to the world, and it's not a triangle. There's no right and wrong. There's no good and bad. The world exists in a dense form, such as the earth, and then a liquid form, and then the air form. Fire is transmutative. It's not an element. I don't believe there are 4 elements. I think there are 3. And I think the human being, Prometheus, the mind, is the transmuter of all things. And the ways that I go about teaching this is through the physical format, meaning what can we do physically with our human body to open up pathways? What can we do from the things we ingest, meaning what kind of liquids can we put in our body to clean up pathways, both internally and in our minds? And how can we start to change what we think about, what we speak about? And how can we get up into the higher realms of what do we dream about? What are these other things? And can we somehow force something from the lower realms to affect the higher realms, and take something from the higher realms and affect the lower realms? And what I mean by that is I can take and put something very dense and physical in my body and push something out of my bowels. And if I know that the bowels are the lifeblood of my experience, of my health, of my well-being, then I can clean out that. And if I clean that out, I can start cleaning out other pathways in my system, whether it be my my tendons, my different organs that I have in me, my blood. As I start to clean these things out, how is that going to affect the way that I experience and perceive reality? And I teach from the level of that. And what can you do to start to do tiny little practices in your life of just, hey, hold on, can I just breathe here?
Yeah, because you said magic as well, didn't you? You said magic. When you first came on, you said magic.
Yeah, it's all about that. The magical realm is all around us if we know how to access it. And so accessing that magic, that thing that happens between people, between spirits, because everything is spirit, everything that moves and has energy and has the consciousness to do something with their life is part of the spiritual realm. I just teach people to less invest in their physical form. As is said, those that would chase the goddess of money, the goddess of wisdom will run away. But if you chase the goddess of wisdom, money is soon to follow. And in that is the same senses. The higher realms of consciousness are the father of the seeder, the planter of all goodness and all things. And the reward always comes out in the dense physical realm. And if we can learn within our bodies to clean up the dense physical realm, and we can learn in our minds to clean up our thought processes, and then we can access higher beings, higher states, higher consciousness. And we can do this through many different avenues, whether it's creating a sigil, whether it's chanting something, whether it's fasting on distilled water, or if we want to go like super high speed and start to get into urine therapy and looping ourselves and understanding what Orion's belt really is, and Orin, and that connection between the mushroom gods and recreating yourself and becoming the singular source of everything. There's different levels to this, and so I try to teach magic from all of these places: the physical, the very dense, the watery realm, and the etheric realm. And this is where you get the word mystic from. This is what mist is. It's a mystery if you understand that water rises when it gets heated up, and it goes into the consciousness. It goes into your brain. It's called be rain. And the birthing process of bringing rain is to bring down all of the thoughts and ideas into the lower realms and regions. So if I can clean up my memory meaning mem and ori, water and light, if I can clean up the water and the light that comes into my my temple, and this is why you have 2 temples on the side of your skull, the Golgotha. You have 7 entry points: your eyes, your nose, your 2 ears, and your mouth. There's your 7, the lucky 7, right? And then there's 2 secret ones, the one in the front and the back and the bottom. And this gives you our whole completion of the cycle. So if I can teach people how to understand what they're ingesting through all of their portals, and how to digest those things properly and get rid of the things that don't serve them, meaning salts and things that are dead, dead weight, the things that don't actually bring life and light to the body and to the spirit, the soul, that I just kind of link it up to what can you do to physically, mentally, and spiritually improve your life.
Thank you for that. So,
of course.
Super
does that
interesting.
mean I bet you don't eat meat then?
That's a very long subject. I was a very, very strict vegetarian for about 7 years. But then I found that my local environments and the things that I'm capable of ingesting and digesting changed because it's like this. If I walk into a room that is on a different harmonic, on a lower harmonic, and in that room is filled with people with low-level entities, life forms, practices, ideas, and including eating meat. And if I just snub my nose and don't communicate with them and eat off of their plate and eat what has been served to me in their house, then I look like I'm an arrogant prick.
Mm-hmm.
So I've learned that sometimes I do. I walk into places and I will eat of those things that I know are, I care about animals. I'm all for taking care of my brothers and sisters in any way, but I'm not going to change their habits right off the bat. And there's no way I'm going to be able to communicate with them if I don't just, hey, if they're eating chicken wings and I'm at a barbecue, yo, B, throw me some on the grill.
You do it.
Let's get it lit at the barbecue. You know what I mean?
You do it out of respect for them.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So my ingestion habits probably are well different than what I suggest most people should do, because I don't think most people have cleansed their body enough that they can actually process, and it's always a process of digestion. I can digest things quickly, where if someone is already full of the proverbial shit and literally full of things that are clogging up their organs, and the organs are the harmonics you're playing. If those things are clogged up, it wouldn't be advisable for them to eat more of what's already clogging them up. It would be advisable for them to clean out and shine up their, system. That way they can process things easier and quicker and digest them.
Well, I know what you mean, because I am vegan all my life, 43 years. So.
Wow.
And what I found out that, and what I know is that I have very strong bones. I fell down a lot of stairs and bikes in my younger years, but I've never broken a bone. I have one filling in my teeth, one, and all the other teeth are perfect. One little filling, and that was placed in when I was 30 years old. So till my age of 30, I had no cavities, no fillings, and now I have one. That's all. and I sometimes eat candy. I sometimes eat things with sugar, as less as possible, of course. But I always brush my teeth very good, but without toothpaste. I never use toothpaste. Only brush my teeth clean. And then
very smart. Stay away from the fluoride toothpaste.
Yeah. And I also don't drink milk. Never drink milk. I don't almost never eat eggs. And I eat a lot of soya. I eat a lot of corns, all kinds of corns, and I put them often in soya yogurt and let them go soft a little bit, and then I put in strawberries and everything out of my own garden, because I have a big garden with apples and all kinds of fruit in them. Lucky. And I use that as much as possible. And
that's beautiful that you have a garden. That's awesome.
Yeah, I've now about 5 years my own garden in my backyard, and I first got a clean ground. You can your local your local government. You can ask for a clean ground certification. They check if the ground is clean, and then you know for sure that there are no chemicals in the ground. Nah, you never know for sure, but... And then you can grow your vegetables in your own garden. I try, if I could, but my back garden is too small. I also put a water well in it, but that's a little bit too small, my garden, for that. Otherwise, I even put that in.
Yeah, that self-sufficiency, that being capable of taking care of oneself, that's kind of the path that I give to people, and getting to the point of growing in their own garden, not only in a physical way, the way that you're doing it, but in a mental way, because the original garden, the constant gardener, was the creative force that gets you to the point of, hey, now you can grow something, and it's going to be so healthy and so good for you, and not only is it going to feel good because it was produced by you, but it's going to feel good because look at it, it's glowing there. It's like, wow, that's your thing. That's your baby. That's your product. That's what you've, you know, you got producers and then you got product people, you know, people that produce the thing and then people that obtain it.
I am so
I try to teach this from, I teach this from that two levels of, you know, spirit, what spirits are, like it is in the realm, the kingdom of alcohol even, because there's a big use for that, and understanding like the source and the soul of things. The soil, the ground is your soul, just like the sun is the soul, just like you have a soul on your feet. And that soil there is that, you know, the darkness that we're planting things into, and you've already produced and went through the dark night of the soul, as it were, because that's what a seed does. That's what Saturn is. But yeah, also, I'm babbling on, but yeah.
It doesn't matter. But everything I have to spare, because sometimes you have too much, I give to my neighbors as much. And even if I have spare things, I feed it to the birds all the time. Because, I give something, I take from nature, and I want to give something back to nature. So
I take care of the birds here too. I always give
Can
them
I just say that we had a group hangout probably about 3 weeks ago now with Jimmy, who grows microgreens. And the idea was to have another hangout with him, because you can grow these things on your windowsills. You don't need any land to grow them. And you can start growing some of your own stuff.
Yeah, yes, you
Just need
don't need a lot of space to grow things in your garden. Because my back garden is not that big. It's about, I do it in meters. I think it's maybe 6 by 5. So that's not very, very big.
Unfortunately, I live in a flat 3 stories high in the corner where there's a lot of wind. It's not going to work here.
But you only need a windowsill.
Yeah,
but I don't have any room in there. I can barely fit all my stuff. I have like a storage that I need to stuff full with.
Kind of student room or something? Student room?
Sorry?
Studentenhuis or studentenplaats?
Yeah, exactly. I share this apartment with 3 other people. But yeah, it's just, I hope this is not going to be the rest of my living area for the rest of my life. I hope not.
You deserve more.
Thank you. I like to think so. I used to have this fantastic house that I shared with my ex-girlfriend back in Limburg, which is actually very close to Germany. And we had this 2-story house with a garden and everything, and we did like outside gardening and all organic stuff. Oh, I miss it so much. So, but yeah, I definitely plan to go back to that type of setup. It was great. Good times.
How old are you?
Me?
Yeah.
What do you think?
Somewhere near 30?
28.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, I'm 37.
27.
37.
37. Okay.
Yep.
Oh.
Hey, I've eaten organic for like 11 years, and I'm very taking care of my health, probably a lot better than of my integration with society. So, and I live off social security basically, although I try to do as much as I can just to do things with the world and with people and keep active. But I can actually eat organic only living off social security, and that's like a little miracle on its own, because most people don't even eat organic and they can barely get by. They think that it's really stupid things are more important to spend all their money on. So
in Holland, the social security is like you always have not enough money. I think.
I know. I've been suffering financially.
They have calculated a while back that most people in the Netherlands and also in Germany living on social security, they have about $30, you could say, because the euro and the dollar is almost the same.
Yeah.
About $30 short every month.
That's pretty much exactly what I had. Yes, and it's been a nightmare. And I quit smoking pot to save money, and I'm financially stable, and I'm doing great. So
on my social security, and after the euro, I discovered that every year I had a week less money.
Yeah.
Yep. Well, the euro pretty much destroyed our economy. So
coming through the month.
But yeah, because since the euro was put in place, we didn't even vote
to devalue everything we own.
Yeah, we devalue everything because the wages went up. Even the minimum wage went up since the euro was started about maybe 10%, if that's all. And the prices went up about 105.
Yeah, exactly. Everything's
So
just
that's
twice
the
as
difference.
expensive.
Yeah,
It's crazy.
And they found it strange that a lot of people can't get by.
Yeah. Yeah, it's stupid. But yeah, it's just the way it is for now, at least. But I'm getting by, and I'm actually saving some money. I can't believe it that I'm getting by. But living off social security has really made me very strict in what I eat. Like when I look at a bag of candy, I look like, oh my god, if I'm actually going to be seduced at buying that, it's going to be a great financial burden. So I guess that in a way it has disciplined me a lot better to not frivolously throw away money at stuff.
Yeah.
So and I'm now actually having benefits of this. So
what I did when I was on social security was that I worked at a farm from time to time, and then I got free potatoes and that sort of thing. So
that's also cool.
Yeah, I tried to I worked at the farm for and I helped him around, and then he gave me in exchange he gave me food. So
and that's a very good deal. Also, like digging with your hands in the earth is very healthy for you.
Yeah.
So
you just didn't maybe realise it until now how good it is for you. Dig in the ground, everybody. Dig in the ground.
It's literally healthy for you. It's proven. It's proven that if you dig with your hands in the earth, it has like a percentage health benefit for you, and it's universal. Everybody has this benefit, especially when you're very young kids. By the way. So.
Yeah, and indeed. Back in the day, we always played in the dirt.
Yeah.
Now kids are stuck on their mobile phones. Yeah. I don't even own a mobile phone.
I do, but I never have it with me.
I don't know.
They have done it with everything, haven't they? Because doctors now prescribe salt tablets. Cancer patients are they've got a lack of salt, and this is what causes the cancer. We're talking about a lack of unrefined salt in people's diets.
Yep.
And I mean, they salt's bad
I dig
for
into
you.
this salt thing a lot, 1,000 times over. I'd like to explain this to people, and I think it is very, very, very. I think one of the most important things you can understand about what salt is, and it's one of the okie dokies that's played with language and with where it's coming from. It's like someone says inorganic or conventional or organic. From the chemical, from the chemistry term, the difference in salt being organic or inorganic means there's a carbon bond, and then it can be used by the human body. That's why any salt, I don't care where it comes from. Everybody wants their pink Himalayan salt. No, you don't. A baby does not eat salt. Any growing system doesn't use inorganic salts. The only thing that is possibly using the salt is a plant, because it's going through a process which I don't want to get into explaining what I think is going on there, because I don't think photosynthesis is explained correctly. But nonetheless, the dead salt is a salt that isn't living. And then if you consume salt, like the most basic thing you can do is say, hey, they're lying to us about everything, and they're putting crap on our food, and then and we can look at our table, and what's on everyone's table? Salt. We need pink Himalayan sea salt. Well, you know what? I don't live in the Himalayas, and anybody with any
it's not about the salt; it's about the minerals that are added to that, and they are
so
very.
The idea is
refined salt is terrible. So
Santos actually explains a lot about the 12 pillars in the sense of the 12 salts, in where he has a list of
salts and the minerals are actually what's killing.
Of what they are, and what I tried to find out is actually which salt is in which plant, because it needs to come from plants. And that's that it needs to have these organic channel for that.
While we were talking about food, I found out something. You have painkillers for babies, from 9 months and up.
Serious?
You have painkillers, aspirin for babies from 9 months and older. You have them in all kinds of countries, and those are not very good. But
you mean like Calpol?
Yeah, so all those kinds of pain medication for babies from 9 months and older. What they now have in the Netherlands, and Arwjin can check that, we also have it in Germany, is paracetamol. And it's now very popular. They have added a flavor in it, strawberry and banana. And the strawberry flavor for babies from 9 months and older, you guess what the flavor is made of?
Yeah, the artificial what's it called again? Aspartame.
Yes,
right?
aspartame.
Yep,
And the banana is from aspartame and other chemical salt. I can check it.
All the children's stuff is all with aspartame. It's horrifying.
But medicine,
it's like the suntan lotion, isn't it? It's like we're told to slap about a factor 50 on our children. It's all full of chemicals which go to the liver.
Well, they have now even put it in painkillers for little babies. They put aspartame. They put it in everything. It's ridiculous.
2/3 of the supermarket products are just
Sorry, Ceres.
But what is very dangerous also about it, even if you maybe, we know aspartame is very bad, but if that chemical sugar wasn't that bad, for instance, they get so much high sugar at so low age that their whole sugar level is distorted for the rest of their lives.
Yeah.
And the chance of getting too fat and all that sort of things are very high, because your sugar intake, the measurement, is formed between the ages 0 and about 3 years old. And if you, in that period, you take too much sugar, your sugar intake, what you need for the rest of your life, is too high.
Yeah, that's sort of like diabetes, but that's very much reversible. And you're talking about the size of the molecular compound between sucrose and ducrose and mucrose. I mean, it doesn't really matter how they name it. We're talking about the difference between a dead sugar and a living sugar, a dead salt and a living salt. We're talking about things that the body can't assimilate. So the sugars that most people that are ingesting when they're children and throughout their lives, we're taking larger molecular structures that the body can't break down, and causes a lot of chaos in the body. And it's the same thing they're doing with salts. Like if you, that thing you're talking about, like if you have a headache and you need a pill, well, you know where they get that from? They get that from the white willow bark. If you were actually to take white willow bark, which is a living system, and
I
boil
know.
yourself a tea, you're getting the same thing, but it has a carbon bond.
Yep.
And so your body can rid itself, and its half-life. What we're talking about is it
If
doesn't
you have a
store
headache,
itself
try
in you.
water.
That's a good one.
Dehydration is like one of the primary causes of headaches.
Yeah, like 90% or something.
Yeah.
And you don't even realize it. Just take a glass of water or something, refined if all possible, and the headache is likely to go away after.
And also, headaches are caused by stress a lot of the times.
Yeah.
A stressful environment.
Of course.
Every day we need some of those sun rays, though, that they're covering up with chemtrails all the time. But we need sun rays. They're really good for you.
Yeah.
Everything that we're told is the opposite. So they told us that it's bad to go in the sun, but if you can, it's really good to have sun rays every day, 10, 20 minutes of them.
Yep.
And you need
Easy,
sun
and
rays
it's
to
really good.
penetrate your body and enter into your pineal gland, because that helps you regulate your day and night rhythm and the hormone cycle.
If I lived closer to the sea, I would try that sun gazing that everybody's talking about.
Oh, sun gazing is high level cleansing, and you can really get out of body in astral realms and dream a lot cleaner.
I've tried it
a couple days. Yeah,
I've tried it a couple of times when I still was living near the coast, and it is you have to look in the sun the last about 10 seconds till it sets, and then you get a lot of energy for that, and you have to do it barefooted. So the foot must be on the earth or in the sand.
You know what? The most awesome moment
there's
is
a really good.
In the early morning glory. They don't call it morning glory for nothing, because right before the sun comes up, there's this tension, and if you're already awake, you'll notice this moment because you get kind of startled, almost nervous when you experience this, and that's like a really awesome moment to catch the sun if you're gonna gaze into it.
Yeah,
and since you're all into flat Earth so much, that's one of another proofs of flat Earth is how far the sun is away, because there's a reason you have to stare into the sun during the morning or the evening, because it's farther away from you. And they only the very high level masters, as is said, can stare into the beaming noonday sun, because it's the closest, and you're collecting the most ionization from the sun, because the sun is actually ionizing the water in your body and creating your body and creating the molecular structures inside of you. And this is why it's always suggested you start when the sun is very far away from you, or by far, I mean time, like right in the morning, because it's too close and it's going to burn you, and it's actually going to burn off all of the dead things in your body. And if you're not clean, it's going to be burning off those dead salts in you, and you're going to pay those consequences, which is it's not going to feel good.
Yep.
But do it in the daytime. Build up.
Yep. You have to build it up. Here's first a couple of minutes, and then some minutes more and more and more till you get about a half an hour.
Yeah, if you can get up to half an hour, you're well into the dream world. You're well producing lots of dimethyltryptamine out your pineal gland, and you're leaking it into your system.
What I also experienced when I was sun gazing, and I went up for about almost 30 minutes. After that, if you walked in the sun, you also already got more energy. Like it's like the battery is already loaded, and it stays loaded. And if it's going down in the nighttime, and you only walk in the sun, it's already gives you energy. Because,
and
because you
talk about telekinesis.
Yeah, because the energy of you opened the gate in your body to better absorb the sun.
Yeah, that's the giant holographic morphogenetic grid that I forget the guy's name that talks about how different animals could, even if they were blindfolded or put magnetics around them, could still, like homing pigeons, they could still find their way because they were using a reference point that it actually connected to all of their consciousnesses.
Yep.
And if you understand what the sun is, that's basically the electrical grid that we're tying into. And when we charge ourselves up with that, the capacity for the human to explore telekinesis, like when I've done it, I've done so many things that get me to such high levels of magic and telekinesis that I have to back off from it because it becomes too profound. But as soon as I start staring into the sun, I could think about somebody and I guarantee they'll call me. I could think about something and it will happen.
Yeah.
I think you like talking to Matt, Zen.
And it feels like predicting, but actually triggering.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well,
not
it's
prophetizing, but yeah.
Yeah, it's like the path you want to go with your life. It's more open.
Yeah, the sun is the Christ, so
Yeah.
physical.
What I experienced before, I was not sun gazing, and after that, I experienced that the things that came on my road to guide me in the right direction were came to me in an easier. How do you say that? The stream went flowingly better.
Yeah, I agree. I personally experienced many times. I have had like episodes of like panic attack, like depression, like symptoms, and so often during the nighttime. But when the sun would then come up, I would like, and I would be very happy if there were no clouds, because then I could actually sit in the sun and just open myself up to the sun, and that would just load me with the sun's energy, and that would just totally get rid of all the darkness, like the metaphorical darkness I was experiencing, and I will restore, like directly from the sunlight. It's always been amazing, that experience.
Go get yourself a pair of cheap sunglasses.
No,
ZZ Top.
I never put on sunglasses. Never, ever.
No, I'm just
I heard you.
I'm making a joke. That's all. I'm sorry,
Wow.
Arwjin.
I love the sun. I'll never put anything in front of my eyes when the sun is up.
I'll only put the They Live glasses on. But you already have them on, probably.
I think they're probably built in my eye sockets.
Because you're open-minded, you have them on all the time.
Could I just say that Gary has joined us now? Gary.
Hey, Gary.
Hey, Gary.
Hello.
Hey.
Hi, everyone. Can you all hear me?
Yeah, you're a little bit low.
I'm a little bit what?
Your sound is a little bit muffled.
Karen, you might be able to sort that in the control panel if you just turn his volume up.
Thank you, D.
That's okay. But anyway, well, I've interrupted. I'm going to say bye, guys. I'll be back in hopefully about 30 minutes, but I'm going to be as quick as I can, and I'll get back in.
I've enjoyed it.
See you later.
Okay, thank you, D. Gary, I've turned you up now.
Yeah, we'll turn him extra. Where is he?
Okay.
Which one is it?
It's on as far as it'll go.
Yeah, I will put him on now. Try now?
Good or bad or?
Still loud.
It sounds like you're far away from the microphone.
Yeah, it does a little bit sound like you're a long way away. Are you wearing headphones, Gary?
Okay. I'm right next to the microphone now. I'm actually I'm on the headset.
It's much better now.
Yeah, much better.
Is it better?
Yeah.
That's cool. I can't get any closer.
I'll just explain who Gary is. Gary is the person who is creating the first UK Flat Earth conference that's going to happen next year, April next year in Birmingham.
Cool.
Oh, very cool.
Wait, wasn't there already like a meetup thing? I don't know. It might be different from a conference, but I heard that like
Leamington Spa in UK is having a picnic meet in a couple of weeks' time.
Yeah, exactly that one. I've heard Martin Liedke talk
Arranging
about that.
something a bit bigger, aren't you, Gary?
Whoa, that's interesting.
There's going to be 275 people there.
Cool.
So
I'll try to be there.
probably a 4 or 5 core people behind the scenes, and the actual, the audience.
And Gary, what are you hoping to do then? Because you actually had it as a 2-day ticket, but what are you hoping to do?
Well, as you know, obviously Karen, we're restricted on numbers, and everybody knows, but the hotel we've got is really good for and their thing. But the issue is the restriction is they're only going to give us 275 maximum, and that includes speakers and obviously the call team as well. And we think we could probably sell more like 400. But to go and get another hotel that can give us this, there's a lot of restrictions with it. So basically what I've done, I've come up with an idea of increasing the event from 2 days, including a Friday night, and it can be split into 3 sections. And one is like an open night chat with the likes of Mark Sargent and a few others. The second section would be an open mic module. And the third section is where people can show their experiments and their presentations. So it's like an informal type thing. So that would be on a Friday night, and then obviously there'll be some tickets available for people just to go for the Saturday, and some people for the Sunday. But as a rule, it'll be a weekend package. Different options, instead of having 1 or 2 options, they'd have about 5 options.
Wow,
That's impressive. 3 days.
do you want to explain a little bit about the 2-day ticket, Gary?
Yeah, basically what it is, I've got a delegate price from the hotel, which but basically that includes lunch and coffee throughout. So on registration and arrival, there'll be tea and coffee again at lunchtime, and again and another time in the afternoon, and day on a Saturday, another full day on Sunday, and the buffet lunch. But on this Friday, what I'm aiming for is just literally, because of it being the evening, it'd be just tea and coffee. But it's going to be a fluid type event on the Friday, so it's more formal at the weekend, but less formal on the Friday.
It sounds, and it's going to be amazing.
Well, everyone's thinking, wow. But, yeah, so it's taken a lot of work, but just finalising the website now, it'll be about 2 weeks.
Yeah, so it's not quite live yet, is it, for people to buy tickets yet?
No, there's been about interest for about 75 tickets. Interest, but that's obviously going to ramp up when the website is released.
Well, if it's a year from now, can you imagine how much it's going to increase in a year's time? So
basically, what I'm thinking is that if we were in a position that we could say have 1,000 tickets for sale, then there'd be people going that haven't even come across Flat Earth yet. But because we're restricted on numbers, then that can't quite be. But I think it'd be quite exciting that people turning up today don't even realise that they're going to be coming to the event in 10 months' time.
And Zen, we've got Mark Sargent coming over as a speaker, and John the Morgile's coming over as a speaker.
Excellent.
It is. I mean, Gary only started talking about this weeks ago, and he has managed to get so much arranged. So I'm very proud of you, Gary.
Maybe Dave Moore.
Thank you, Karen. So again, Ceres?
Maybe Dave Moore as well.
Oh yeah, sorry. I was just talking to Zen because they're American ones. Gary, say the lineup of speakers.
Obviously, you've mentioned the 2. Allegedly Dave, which is Dave Moore.
Cool.
We've got Del from Beyond the Imaginary Curve, Darren Nesbitt, Martin Lee-Klitisch, and there's Oliver Ibanez Ludlow from Spain, and Franz Heslinger from Holland. There's a few others, but they're on the periphery. Like we said, that you may not be able to attend, so you'll either do a Skype or a video section. And in 5 weeks, so it's really good.
Cool.
Sorry, you just broke off a little bit there, Gary.
No, I'm just saying. I just in 5 weeks, quite a lot's been achieved. But it's all starting to take shape, and the website will be ready in about 2 weeks' time to be launched. It's just finalising details to the web developers.
So this is Flat Earth in the motion, isn't it?
Yes, I'm,
Yes,
I'm really
definitely.
glad things are starting to take off. And like I said, if with Darren coming out with the video and adapting and looking at the square Earth model, and then Mr. Thrive and Survive today, according to the correspondence I've been reading, I think Free Energy is going to come out. He's working on some new animations, and we don't want to argue with people. I love all these people in the flat Earth and stuff, and I think it's a pride issue, and they got to drop their pride. Like Ceres said, don't make it personal, and look at the empirical evidence and think rationally. And once they realize the sun and the moon aren't circling, we can go from there. And there is problems with the circling sun and the moon. That's all we say. And the problem, first off, is the day and the night. We're not even talking about the 24-hour Antarctic sun or anything like that. We have to come to a grips with that reality. We just can't say to new people coming in the flat Earth community that here's the model, there's problems, it's probably wrong, but this is the model we show, and this is the model you're going to go with, whether you like it or not. What kind of options is that? I mean, and then if you ask questions or bring up a possible viable model, the looping rectangular, Arwjin calls it looping rectangular, fine by me. Other people refer it square 4D, and then other people call it the Pac-Man.
It's exactly the same.
Really?
All the same. It's just another
It's
name.
all the same. It's all the same. Just
Yeah, but there's still so much we still need to really discover. I talked about this in my last hangout. It's like there are still clues for us to pick up on, because, well, we are pretty much emphasizing with the 4D square rectangular looping model that it could be looping, and that especially the holographic skies, we acknowledge this. Like, the skies are not literal. They're not literally, sun and moon are not circling over the equator. So that brings out all kinds of possibilities, but there's so much we should still research. Like, for example, that experiment I basically figured out, like, we need to find out with absolute certainty if the North Pole is a magnetic point or if it's a direction, because all those types of clues will help us figure out more if what the real shape of this world is, if it's really a square or it's maybe slightly slanted, like tighter at the north and broader at the south. Because until we get more data and actually are able to accurately measure it, it's all going to be guessing work. It could be circle-centric, it could be squared, could be anything. But what we do know with certainty is that the heavenly bodies are not physical, literal objects. And that's a very important first step to continuing this path of discovery.
Agreed, Arwjin. We agree with that, but several in the flat Earth community fail to acknowledge this. And like you said, they have you believing that the sun's 6,000 miles away and it's atmospheric lensing and you're still seeing a single sun. They refuse the multiple suns, like you said, the multiple moons, I mean the projections of the multiple suns and moons and stars in your own local perspective. And like you said, if it is holographic or four-dimensional or hyperdimensional, fifth dimension, sixth dimension, seventh dimension, this is what people are failing to grasp. So
The problem is like, first you find out flat Earth, you find out the Earth is not a globe, and then there's 2 more globes you actually have to let go of, which are the sun and the moon. They're not literal globes either. It's like you're losing the marbles one by one, and it's like, where are you going to draw the line? And the circle-centric flat Earth classic model just only makes you lose the Earth globe, but you still have those 2 nice globes spinning over the equator.
What a perfect analogy. A game of marbles. You put the big marble in the middle, you draw the circle, and you try. Wow, Arwjin, I'm going to use that one, buddy.
Losing your marbles. It's not
losing your marbles.
It's what it's called. Losing the marbles one by one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. That's a good analogy. I like it.
Very good indeed.
Cheers.
The really strange thing is, if Ceres has got to explain anything, you've got to say, can you think out of the box?
well, the ancient civilization also maybe had that knowledge, because on a lot of ancient sites, the stones are magnetic. Brian Forster, again him, yeah. In his videos, he went to Peru, and he put on an ancient civilization site, put his compass, he put it on a rock and slide it to the left a little bit, and the compass did a 180-degree turn, and then he put it further, and then it turned back to the original north point. So in a lot of ancient sites, the stones are magnetic, but they also are carved out. I think that they are in Baalbek. You have stones near Baalbek, and they have a rectangular shape. And if you put it on the stone, the compass turns 180 degrees, and exactly in the middle. But also there's a cutout at one side, and if you put the compass on the far away from the cutout, it's in a normal position. If you put it on the half in the cutout, it turns 90 degrees exactly, and if you put it at the end, it turns another 90 degrees. If you put it out, take it out, it turns back to the original north point. So those ancient civilizations before the Egyptians, before the Incas, knew how magnetic things worked. So maybe they also knew how the North Pole was situated, or the magnetic north. And maybe it's not a point; maybe it's a whole circle, or maybe it's something else.
So you also believe then that the pyramids were all to do with before the Egyptians?
The pyramids, yeah, the pyramids, were before. They even can date the pyramids. It's guesswork.
It's Atlantean times. You can even see the Sphinx. Yeah. It has drag marks, almost like it's pre-flood.
Yeah.
Because it's in the middle of the desert, and it has such heavy drag marks that couldn't have worn off just by a bunch of sand blowing past it. So it's probably very ancient, like way before humanity as we know it has repopulated the earth. I call it like the Atlantean age, like when giants and miraculous creatures that spawned from, when the fallen angels came down and started to meddle with creation, and all kinds of miracles were roaming the earth then.
I have a theory about, we have the flat earth model with the ice rim, and we also see that beyond the ice rim there's possibly more land. Mm-hmm. What I was thinking about is that maybe beyond that ice rim, as we know, that the Garden of Eden is past that. Because in the Bible they are also told that the humans were put out of the Garden of Eden, and maybe that is beyond that ring of ice.
I'd be inclined to say it's actually in the north. It's much more likely to be sprung from the north, well, those continents that we sometimes get to see the map of. The mountain range with the 4 rivers, that it's from there, because it's always saying like moving outwards.
Yeah.
But
I was just
who knows? Who knows?
I don't know for sure, but that was on my mind for a couple of days, that maybe because we can get past that ice rim, that's maybe why we can get past it, because we are bent from that land mass, that we are bent from the ice rim beyond there, that we can't get there anymore because we are banned from that place. And maybe the ancient civilization had connections with those land masses or civilizations beyond that ice rim on the south.
Let me jump in here. Maybe there's a solution I could offer to figure out exactly the shape of the Earth. Maybe I already know. Maybe I'll just... how many of you here, and this is obviously dependent on your level of disease or harmony or health, how many of you here can get out of body and fly outside of your physical form and go explore the world as we see it from, say, what they would call the astral realm, or just getting out of body? Can anybody here do that?
Well, I don't do it anymore, but
I can do it for a short time of period.
I've had a huge experience of that, but it's like a long time ago.
When I was younger, it was they even thought I was autistic because I was out of my body too much. They thought I was daydreaming, but I was experiencing another world outside of my body, and I was often sitting in a chair, very quiet, and I was absent of their surroundings for sometimes an hour, and then my dad had to shake me, wake up, because
you'd be in a trance, right?
Yeah, trance. And when I was young, it happened when I was a little bit bored. I went into the trance very easily, and now I have to because they want to on school they try to unlearn that because it was not good, because you were absent in the classroom all the time, and I was not with what they were teaching. They try to unlearn that thing, and now I have to learn to get it back like the way it was.
Yeah,
I've got the same experience. Yes.
As they say in the land of the blind, the one-eyed man is king. But I would suggest that in the land of the men with 2 eyes, the man with 1 eye is king.
Yep.
And in that sense, it's the same way that we're out here. And remember when you all came to the point of going, oh, the earth is flat, and look at all these things we didn't see. And these levels of, a lot of people call it awakening or spiritual growth or just cognition or consciousness to different levels of things. What if we're all, to a degree, diseased or not harmonic in our consumption in our mind, and the reason we can't see and know what the shape of the earth is completely, absolutely, is not because we're not looking in the right places, but because we're not capable of comprehending it. It just like I've seen, it's like if I go to a doctor, if I go to an ophthalmologist and that ophthalmologist is wearing glasses, I have to be suspect of what he actually has to provide me. If I go to a doctor and I'm balding and he's bald, I'm like, what could he possibly know? What could he provide me with? I find that this is a lot of what we deal with in the spiritual community, as well as the flat earth community. There's a lot of people out here that are repeaters and saying things, but to actually access a have a gnosis, and the word gnosis comes from the nose because the nose knows gnosis. I can smell something, it goes directly to my brain. I'm dealing with source code vibrations. So if I can do things that you can't, say get out of my body, say you can do this. For me to take you to that place, I can't necessarily, I could tell you all day the earth is flat, but if I can't show you the path to get yourself clean enough to get out of body to see it for yourself, then it makes no difference. So I say all this to, I give you that long thing to say maybe some of the ways that we're trying to deprogram and learn people something is coming from the wrong paradigm, forgetting how we learned it ourselves.
Yeah, that exactly. Because when I heard for the first time about the flat Earth, it was like I always knew it.
Yep, me too.
Yes.
Yeah.
When
First time somebody explained it to me and I saw it, and I thought, what? I know this all my life, but I've forgotten that it was like that.
I actually knew it was flat pretty much from the get-go, but then when they told me that outer space wasn't real, I disbelieved it because I couldn't say goodbye. That's how it worked with me. Took me a very long time to get over space, basically.
Yeah, especially as it's been a part of your life since you were a child,
Yeah, watching cartoons, outer space adventures, all that stuff. I loved it so much that just once I figured out that's never going to be real, that just was such a heartbreak that I couldn't get over it. So I just said, no, I'll forget rather than enjoy
maybe
all of that.
Yeah. Maybe it's not 100% real, but maybe it's spiritual. Maybe it's spiritually a bit real.
No, but that's called fantasy, and that means it'll still exist, but it'll only be in our minds and in our visualization, but never in the physical world.
What's in our mind, as they say, what is within is without, and so there is an outer space, there is an inner space, there's an understanding, there's an understanding, there's an overstanding, and the things that we believe, we concrete it down here, and I can say this because I have very well, I walk in other shoes, I walk in other realms.
Yeah.
This life is just one thing I'm doing right now, and there are other places I am that I'm doing things when I go to sleep at night, or maybe even daydreaming in a chair, that I'm actually as physical as this. If anybody's familiar with Neville Goddard's work, and he tells a really great story about showing up in a realm that is as absolutely certain as this one. Like right now, are you dreaming? So it's exactly. So
I know, but it doesn't make it real. It just makes it more real to our senses than this physical reality.
That's a. What do you mean? It doesn't make it unreal. If I'm simultaneously living two lives, meaning here and in a realm that you don't know about because you can't get there, because you're not there, you're discounting the validity of that realm. Even though I can taste, touch, and hear, I can read books and bring information from this realm to
the
that
other
one,
way around, because we can go to that
It's not
realm,
another way around. It is a totality.
When you're there, you can't, and you don't have a physical
experience.
body to fall back on, then you can't get here.
I do. No,
but you still have a physical body here. If you don't,
yes,
then
and
you
I
can't
have
come
one there
back
as
from
well.
there to here. No, you
but I have
you
one
still
there as
have
well.
it here. Yeah, but that's not relevant to this case.
How is that not relevant?
Because you don't have a body.
How do you define relevancy to your
That's just the way.
How do you define relevancy to experience? Experience is what you can bring information. Everything is information. It's information gathering from the atomic structure of everything, which is the mind. What is within the mind is without the mind.
But it's
So
a
what's
simple
above
fact.
is
If you
below.
don't have a body, you can't get back here. So
yeah, exactly. So, but I do have a body here and I have a body there and somewhere else. And just like you have multiple bodies. Yes.
but that makes this reality real, because when you have a physical body here, you can get there. But if you don't have a physical body, you can't get there to here. And that's just a basic given. That's how it works.
Okay.
That's how I
But I was trying to give it from a sense of understanding if we're living on a square object or a flat object or a circular object or the back of a turtle. Like those are just as space cadeted lunacy ideas as living on a circular ball flying through outer space. All of these things are because there's nothing that's verifiable until we start to use tools outside of our own senses.
But
Well,
it is
if I have
somewhat
to use a telescope,
verifiable.
if I have to
We
use
can
a
verify how the things work there in the spirit realm by comparing our experiences. And if they actually tend to turn out the same thing, then you have something to triangulate this sub-reality by. And that makes it more tangible. So I disagree. If we can compare experiences on the other side and they turn out to be quite the same in many factions, then there is more solid information to go by. If everybody had completely different experiences over there, then you have nothing to compare it with. So,
well, I'm not saying there's another side. I'm saying there's multiple levels. I don't think there's sides, this or that. I don't think there's living and death. I think there's like levels to your experience and realms you live in.
There might be multiple dimensions beyond the physical, but it's always beyond the physical. Physical and the non-physical, and in the non-physical you can get all kinds of depths.
Experience. It's not about that it has to be the same one to actually concur as the same in where we are here, because it's all a different place in that sense that everybody has its own unique experience in that. But the experience itself shows that it is there.
But there are still some elements that you could go upon together if certain elements within that other realm are the same.
When you go into
in an outer body experience, and I've heard many people explain to me their outer body experiences, and they seem to be like the same thing almost. But
I wasn't saying out of body. I was giving other realms and saying there's another body that you live in. A literal another physical body. This is why I would suggest listening to Neville Goddard.
Yeah, but
I think that the Mayan said, and Lakesh, I'm another you. I'm living your experience right now. I'm just not on that wavelength.
What I think,
and so I was only using all of that to try to give a perception to the idea of objective, subjective realities, and how much can we really look into this, the shape of the earth, and how at what point is the only thing that matter is, hey, those people were full of shit and lying to us, and let's just stay there and go, okay, they're full of shit, and now let's all come together as a community, and like, hey, what's more important, us planting a garden right now to grow, or figure out where the cliff is to the next dimension? Like, that's irrelevant. What we need to do is, like, literally as a community, start to figure out what's right in our local environment. We have to stop pulling out rulers and telescopes and microscopes. Those are all tools that have no use or bearing in giving us any kind of experience other than what's millions of miles away that have nothing to do with us.
I disagree. I fundamentally disagree with that perspective, because getting healthy, getting self-sufficient, all that stuff is required to go out further, get there in one piece, and do more research. So you need to be self-sufficient, you need to be healthy, and you need to fix your place of living to actually go to the edge and find it. So it's all tied in.
Can I just say
we're not disagreeing. You literally just repeated what I just said. I was saying none of getting out there matters until we can take care of the plot of land in front of us. That's exactly what I just said.
That's not how I. But if that is what you mean, then I agree.
I don't know.
Yes. I didn't hear it right then, but yeah, I thought it just didn't matter. But it does matter. Going out there and doing those measurements definitely does matter. But it's not going to work if you don't fix yourself
once you don't need eyeglasses. Yeah, exactly. This is in fact, if you go back and listen to when I was asked what do, I teach about fixing your internal environment first, so that way you can have the tools correctly within your environment, so that way when you look through a telescope or a microscope, that your eyes proper function, that the proper functioning of your eyes and your brain give you back the results that you're looking for, that actually are the truth. Because if you have a skewed eye, if you have a skewed perspective, then those tools mean nothing. Getting to the end of the earth means nothing if your friends and family are sitting here just dying because they're eating GMO corn. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Could I just say one other thing, Arwjin, without being like whatever the words are, but you are very rational about your thinking, and you want to separate that spiritual side to the other side. That's what you said on this hangout. You said it last hangout. But for a lot of us, this whole thing about flat Earth is a spiritual journey as well.
Yes, but it is it as well. But I want to separate the physical measurements and the actual literal shape from the spiritual awakening process. That is always going to be right along it, because as we are figuring out more what the literal Earth is, we're also figuring out that it's getting more surreal, that we are stumbling across new psychological barriers we need to overcome. But I would like to keep that very literally separate from what the actual physical measured shape of the world is. Because if you start to mingle them in and not separate them clearly, then you're going to get stumbled into confusion. And that is what I experience.
Well, it's also, if you want to explain to other people, if you explain it literally first, they are more likely to understand what you are talking about, because often if you are beginning with the spiritual side first, by forehand they think, hey, he's crazy.
Yeah, they're going to find it vague, and
yeah,
lots of people out there are conditioned, and whenever things are getting spiritual, it's all relative. It's not, it's just a personal experience, and they're not going to take it serious.
Now you have to provide them with concrete evidence first, and after that they learn and they accept that what you are telling is a new vision. After that you can explain the more spiritual side of it.
Yeah, because you have this foundation of the literal.
Yeah.
And it's just like you can't start out talking about flat Earth to somebody because they'll just associate you with being crazy. But if you first share with them very useful, concrete knowledge that you have about, for example, healthy living and food and all that stuff, and then talk about flat Earth, then they'll have this foundation of like, hey, this person has actual knowledge and wisdom. Maybe I can trust him about this flat Earth thing. So it's the same thing, basically.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's like the Beyond Imaginary Curve does. Huh? He goes on the street to people and explains it with drawings, explains it very literally to them. And if they are understand that point of view, after that he can give a more spiritual side to it.
Yes.
But
So
because a lot of people are not spiritual.
Or they're conditioned to stay away from it,
yeah.
Basically. There's people have a lot of trouble with it.
Yeah, a lot of trouble.
What I found was the data of what Google has, or 2/3 at least, hides.
Yeah.
And that's all I did, finding the data.
Mm-hmm.
And the data itself is created out of probably sonar reflection through the seas, and it's probably done by the military, etc., because they are the ones who are capable of going there, because they're the ones actually protecting them.
Indeed. But I'll keep mentioning, we really need to get there and actually try to compare what we're going to stumble onto with this map.
Plus the military are using a square map.
Data maybe, but so far I get mostly the data is maybe a lie, etc. But what I figure is the only thing they actually lie is about the data. They use the data themselves to actually create all the misleading models.
Well, they're taking measurements and then they're manipulating that data. But the thing is that this space that you discovered.
I want to explain the trick here, what they actually did here. And this is tangible and visible data. It's not coming from somewhere out of nothing. It's not created something. It's out of the military sources who have actually explored the world and who are actually creating their own maps, who are actually correcting distances. The same as the photograph is just in XY coordinates, exactly in the same distances.
Yes, basically, Arwjin, it's the photographic part of the evidence that proves this part that you're seeing now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then this is what I mean. This is something we can all do with a drone. If you've got a drone, I know it's something that we haven't all got. I haven't myself, but we could get a drone up to the height of the photograph right above your house. Ceres could literally put, if you gave him the longitude and latitude, he could put your house up now and show it as it's shown on the raw data. And you could get a drone, you could take it up to that height, make sure obviously it's not got a fisheye lens, and look down, and you could see for your own eyes that you are seeing what is shown in front of you.
I know. Yeah, but I believe that. I believe at least from the middle part, because I can compare it to what we already know. But the two spaces in the north and the south, we have to have some kind of comparison, and it doesn't seem to line up with everything else that I've seen from what is out there in the north and the south. But I'm very curious, like, which one is it going to be? But yeah, to actually figure that out, we'll have to gonna go there and do some physical measurements and see, like, hey, like, this thing is literally like this, or wait, it's something else, and apparently we misinterpreted it. We don't know this.
I haven't even looked at it yet. The actual details. I'm the only one actually looking at the details.
No, I've seen your the 3D, the spatial model of that thing, and it's very fascinating. But it's very hard to draw any tangible conclusions out of it until we get some extra physical measurements outside of that model.
Before you go any further, there's a very irritating background noise.
Yes, I can hear a bit of lagging myself. I was going to say something.
It's somebody grinding his coffee or so.
No.
It's gone now.
Oh, yeah.
It's gone now.
I think it was from Karen. Maybe a car there or
It
something.
wasn't me.
I plugged some headphones in, maybe. Hey, see if it happens again, guys. Hold on one second. Is this what's happening?
Yeah. It was you.
Yeah, that was it.
There? Yeah. Sorry about that. I plugged in.
Well, you
Can I
didn't
just
know.
say that the information that Ceres has found isn't exactly hidden, but nearly everybody won't have seen it because you have to find it and get it.
Mm-hmm.
It's in Google Maps, but it's just not on show for everybody to see. And in it,
be a hacker to actually get it.
it shows.
Get it.
It's very fascinating, but I just need more data to actually compare it to something else, and then
Ceres is doing the pixel side as well, so there isn't just one bit he's doing,
I
and
know.
all the pictures fit in.
I know.
And Arwjin, don't get me wrong, I'm right there with you. I want to get out and explore and get some physical data myself, so I am there with you, don't get me wrong. But for now, this is the best I've got. I just haven't got the money to go out exploring.
Well, I've got some pretty damn good mapping from several different people that point out that there are these islands there at the north that aren't shown on the regular map, and it seems to be the same every time. That's a pretty damn good indication to me that there are multiple people, not just one computer doing this giant scan, that there is something out there that multiple people seem to agree upon. So that is very tangible evidence to me.
And Ceres' map shows land to the north, just above Russia, if you look.
Yeah, I figure also it doesn't end there at the first square beyond.
Could be. Could be.
Well, in a sense, there is just no real
I'm
edge
open to it.
in that sense.
I am open to a, I say 32 sections to the north and to the south. You say 26, and you base that upon your multi-dimensional theory stuff that I have a very hard time getting my head around it. But it could be. It could be 26 sections. Maybe it's 32 sections. Maybe it's something spatially so surreal that we can't even imagine how that actually works. We're not going to find out until we actually go there and do some real physical measurements.
Described, and it's basically realizing that the 3D construct is part of a hyperdimensional construct as well, and where the square Earth is in play with the circle energies, heaven. The square is the fixed, and the circle is the dynamics.
Sure.
And then, the second one is I only wish I could get a 3D orientated mind into a hyperdimensional site. I guess this is where we have our pineal gland for. It is all next level. Seeing.
I can try to imagine it, but my instinct tells me that I probably shouldn't, because it will just confuse me and derail me from staying into the tangible. which I'd like to be, because I really want to measure this Earth out.
It's no black magic.
Hmm?
This is no black magic.
Not
This-
saying it is. I'm just saying that the way that you're thinking about it is.
Did someone say black magic?
Sorry, there's someone in chat called Flat Enough who's saying, has everyone seen the Google Earth strip they forgot to edit out? I'm not sure what he's talking about because I haven't seen it, but I don't know if anybody
Yeah, he's
else has.
talking about the north and south section. Of course, forgot to edit out. It's a mystery what that is, but it's very fascinating.
Yeah, they
Hey,
forgot
how long are you guys? Sorry to interrupt. How long are you guys gonna be on this chat for? Because I'm gonna go grab a snack, and if you guys can be on for a little bit, I'll come back on.
Oh, we will hear. We will
Yeah.
hear.
Okay, sounds good, guys. Hey, I had a lot of fun. Thanks for chatting and inviting me. This is really cool.
Yeah, it's good to have you.
You're welcome.
Good discussion.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
thanks for jumping in, man. You've been a great panelist.
Yeah.
Cheers.
Yeah, we'll chat soon, guys. Cheers, y'all.
Right. Yeah, indeed, the in the north and in the south, both you can see there's a lot of editing on Google Earth also, and somebody even point out in the North Pole that you have a very large line across the whole North Pole on Google Earth, and if you follow that line, you see all kinds of different structures.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was very fascinating, that part. I saw that on Wakey. Did a video about that. You know what I really find fascinating about your Google map here is that the South Pole continents are so freaking huge.
Yeah.
It's like it's the entire crossing of northern Russia up to India.
Yeah.
It's that wide. Just that section alone is huge.
And
It's
also
incredibly large.
Also on the South Pole, there's a lot of more ice. On the North Pole, you have Greenland a little bit ice, and above Russia a little bit ice, and beyond then there's no ice. And on the South Pole, you have one big wall.
That was well widely known that there is no actual ice cap in the North Pole.
No.
That's one of the first things that has been dispelled in the course of the Flat Earth Awakening.
Yeah.
But it's remarkably large, the South Pole.
Remarkably
it's incredibly large.
Yeah.
I did actually was talking to Zen, and I wondered why he wasn't replying to me. It's because I'd muted myself.
Oh.
Or
Yeah, he said he had to go eat something, or he would come back in half an hour.
Yeah.
The North Pole's another lie.
Yeah.
Well, it's not an ice cap, whatever it is. It might be the mountain range with the 4 rivers, or a bunch of islands, or well, who knows. We're gonna have to get there to figure it out for sure.
So what do you make about them always talking about the magnetic pole thing is always moving, and it's moving every year or something? I mean, as we're on something stationary, it can't be doing that then, can it?
Who's saying that? Seriously, who is been saying?
Now on the Discovery Channel, I also seen a documentary of indeed the North Pole being on a different spot every year almost, and they had flags planted in the North Pole.
Yeah, in the ice cap, right?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, though that's so reliable. That is absolutely
that's
trustworthy.
not reliable at all, but that's what they are feeding the masses to be true.
Yeah. Well, there's been this story for sorry, interrupt, but there has been a story for a long time in the globe knowledge, like, oh yeah, the poles are gonna shift, and this is gonna cause this giant pole shifting cataclysm, like a giant natural disaster. There was even like repeated often up until the point of 2012. So it might be part of just their scam. Basically, like, oh yeah, the poles are shifting. There must be something gonna happen right now. It could, but all be nonsense. I'm not even certain that there is an actual North Pole point at this moment. I would like to measure this, like figure this out if it really is a point or if it's a direction. Because I'm not too certain.
Yeah, you could figure it out if there was a point if you actually went there and you go to the North pole, your compass is pointing to it, and if you go past it, the compass should turn around.
Yeah, that would be one way of doing it, but there's also a way without actually going into that forbidden territory on our Earth. By going on a straight line and see if the North Pole starts to shift in direction, basically, on that straight line. So that's a way to do it without going into illegal territory.
If the angle changes.
Exactly, yes. So,
you know, one thing will never change? The polar direction. That will stay north in parallel direction, no matter on what longitude you're, no matter
that is, but that's a theory. We don't know because we orient ourselves by the North Pole. So we're not absolutely certain until we go by an absolute straight measured line. And then we can know this for certain if it's pointing always to the north, no matter where you are, or it's actually pointing to a point that should make the northern direction shift on your compass as you move across the straight line. So we still have to find out for certain if that really is the case.
Talking about Ceres, not the poles. I'm talking of the magnetical direction. I'm talking about the Polaris direction and the star center.
That is a good point. Yes, although I think it does kind of coincide. Like Polaris is, and the stars in general are related to the North Pole or the magnetic direction at least.
No, it's not the magnetic. It's always parallel, and no matter where you are, when you move from longitude to longitude.
Exactly. So it's a great thing to test at the same time as you do all these experiments. And you could bring a gyroscope with you as well, and you can do 3 flat Earth experiments all in one as you travel across the land.
With buildings, football stadiums, etc. On Google Maps, what were always east, west, north, south, exactly orientated on the photograph. In that the photograph itself is also always north, south, squared in the straight direction.
Well, yeah, it's great. It's such a precise giant map, but still, it's all come through a source called Google. And I personally believe that we cannot rely solely upon one source, and we should definitely do these physical experiments in person, and then compare that data to this data to see how reliable this data really is. Because it's fascinating and it's giant, but it's not the only thing we should go by. So, but it's great.
Where this data comes from, it's always the same source eventually, as it is military, private in that sense.
Indeed, but the problem is that the military is also NASA, and we know that they love to lie and even hide lies. And
I know one thing: they lie about the data, and so far I never have seen this data before in my life.
Wow.
This is the first time I actually have an elevation map of the whole world complete.
It is fascinating, and it's really cool that you have stumbled upon this and worked it out as you have. So keep up.
Billy, have you got anything to add to that, Billy?
No, I can see it. It has to be that. That's what the military uses, NATO uses. People know what the shape of the Earth are, especially NASA and the military. Absolutely. They have the military grid system. One person was in the chat and said that he was in the military, and they use the grid, the grid system, the square grid system of locating themselves anywhere on the Earth, and that's how GPS uses the same grid system.
Yeah,
on how to triangulate.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's a very good indication that the squared for the Earth, I'll call it this in this case, is probably closest to what we know to be correct. But still,
right.
There's more to research. There's more to discover.
Yes, there could be. I agree with the 3 square theory. There could be, the 3 rectangles where the land mass is in the center, and there could be the same size rectangular above and the same side rectangular in the north. Now, whether that's land, ice, water, we don't know. Or there could be pockets of water, pockets of land. It
Or
very
a
well
giant landmass with a bunch of rivers. Who knows?
Absolutely. It very well could be. And that a bunch of rivers that keep all the waters flowing, keep all the current, and it's what distributes the electricity to promulgate the division between day and night, and always keep the loop moving from east to west.
Maybe. Or
I don't know.
that's one possibility, although I don't think that what is above the surface is probably directly, I don't think that is directly related to how the star heavens work. Might be, but it will be very complex to figure out. So, but we'll probably stumble upon the connections between the heavens and the earth in that sense, in that holographic sense, as we go along, as we find out more data, find out more details. Definitely. I'm convinced that we will eventually find that connection.
Flat Enough says, it's not a secret that the military uses a flat grid. There is no mention of curves or acceleration in any manual. Temperature, yes. Magnetism, yes. Turbulence, yes. Curve, nope.
Flat Enough. Do they actually use a circle-centric map or the square map? Because I have heard that they also, in strategical planning rooms, they like to use a circle-centric map. Is that true, or has that changed over the years? Do you know anything about that?
Flat Enough, we're asking you a question. Got to wait for him to reply in the chat room. Oh, he has. The military operates more like a, what's that? A mindset and less than an institution. They will not share their map with you. This is not their function.
Yeah, but they do have to go on some kind of a map to plan out location stuff, right? Like the generals, they have this mapping room, all that stuff. What is the map that they actually use? Do they use a circle-centric map, or do they use, like, well, a 4D square map? It would be interesting to know. And has it changed?
He says the ones I have to do with the assets you have.
Which
well,
assets?
I know during the Civil War, I know this is pretty ancient, but they always used the square map in the Civil War. So,
is there any way that Flat Enough wants to come on the Hangout and just talk a bit more about it?
I was just about to type that into chat, Karen.
Minds think alike, hey D. We'll just wait for his answer now. We've got
yeah, see, circle-centric more likely. Yeah, I've heard that too from many, even people that were on that were interviewed by Mark Sargent, and that he referenced, said that they actually used the circle-centric map. And I heard it even on the Alex Jones show, referring to certain things at times, that they do use the UN map, as they like to call it, and not a globe.
He says if you already know your territory, you just add the territory to your grid. And he says he's very shy, but you don't have to come on with your face showing if you want. You just come on to talk. Flat Enough.
I just rant on my channel. Do you do things on your channel? I'll check out your channel. Haha, I know who you are now. Oh, wait.
He says it makes sense because you know how far your cannons reach.
Okay. Has a few video. I don't know how many subscribers Flat Enough even has. Just seem to have a video.
Flat Enough, are you just going to stay in the chat room then? Come on. Sorry, dudes, he's not coming on. Oh, well, thanks,
yeah. Thanks for the points. It's very helpful to get this information. So thank
Yes,
you.
thank you. Yes, thank you. It's an interactive team over here. We use the people in the chat. We use people on Facebook. We use people on YouTube, and we're all searching for the truth. And Arwjin can testify. It's a pretty relaxed group over here. We don't like arguing. We like to listen.
You guys are very tolerant of me.
We love you, Arwjin. I love you, buddy.
Yeah, we're trying to build a community, you know, there's no point if we're arguing, we can discuss, and sometimes just there are things that
I can't hear you.
You're breaking up.
You're breaking up.
Your sound is breaking up, Karen.
Yeah.
What, even now?
Yes. It sounds like a connection problem of some kind.
Yeah.
I can't leave the hangout, can I?
You could, if you then log back in. It'll
Wait
stay
a minute.
up.
She's running the hangout, though.
Yeah, but that's possible. I've done it too.
Yeah, if you run the hangout and you get back after before about 15 seconds, you can get back in. But you don't have to get out longer than 15 seconds.
Am I right now?
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll just stay in here and the hangout will keep going. So.
Yeah.
What I'm saying.
Here you have your external chat open.
Sorry, Ceres?
Oh yeah, make sure that you have your external chat already open.
Yeah.
Open the Hangout.
Yeah, don't close the window.
I've stopped being funny now. I've forgotten what I was saying, so it doesn't matter. What was I going to say?
I was kind of talking about how nice you guys always are to me, and I get it on other hangouts, but I've had more than often that I get into trouble with like the guy running it because I talk over them or that kind of stuff, and I can get kind of like petulant sometimes.
Carried away.
Well,
and over enthusiastic and a bit dominating because.
We're trying to build a community.
Yeah, but you're great at it. I feel really appreciated here. So thanks for always being so nice to me.
And the only way we're going to do it is if we start understanding each other better, or the information better, you know?
Absolutely.
Well, Arwjin, you're just passionate about what you want to bring to the table. So that's why you are. That's why how you are like you are, and I appreciate just you are being yourself. And some people are more passionate, and some people are a little bit more upfront, and that's their character, and there's nothing wrong with that if it's sincere.
Mm-hmm. I try to be as sincere and in how do you say? I try to uphold my integrity as well as I can. I think that ArtesLiberals is having some feedback.
Maybe what needs to happen is we do need to keep talking about this for a bit longer, because this is what's, how can I put it? Lots of us have watched videos on YouTube for months on end. Some of us, like our group, we've already been having hangouts, but there's not really many platforms for people. Like we've added Arwjin and how did you say your name on artists?
ArtesLiberals.
Artists. Yeah, we've added one tonight. So you've had the voice today. Arwjin has the voice. You know, there's new people in our hangouts, so we're trying to get to know more people. Maybe we just need to keep talking a bit more at the moment.
Your sound is still terrible, Karen.
Arwjin, is now the feedback a little less?
Yeah, I don't hear the feedback anymore, but Karen's sound is still totally jumbled. I really should try to log out and get back in again.
Okay, I want to test the feedback. If it's now, it's good, eh?
Now, I do still see sound, like the stripes. You can see when somebody's making sound. I constantly see sound feedback from ArtesLiberals somehow. Yeah. I don't know why.
That's all. That's why I always turn my mic on mute when I'm not talking.
Yeah.
Am I all right now?
You're still totally jumbled in sound.
Yeah, that's that speed up mode what you have.
Anyway, I need to go to
or catching mode, kind of that the audio is catching up and then speeding up.
Yeah. Yeah, I felt also a little bit delay sometimes.
Sometimes, yeah.
I'll just have to let you carry on talking then.
Yeah.
Am I right now?
Oh, you have to rejoin
No.
it.
Yeah, it's still there. Also, did you guys catch, if we want to fill the time before she gets back, also catch that pyramid on the South Pole, those videos? I stumbled on a lot of videos about the South Pole.
All right.
Yeah, and there was a pyramid on the South Pole. I've seen a lot of videos, and if you type in on Google, you will see if you type in South Pole and pyramid, you see a lot of pictures of a pyramid on the South Pole that was uncovered because of a storm. And it was accidentally in a picture of some people were exploring on the South Pole. And they later made more pictures of that possibly pyramid on the South Pole. But it's not sure, but I'm just curious if anybody else heard about that. Or it's about the story.
I don't know. I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah. If you type in on Google South Pole and pyramid, you instantly get those pictures.
Yeah, you typed it already.
It's possibly just a mountain, but it looks like a pyramid on the South Pole.
Where?
If you type in South Pole and pyramid, you see the pictures.
Oh, that one. Yeah. Yeah, I've seen it.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Arwjin.
I was filling the time before you get there.
Yeah, what is it?
Can Karen add herself again and drop one without
I
losing
can still
her?
see her in the panel, so.
Just try it.
Oh yeah, the sound
break
still.
the whole live stream.
If she just has the code to share to join the panel, basically, like the codes that she gives us, if she just keeps that code around, she can basically get out and then log in with that code again onto this panel.
Yeah, I figure when you have this,
just don't click on end the live stream. That's the important part, because that actually ends it. But if you just go out of it and then use that code to get in again, you should just be able to get in the panel again.
Only the hang up button. Leave call, and then rejoin through the Hangout plugin.
Yes.
If you're still there, just click the green video, and then you're reopening the same Hangout again.
Yeah, just make sure that whatever you click, if there's a warning like it's going to end the Hangout, then don't do that.
I tried.
You sound good, Karen.
Oh, good then, because I just sort of put the link in again. But I tried. It wouldn't let me. It said join the Hangout, but I joined as me.
Whatever you did, you
all right now.
The sound is completely fixed.
It's fixed.
Oh, thank goodness.
Yes.
Welcome back.
Yeah,
Sorry about
welcome
that,
back.
buddy.
Well, you're not the first one who has that problem.
Always has to be a bit technical, doesn't there?
Maybe.
It's all those satellites.
Yeah, all those satellites there are probably not in the sky. Those cell towers they're built everywhere. Maybe that's the case. They don't. No. They don't burn.
Sometimes they just go out of sync with the signals or something.
Maybe. Yeah.
We have too much interference with signals, don't they, for them to be what they say they are?
Yeah, but it's also strange when I'm living, well, a little bit isolated, but my internet connection is still as good as that I was living in a crowded city. It's also strange.
Well, you don't have the interference of buildings all around you, which
No.
function like, well, big metal plates that are cutting off the signal. So
I think the first cell tower telephone maybe is a kilometer away.
oh, well, that explains why you have such a clear signal.
That actually isolates these signals. And guess why they actually pulled out the lead out of paint?
Yeah.
Because it's actually isolating your house.
Yep. And that isolates the signals and electromagnetic and all that stuff. ArtesLiberals, I'm having this terrible feedback loop from you.
Still?
Yeah.
Kind of background buzz.
Yeah, that's all. That's my mic problem. I have another mic, but I have to try it out because it's a new one, and if I plug it in, most of the time, I can't hear the other participants.
Oh.
So I will look for that other mic, and I will be back as soon as possible.
Okay. Try to please mute your. Yes, exactly. Ah,
Thank
no more
you.
echoes.
Yeah, echo.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
nice
I
on
was
the
talking
ears
to,
right there.
Oh, sorry. I was talking to Ceres on the phone. Well, I don't know if you're allowed to do that in England anymore, but anyway, we were in a car, and the amount of times the signal dropped, didn't it, Ceres? Every couple of miles. As I hit a little mini tower as you're going through the country to the towns. It broke like every 5-10 minutes, didn't it? The signal dropped as I hit another little tower, what you call the masks.
When it's switching masks, yeah.
Yeah. By the way, just a little tip. I don't know how sensitive you are to phone radiation, but actually phoning inside of a moving car is very unhealthy because it requires extra signal strength to communicate properly. So it's going to go full blast. If you keep your phone against your ear while you're driving, that's extremely unhealthy. So don't do it prolonged times. So just my tip.
Right.
It's mostly off hands, even because she's driving.
Yeah. If you keep it like a meter away from you, like in hands-free set, that's already a lot better. But it's best to just not move around while you're phoning on a mobile phone. So just my little tip. I digged into that specific subject for a while. So I learned a lot about it.
Just like they said on the Star Trek, it's called the Mind Sifter.
Well, the phone radiation actually does function on the wavelength that is the same that your brain functions and communicates internally with. So it's a direct disruption of your brain patterns. And that is also why prolonged exposure can damage your brain so directly. They didn't have to do that. They could just build that entire thing on a different frequency, and then you wouldn't have any negative side effects from it. But no, they had to choose that one frequency that interferes with your brain because they're always so nice for us.
I think if you turn the television off, it does help rather a lot.
That too.
I really think that they're doing things through the television and making people zombies.
In that sense, Organite is really the thing, if it really works, to catch up all that bad signals around you.
I'm just going to get a drink, so I'll be back in a moment, okay?
Was that one laying around? So, have a snowball, actually.
The television is also proven because it's like ew, nice. it's a flickering frequency, the television. It's never a straight light. It's always flickering, basically, because of the frame rate that it produces. And this is even like on your computer monitor, you can see like the frame rate that of the light that it produces. And this flickering rate has also a direct influence on your brain pattern, but through your eyes. So as mobile phone radiation and Wi-Fi influences your brain directly through just the frequency of your brain, the light from your monitor and your television also influences you, but through your eye nerves. And well, that's how they like put in a bunch of subliminals, and sometimes you, for no apparent reason, get like this flickering, like in a commercial or at the start of a program that does all kinds of weird subconscious influences on you. And there's been elaborate research about how that works from out of the CIA for like 50 years, like how that works. And it's widely applied these days. So that's just another one of those weird little things.
Yeah, it's a good reason to make your TV a monitor.
It's a lot better than a tube television, although, yeah, who still has a tube television these days? But still, even with monitors, it also has a level of flickering. It has a flicker rate, and that brings you, through your eyes, brings you into a specific frequency. It attunes you to a frequency.
That's why all your flat screen televisions are rectangular.
That's why I believe in the rectangular looping model. That's
Right.
why.
Oh, that's why the 3 squares were pushed to 2.
That's right.
That is freaking hilarious. Now that is a conspiracy theory, dude.
I mean,
I haven't even thought of that before.
If you see the formula itself, how they actually do it, and how you translate this y value into the latitude value, and what the bending of that is, how they twist the inside out and push it outside, bigger, and then well, the whole top is getting pushed in as another effect of that wave.
So I wonder if, like, the known square continents, like if the Earth is indeed squared, 4D squared, if like the land size of it all would be in the measurements 4x3, like our monitors. I'm kind of curious about this now.
Yeah. So far there's 1x3, but
No, but like not the entire measurement, but if you would cut it up to the known continents and then the northern and southern edge, is that actually a 4x3 square? Basically, that would be interesting to figure out. Because anyway, maybe it has some kind of psychological reference, and that is why they chose these monitor sizes. So who knows? Always so many reasons to everything that they do that's hidden from us.
how does this look? That's the edge. You see just a little more.
Okay. Well, if you didn't count the giant ice sheath of the South Pole edge, then I guess it would be a 4x3 rectangle, more or less. Although, yeah, it is a landmass out there, so that probably doesn't work. Anyway, it was just a thought. Sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't.
Funny how the square actually. You have between the north-south of you have actually 2 pillars in north, in where you have a negative and a positive of a negative. In a sense, you have in the north minus, minus, and minus, plus, and then in the south plus, minus, and plus, plus. And how you can combine 2 polarities in 4 different combinations. And there's
spread that over each pillar, and how it also shows in the elevation data itself. As in, this is the huge mountain and this is a valley, and then in the north you have that here is a deep rim, and then here a mountain range under the sea, and this is minus minus, this is plus plus.
Okay.
And, these are just the pillars, and if I completely draw the flower of life in the second circle from the middle, then I have also the other side that it actually etches exactly here in the middle of the wave and there in the middle of the wave to this particular color change edge. Then I have actually 4 points forming a ruit. Oh, what is the translation? It's also a square in a sense, and each side.
A spade. No, wait.
Spade.
Is that a spade? What's like the twisted square? What's that name, guys, in English?
The triple triangle, or the double triangle, with the base on each other. Point to one below, one up. Nobody knows?
I should catch up on my English geometry. What's it called again, that shape? Two triangles next to each other. It's like a twisted square. Has a specific name. Come on, guys. What is it?
You can Google Translate as well.
Oh yeah, you could try that.
So what were you saying, Arwjin?
The name of this shape.
Is it the tetragrammaton or something?
No, it's the two triangles with the base to each other, with the point up and the point down.
Oh, diamond.
Not a square, a pane. Diamond. Diamond here.
I don't think that's exactly it.
Rhombus.
Ah, that could be it.
Rhombus, yeah.
A rhombus.
Right.
Yes, I think that is it. Let me check it out.
And rhomb. RHOMB. US.
Let me see if that is it.
Looking at Ceres'
Yes,
work
that is
there.
it. The rhombus.
Antarctica is really high, isn't it, Ceres?
Well, yeah. What
On your data.
I wanted has 4 faces. In that sense, that you have the 4 angels of the 4 pillars who have each 4 faces described in the Bible in that sense. And so far I figured it's all electromagnetic in nature, but you see it also on the layer of earth, water and air. And earth in this case through the elevation data of how the earth actually forms in up and down sense, the 3rd dimension. And all I did was actually get as much color into it so that you actually can see the difference between the elevation data. So the colors themselves are not really having a meaning other than that you have lighter colors for land and darker colors for sea. Everything below sea level.
All right. Hey, ArtesLiberals dropped off.
He's probably adding his microphone.
Yeah.
Ah, there he is. Back.
He's back. Ceres, is it worth you just showing your photograph of the 4 pillars?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah.
That other microphone didn't work. If I plug it in, YouTube doesn't recognize it as a microphone.
Oh.
But I will sit as far as away from the microphone. Maybe that helps. Is this better?
Yeah, it's better at the moment.
I was going to say, it might be just easier to mute yourself unless you want to talk.
Yeah, that's what I was doing all the time, as most as I can. But that microphone, I bought a newer one, but if I plug that in, I can't hear you anymore. So I have to work something out for that.
Yeah, that's cool. We get these technical issues quite often, don't worry.
Yeah, I bought a brand new mic, and it has an USB plug. It's a very good mic, but it works on everything but on YouTube.
You might need to go into the options and figure that one out.
Yeah, it doesn't recognize it. I've changed the option.
We have some microphones. Some people can't get on the Hangout. Some people get on easy. It's all strange how all that happens.
But I'm sitting now a little bit further away from the microphone. Maybe that helps.
No, I don't think it's your distance to the microphone. It's the sound that we're hearing from your speakers that is feedbacking into your microphone.
I'm wearing a headphone.
Then it's just really weird.
Yeah, it's just a little hiss that's going on in the background.
I can turn off my headphones and for a minute, and then I talk, and you will maybe hear the difference. Okay? I'm plugging out.
Maybe it's me.
I'm plugging now my headphones out, and maybe you can hear the difference.
You know what?
Okay.
I'm gonna leave the panel for a moment and then try to get back. Okay? See if that helps.
Shall I first plug out my headphones because maybe
No,
that's
you just stay in here, and I'm gonna leave and get back and see if that actually fixes the problem. Okay. So
well.
Thanks, Ceres. Just wait a minute till they come back.
Yeah. But did you know did you ever have seen the site of Brian Forrester?
Brian Forrester, no idea.
It's a very interesting site, and he visits all the ancient sites to show evidence of cataclysm, and also about old ancient civilization with high technology. Well, it's very interesting. If I have on my channel a video about Brian Forrester with the link below it, so it's one of the last videos.
Put it in the chat. Put it in the chat.
Oh, his name, okay. I will mute my microphone.
my leaving and returning didn't help the problem, by the way.
No, I think it is Arwjin. I mean, sorry, I think it is Artes. Whoops, wrong A.
You were both A's.
While he's doing that series, do you want to talk about the picture that you've got up?
Yeah, the 4 phases. Yeah.
Could you explain what's underneath the series? Because people might not recognize what they're looking at. So what's underneath those crosses?
North side. The north stands with a little part of the looping on the right and on the left. I don't know.
So basically, our land is underneath that picture. It's just you've got your flower of life, the tree of life, all these other things on top, but they're sitting on top of what we're living in.
This is all below sea. And the 3 is where the pillars are, within the first square in the middle. And the 2 is a shared position. And the 4 is also a shared position with the looping. And then the 1 is on top. And then you have 1, 2, 3, 4 as the 4 flower of life crossing points of the triangles. But together they form the the rhombus. Back to the image. Where's the
Uh-huh.
I can't recognize any of the land masses from the coloring below. It's like I don't even know how to relate what I'm seeing here with the map that you showed before, the Google map. I have no idea what this is I'm looking at.
Basically, the map you were looking at is basically that he was showing you just a minute ago is underneath all that.
Yeah, but I don't recognize the shapes. So it seems like a totally different thing. It has same colors, but it's not the same shapes.
Show him that one, Siri. Show him the other one, the bluey one.
This part is what you see here on top.
I'm not only seeing your icon now, not shown.
Oh, don't I share?
Oh, wait, it's still going, I think. Wait, no. Well,
Right. Yes, Ceres.
Okay, go. Oh, yeah, it's still the same. Whoa. Ah, where's my image? The top side, the top square is this, where the yellow lines are.
Especially you're looking in the north now, Arwjin. This isn't part of the continent you're going to recognize. This is in the north of the image.
I could also do this in the south. It's exactly the same circle, but then on the south side. I've only done this on the north as an image so far.
oh, it's only on the thing beyond our known continents, you mean?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Oh, okay, that explains. So it's, yeah, then
That's why
I
you can't-
can't find any reference points. That's logical then. Okay.
But the world is south in this case.
All right.
Kijk, the 1, 2, 3, and 4 are the crossing points of the flower of life interference patterns, and those I take as the points of the rhombus, the rhomb, and I figure a face is also a face of when you take a square, it has 4 faces in that sense. And in this case, you have also 4 faces between the 4 points. Figured 4 faces of the 4 angels who are each a pillar of the earth.
But I don't really see any correlation between this flower of life pattern that you overlaid it and what's underneath there, the points that it's on. I don't see any correlation to this. Sorry for being such a...
You mean recognizable land points in that sense?
Even in the coloring patterns beneath it, I don't see any reference points to these exact locations of that flower of... I just didn't get it. Sorry. I didn't get it.
Yeah, it's probably would be best to actually build it on the south, because there you have this particular mountain in where it actually lined up with in this valley here.
That would be very interesting to see, because in this it's just
Those
I just
are
don't
the
get
4
it.
pillars. The 2 at the top and the 2 at the bottom are the pillars, and 2 of them are on Antarctica, and 2 of them are above Russia, wherever it is. Yeah.
Wait, on this one I can actually recognize the continents within them. So
Yeah, is that better for you? He was looking at the top bit, but that's the 4 pillars.
yeah, but that's kind of interesting. So you think that those are 4 pillars? The southern ones are actually on the Arctic ice land masses, basically. So there are reference points there that we could go to actually see if there is some kind of a physical pillar there or a heavy electromagnetic phenomena that we could, well, declare a pillar of some type. This here is actual tangible connection to your theory. And I'm very interested to those tangible connections. So,
Yay!
I believe as the sun and the moon are going straight down the Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn, that the pillars could be under there, and that's what causes the amalima, increase of magnetic tension and the decrease of magnetic tension, back and forth.
Okay.
It could be the water current circling underneath the pillars, like you said, Arwjin. Underneath the earth, the water circles underneath the pillars, and maybe the current changes from north and south, and that's what brings the sun and the moon north of the equator and south of the equator.
Oh, that theory about the water moving underneath the firmament under the earth, it's very ethereal at this point. But that theory,
Yeah,
what I base that on is just it all moving in one direction. So, like a giant, like the Earth would be resting on a giant river, basically, that's going in one direction. That is what that concept was based upon, because that could then create an electromagnetic field through the running water. That would transcend the Earth. It would just go through everything, and that could be a cause of the magnetics that we know of. But it's very ethereal. It's very hard to prove even. So.
Yeah, it's so. If you take the 5 elements in that sense, the earth, water, air, fire, and ether, that earth is the underlayer in this, and that's what we see as well in the elevation data, because there's nothing deeper than 10.5 kilometers below sea level so far.
Well, as far as we have any control over, there has never been any mining operation that went deeper. And maybe they are or did do things, but they're not showing us. That's basically it. We don't get to go there. So it's very hard to prove anything beyond that point.
Well, before the flood and before it rained, they said the water came up from the ground, and a mist came up from the ground and watered everything.
Really?
In the Bible, I'm saying.
I thought that the gates basically in heaven opened up, and like water from above came down.
Yeah, yes. I'm saying before the flood, before it rained, before that happened, there was a
when
mist.
The water during creation, you mean?
No, in the first, before the flood, there was just a period of never rain.
Artemis. Yeah, really bad.
That was nasty.
Google.
Yeah, before the flood, when Adam was in the garden, there was a mist that came up. It never rained. There was a mist that came out of the ground and watered everything.
So like a precursor, like right before the flood happened, there was this mist thing.
Yes, that's how everything got.
That's how the Bible at least describes it.
We've got a bit of feedback here happening, guys.
Yeah, who's doing that?
Yeah, Arwjin. But there went up a mist from the earth and watered the whole face of the ground. So how the ground got watered and all the vegetation, there was a mist that came out of the ground. It didn't rain. In other words.
Okay. Well, that's interesting. Never heard any reference about that, but interesting to know. It might be a clue to, it might be an important clue. By the way, I've also heard this theory from people, from blood over intent people. I don't know if any of you have ever heard about that, but through some
quasi-luminous? Yeah.
Huh? Yeah, no, well, not class. He's like a bit of a kooky guy. But there are others, like people that talk about this. David MacD, for example. And what he says is that the sunrise basically brings down a watery mist. So maybe it's related to that thing. It's still very mysterious. It's very hard to figure that one out. But it's like the first time you mentioned this, and that immediately made me think about that.
Well, Arwjin, he did open the floodgates in heaven, but the fountains out of the ground came up too.
Mm-hmm.
So water came up out of the ground, and water came from above and below. from up below.
Okay, well, could be. I'd be very interested to see where those fountains then originated from. So
Right. So
maybe it was from the sunrise that sprayed like unusual amounts of water. It was like that, or maybe it was a local location all over the place. Maybe it was the place where the water goes in and out through the tides. Who knows? Could be all kinds of things.
right.
It's interesting.
There's a whole ocean world above,
Yeah. Well,
completely connected with the rest.
on this case, what Billy
It just says the fountains
it's
of
two
the deep
different.
vocal.
It's two different points, apparently from below and from above. So who knows where those points from below actually are, where that came from?
Right.
That would be very interesting to look into at some point.
If I'm looking two-dimensionally to this particular map or the elevation data, I actually see in the south that you have the ground, middle as a tree, and then the top into the heavens. How the elevation is built up. There's a deep sea just beyond Antarctica, and then the lands themselves come very high up and are almost flattened out in that sense. And you have half that deep part in the north, about 2-3 kilometers below sea. And that's the whole 24,901 miles.
Okay.
But yeah, so far there could be a lot of ice as well. That you don't see as the elevation.
Hey, you turn the panel on. Come back.
Somebody said something then.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, no, I coughed and I just apologise for interrupting. I didn't realise I was unmuted, so I just muted myself again.
Oh.
Try not holding the hidden so long.
Oh, we're being visited by Brenda, a infamous Glober.
What, on the chat?
Yeah, but don't mind her. Doesn't mind. Doesn't matter. She's very vindictive of flat earthers. But that's what's happened.
Well, the chat room should stay nice because we're on zero tolerance for rudeness in the chat room now. We've done a few hangouts now and live ones, and people who are just rude can't stay because this is a flat earth talk. Sorry, just saying that.
She's been relatively polite so far.
It's open for everyone, you know. We're not all going to agree. Even the flat earthers don't agree. Everybody agree together, but about some aspects of it. But we can stay nice to each other because it's the only way is to get a better understanding.
Indeed. Even if we have globe earthers in the chat, they can sometimes provide us with the information that we can use to find more truth about all kinds of topics.
All kinds of aspects.
Yeah. Sometimes you don't have to agree with somebody 100% to still learn some great things from them. And if they are polite in that and they represent themselves in a polite manner, well, that's okay with me. But if they're gonna curse or act like a dick for no reason, yeah, that's on themselves.
So I shouldn't feed the trolls, but I can't help it.
Nah, I don't pay attention. Patricia said on her live hangout, I posted a nice comment on I thought there was an imaginary curve that Patricia from the Flat Earth and Hot Potatoes pointed out his channel, and that's why I found his channel, and I put that in the comment section. For hey, it's nice to see your information on your channel. It's nice to how you go on the street and talk to people about the flat Earth. And then some troll put almost half a page of things about Patricia's theory, that she was a man and all that sort of strange.
Oh my goodness! I had an interview with her last Friday, and
Yeah.
she's lovely.
Yeah, she's very lovely, and some troll put all kinds of garbage about her under my comment. That was nice, and I didn't pay attention to it. And I never
Yeah,
pay
they
attention
did that to me too once. It's like
I never pay attention to those trolls. I say often say, okay, that's your point of view. Have a nice day, and that's it.
yeah, there are some trolls out there that like to build fake accounts that have almost the same name and use the same
Yeah.
icon and then spam all kinds of disgusting stuff. It's really annoying when they do that.
A while ago, I had other guy that was called also 7 ArtesLiberals, and he was at the same icon. He copied it for me, and he was going on the other channels, rotating as me, and giving foul comments and that sort of things. And that's why I stopped for a while with my truth channel, because, and it's strange, you surpassed me in subs, Arwjin.
Ha ha ha.
But it's very easy, because
I'm
I'm
very
stuck. I'm stuck on 250 for the most of the time. I just hit 300, but
Oh, congratulations.
I promise you, about a month or so, it's down to maybe 250 again.
Oh, really?
That happened to me a couple of times. I hit
Weird.
almost 4 years ago. I also hit 300. Then I was down to 250. Then they could go and again up to 270. Then down again to 250. Then they get up. And that's happened to me because I have my truth channel for about 6 years. And I only have 300 subs. That's a
But it
little
could
bit
be
low.
that some people are just divided about the subjects, and then they first come across you and they think,
Yeah.
oh, this is really cool, and then they run into a certain subject that they don't like, and then they say, oh, I don't want to have anything to do with that.
Yeah, that's going on for about 6 years now.
Oh, that's a long time.
Yeah. My first
Anyway,
video,
I'm at 306 right now, so I'm very happy.
I'm at,
It's a new record.
I can check it. I'm at, maybe
Thanks,
it's,
whoever is subscribing.
yeah. I was up, I had, and don't look just now, I had 304, so I will look how much I have now. Let's see, my channel. 301. I went down 3 again. So 301.
I noticed the other day that my numbers went down. I suddenly lost about 5 or 6 people,
Well,
and then it went back up again.
I think there's some people that for some weird reason get auto unsubscribed. This is very weird because I've heard this before. Like, hey, for some reason I unsubscribed again, so they subscribe again once they find out. That's just weird. But there are also there are fake accounts that people just, I don't know, they go around, they scout or whatever, and I don't know why this happens, and they subscribe en masse, and then eventually they just unsubscribe again. I don't know why that is.
They subscribe so they can leave you negative.
I don't know. I don't know what they do.
I have it all the time, and I have it about when I first started my channel 6 years ago. It went up and down and up and down, and not 1 or 2 subscribers. Sometimes 50 down, 50 up, 50 down, 20 up, 50 down. I don't know the reason, but maybe it's some kind of trollers that find it humorous to subscribe and then unsubscribe.
That problem on Facebook, aren't they?
My Facebook account, my other Facebook account, I subscribe to Flat Earth No Trolls, I don't know if you know that channel. There's a lot of subscribers, and I put in some comments, and then one day later, my Facebook account was deleted by Facebook because of violating their rules. And I had that Facebook account for about 6 years, and suddenly after I joined the group Flat Earth No Trolling, my Facebook account was deleted by Facebook because of regulations. So I had to make a new one.
Well, I think we do other things. I don't know about anybody else, but as a group, about 6-8 weeks ago, we could see the views. We could see people viewing the posts and all that. All that's disappeared off my group and off my personal. When I look at other people's Facebooks and stuff, they still have views on it. Facebook said it's a technical problem, which they're having, and they're having a difficulty sorting it out. But I reckon they're going for the flat Earth groups.
Yeah.
I've noticed in the last few weeks that some of these groups that I joined, they are not going anymore.
No.
Which ones?
And, I'm not sure, because once the group is archived or something, then I just unsubscribe, and I can't remember all the names because there's so many flat Earth groups at the moment.
Well, be very careful to join flat Earth groups, because sometimes they flag your channel and then your channel is gone.
Whoa, really?
I've joined the Flat Earth No Trolls. You have, I think, 2 channels on Facebook that are groups on Facebook that are called Flat Earth and No Trolls, and I joined the one with the most subscribers, and I put in some things about Flat Earth, and then one day later my channel was deleted by Facebook because I was violating their rules. And I had that Facebook account for 6 years, and one day after I joined them, it was gone.
Was it under your real name though? You got very funny about fake names. You know that you have to use a name.
Now I have the same name I had with my channel now. I have ArtesLiberals, and I had the channel for 6 years, and it was nothing wrong. And one day after I joined them, my channel was deleted by Facebook because of violating the rules. So that's very strange after 6 years. Come on.
Well, I don't go to Facebook ever, so.
No.
It's like ever since I heard that Facebook is basically the place where you report yourself to the police.
Yeah.
Basically.
Whatever you post on there, you officially do not possess it anymore. So if you draw pictures or you make a painting and you post on Facebook, then you lose officially your right to possess it. It becomes Facebook property, including photographs. So I stay the hell away from it.
Yeah.
Digital, you're allowed to stay.
Well, after my channel was deleted, I just made a Facebook account to, send messages to some people, and that was it. And most of the time, I don't use it anymore.
Well, I just think that they're trying to make it difficult for flat Earth groups. That's what I think. I can't believe that, you know, on my big group that, or my bigger group that all the views have gone. So I can't see what the group's doing, which you could sort of see because people would obviously the views.
Okay.
You got a lot of real good views, Karen, on Sunday night show. So.
Sorry, what's that?
You got a lot of nice views on Sunday night show with Mark Sargent, Santos. Yes.
Yeah.
Really nice.
It was good.
Got some nice comments too. So.
Yeah, we've got Santos back on Friday.
I see that. Back. Can't wait.
We were going to have Santos on last week, but he had a few technical problems. He needed to update some stuff, and we had that person there. His name's Matt. He wants to show and talk to Santos about a bit of his work. And then we couldn't get Santos on, but we have now because he came on Sunday. So we've rearranged that hangout for Friday with Matt.
If you take that torus field that he was showing, the torus field up and down, and just turn it sideways. And there's your north and south. And there's your fields right there, all pressing in towards the equator. That's why you get the star concentration in the straight line on the equator. So circular heaven, it doesn't have to be a direct circular above us. It can be a concentric donut-shaped circle running two of them, pressing towards the middle, north and south with the concentric north pole, almost like a scroll roller, like rolling a scroll, and it's always unrolling east to west.
Oh, there you go. Ceres is showing you.
Well,
Just-
what?
It's just a thought.
I can- It's kind of blurry. But... Okay.
Oh, my camera is in mirror. I've mirrored it somewhere, but I can't remember where I did.
It's okay, Ceres. I'll put the picture on you.
Yes, I see it. There you go. That's it.
The
Pressing towards the center.
The pink is the fourth dimension. The fifth dimension is the blue one, what is actually going from one side to the other side and back again as a circle. And then you have the sixth dimension, what is the upwards one. And this is then the east-west one, in that you can go the circle, that you go the circle this way. And then you have the circle that goes this way, but then through a whole donut to the other side and back again. And that's the fifth dimensional one. And then the sixth dimensional one is just the upwards and downwards. What is the green circle in that sense. And then the seventh is the one what contains that again. That's how I can draw it in 2D eventually.
You compare it to the seven chakras. I can compare it to the seven spirits of God as well, and that's in the Book of Revelation. The seven spirits of God.
Or the seven snakes above Buddha.
Yes.
And in the complete Fruit of Life drawing, I actually see that you have seven heavens in a sense. If you take the map from the worlds beyond the poles, and where you have a heaven above and an earth below, and that as a circle, and you place the earth on the earth, but then in mirror form, upside down, then you have a heaven above and a heaven below, but then in opposite, I suppose, the hell below. And out of that, I built the complete seven circles of the chakras, and that you have three-dimensional as well of the other axis, upwards, sideways as well, and that forms the complete Fruit of Life. Top, you have seven heavens as an edge, and that's where, and together with the seven snakes of the Buddha, same thing actually.
Oh, who knows? Who knows how, like, the over dimensions, the other worlds, how that actually physically ties in through a formula. It could be that you're definitely onto something with all of this. For me, it's just very ethereal. It's like trying to prove heaven with mathematics. It seems kind of weird. But who knows? Maybe you are definitely onto something with that.
Exploration, because I just found that I happened to stumble on this data. Or that data just makes me think about all these connections in here. Because the data is in that format and it fits all. It's so automatic in a way that I really don't know why it all fits, but it seems to fit all.
the Buddha, the flower of life, probably the whole Vedic model.
Those connections are clear.
All kinds of things you can put in there. I can put so many things in there that you can't even see the drawing anymore. And this is why I've probably figured to actually make one of 7 of those triple triangles wide in everyone their own overlay of what you can actually fit in there.
Yeah, but geometric patterns, all that stuff, especially in occult, I get that. I've been doing my own research in that, and just intuitively, I get that you're definitely right about that. But to then overlay that on the physical non-Earth, that's just one step that's where you lose me, basically. But I definitely subscribe to multidimensionality and this concept of patterns, even, how do you say, with the, I don't know the word for it. No, just like the Jewish mysticism, all that stuff. Everything ties in. It's all basically the same type of pattern. Yeah, the Kabbalah map, all that. It all ties into like the same type of structure of multidimensionality, one way or the other.
So far, I needed the analemma and the tropics position to actually figure out what the actual position of the flower of life core center was. That actually lined it up with the elevation data, and that confirms then the elevation data. So you need the analemmas, the flower of life, and the elevation data together to actually see it.
Well, but who knows what that means? Maybe they just used that to encode it.
I don't know. Those are suspicions.
Exactly. We don't know.
So far, I have confirmed that things are lining up. The why they line up is still another question, of course. So far, I found an edge. So the question is, what's beyond that edge?
Mm-hmm.
I figured through the pattern of flower of life, I need at least 26 of these squares to actually finish the whole circle in the same sense as in the 4th dimensional sense. The flower of life pattern demands it in that sense. It's not me, it's just logic of how the flower of life actually works. Yeah, so far, try to confirm at least the first square, because then you have at least also probably the second square. If you ask me, is there this particular Mount Meru realm? So far as see, we are in north completely connected through the sea. There's no real physical barrier there. So far I figure only a magnetical one.
Yeah, and well, that is where you then lose me in the sense that that doesn't line up with, well, all the maps that I have seen from multiple people that do draw out this mountain range that is over there. So that doesn't line up with that concept.
So far, at least not the really old ones, the reasonably new ones are all coming from the square. And I tried to figure out when they actually knew this, and I don't know how far this GPS thing goes back in history. But I figured then they actually developed and the ball and the circle together as a couple.
That's definitely a possibility. Like they probably needed to develop the circle-centric model first, if just to develop a ball. So it might be like a step in between to basically imprison us within these continents. That's already a theory that's like pretty much widely accepted by all flat earthers. Like even Mark Sargent in his Flat Earth Clues talks about this, that it's, yeah, whether there's a firmament out there or not, the ball has been created to imprison us, and how they designed the ball is by using the circle-centric map and then folding that into a ball. So it would make perfect sense that the circle-centric map was designed to do that.
That's the whole thing behind how they did the trick. I figured out this particular one formula is also a formula where they actually hide. Looking for how to translate this, it's very hard to find. It took me 10 years search at least to actually figure out what formula that was. Just by some guy who actually mentioned a particular function within the application code itself. And I searched that into the code and found out what the whole formula was. It was completely spread through the whole code. Out of the code and made my own functions for it. And I used their own mathematical method to actually translate the whole thing between GPS and X and Y coordinates.
Right. I was just referring to the maps that were used basically by sea travelers and everything, and how they came from the circle-centric model into the globe model. I'm not saying that, yeah, Google scanning and such, GPS, that's kind of more recent. So, yeah, I'm not saying that they based, yeah, it's more recent. So they didn't do that back then.
It's actually the true history as well.
Sorry?
It's also a question how much of history is actually true history, you know? So far they can say they have used this map, but who has actually confirmed this? And so far that you can be sure that it actually happened.
Well, yeah, that's the whole question. Like, how much of beyond 500 years ago, how did that really work? And there's also a theory that a certain Roman emperor decided to stick 1,000 years in between of history to segregate what he deemed more relevant recent history with what he deemed totally irrelevant, and then put that into far history, basically. And then redesign culture in that fashion. It's a genius move when you think about it. But there's all kinds of stuff that's been changed throughout history probably, and we don't know what really happened. We just know it's very unlikely that there's millions and millions of years in the way that it is described. It's probably a lot shorter, and if there's a very big far history, then there's probably been all kinds of giant, completely wiped out histories of previous civilizations that we never ever get to hear about anything close to that, because it's probably consistent of giants and all kinds of weird dinosaur riding human civilizations and all that stuff that they really don't want us to think about. So could be all kinds of things in the far history that we never hear about.
The Golden Age, and then the Iron Age, and then the Golden Age. And
yeah, that's all made up. That's definitely made up, that stuff. Like that's based on like how civilization developed the technology, and it's just complete horseshit.
No, it's the spiritual cycle of man, as far as I got that particular story of these 26,000 year cycles.
Yeah, that's also a thing, but we don't really know for certain what physically happened back then. And there could have been all kinds of civilizations that been wiped out, like we talked about on this hangout earlier. The Romans even and the Egyptians, they built upon giant buildings that were already there. So who knows what was actually in that age? Could it be incredible giant civilization with flying technologies? Like the whole concept. Have you ever heard of this? That they found in South America, these shapes that seem to be almost like airplanes without propellers, that have this shape of fuselages that are just like not birds at all, but they seemed like personal planes. So who knows that they had all this kind of incredible technology back then, and it just wiped it all out. They just don't want us to think about that, because it'll give us too much independent technology that doesn't correlate with their control system. So who knows how many and how big civilizations were out there back then. It's just all taken away from us.
We're taking it back.
Oh yeah, we're discovering it back.
We're
spreading it through the internet.
Frequency. I figure frequency itself is the energy, no matter what medium you use. It's energy in that sense.
Frequency is a method of transfer, that is for sure. It connects us through frequency. We even say this in a spiritual sense. We get connected by getting onto the same frequency, and it is also energy measurable. The Tesla the high voltage electricity system is also basically a form of frequency transfer. So there are so many ways in which frequency is energy, is connection.
Like all plants are different frequency.
Yes, that too. And you have the Schumann resonance concept, all of that. It's so many things.
I think all your humans also have a different frequency.
Definitely.
Like all humans are look different.
This particular antenna wire can produce at least 0.5 milliamp on 220 volts. And it's purely based on the 50 hertz EMF field around the load wire. The only thing you do is actually connect it to the earth. And between this and the earth, you can run your circuit.
And what is the amperage on that? Because voltage...
Half a milliamp.
Half a million or a millionth?
Half a milliamp. Milliamp.
Ah, okay, yeah, exactly, because voltage can be very high, but the amperage is, yeah, if it's extremely low, then...
Build this up. I've built this up till 10 milliamp. And on the 10 milliamp, I ran 3 halogen power LEDs, a whole range of about 30 or 40 LEDs. And I was loading up 2 12-volt batteries at the same time. And the light itself was so bright that I figured that can't be 10 milliamp. It's way more.
Okay, well, you should definitely go out and demonstrate that sometime. Take that stick, put a lamp on it, and stick it in the ground and film it as you're doing it. And that will be very interesting to see, because that's pretty incredible.
This is a wire with the earth. This is tapping in. What this does is tapping into the 50 hertz AC frequency.
Sure. Well, if it can burn a lamp, I would like to see that sometime.
I also saw on the internet that somebody put his USB stick of his mobile phone into an orange, and it even and it worked, and his mobile phone was charged.
Cool. Yeah, I've also heard like putting 2 wires in a potato.
Yeah, that also works. Somebody posted it on the internet and showed his mobile phone, plugged it in an orange, and
it sounds so silly.
And you can see the battery was recharging.
Cool.
So it works.
It is kind of typical, because an orange is basically, orange juice is acidic, so that kind of relates to that. But this construction that Ceres has made, I'm very curious to see that in action. I've also been experimenting with creating, well, crystal batteries, as that is called, to create some kind of power. And I also got measurable power from my creation at the time. Whoa, what's that?
Glitch.
Can you hear me typing? Sorry. Was it me typing?
I don't know.
About 1 milliamp for a single antenna, one of the largest, I guess. 270 volts. Something.
That's pretty good.
This is this.
And how is that wire constructed? Is it like circled around a single thing, or what is that?
I have a roll of 0.2 copper-coated wire. I wind that around a 0.4. That I wind around a 0.7. And
now I see.
Black wire. And the black wire I wind around that again. And then I have a kind of DNA coil of 1 single antenna wire. The 0.4, the 0.7, and the 2.5 millimeters I connect as the load wire. And then the 0.2 becomes the earth wire, in this case, the yellow-green wire.
And that goes over a diode bridge to make it DC AC. And on the AC, 3 power LEDs burning, and then on the DC, I have the LEDs and the 2 12-volt batteries running at the same time. And that from just only the EMF field of the load wire of your house network.
I do see like a battery plugged on there. Do you use
Yeah,
that as a loading thing? Or how do you say
Those are
to fill the
12-volt one.
Okay. But that would produce its own electricity. You would need to power that up.
I'm loading the batteries.
Oh, really?
I'm not using the batteries, I'm loading them.
Well, I'd like to see that setup without the batteries in there at some time.
You have all kinds of antenna wiring tests and combinations, etc., to figure out what the good thing is actually to go in the direction. The first things was I used a brass bar, and I wanted an antenna around that. And that was the basic idea I got from internet from somebody else who built something with 84 bars, etc.
Cool.
And he used 0.4 as the antenna wire, and that was the idea it began with. And I was searching, and eventually somebody in the electrical store told me that the more ohmage your copper wire has, the more it acts like an antenna.
Okay, so it's like a multi-dimensional coil, basically, what you built. It's pretty interesting that works. It's good to know, because that's like a design concept that you could like increase more and more and more. If you could like build a giant mechanism of this, you could basically create pretty heavy electricity then out of nothing.
Yeah.
That's fascinating.
To use a 0.1 antenna wire, but that is so fragile that I actually need a very steady winding tool to actually create the antenna itself.
I wouldn't call it zero-point energy. I would rather call it utilizing the geomagnetic energy.
Yeah, there's a bit of feedback coming through there, guys, whoever that is.
I don't know.
It just comes. But anyway, carry on, Arwjin.
Ah.
It's not me because my mic is muted.
No, it's
not you.
Somebody's blowing in the mic.
Oh, that's me. Sorry. But yeah, it's fascinating. I never figured that out. Like coils, if you like coil around something, then coil around that wire as it is being coiled around something. Multi-dimensional coiling, that could definitely work. That's
made it.
You got it.
More power out of it.
That's it.
Huh. Cool, and that could catch the magnetic energy from the Earth, basically. I don't call that zero-point energy because it's not coming out of nothing. It'll just catch the magnetic energy of the Earth then.
What I have here is 220 volt as an input, but the frequency getting through it is when I go through the diode bridge, it's 100 hertz direct current pulse instead of waveform. What is only what is going up and down. You have only one.
Yeah, the AC.
You have a kind of wave pattern, but then only on one side, and that's 100 hertz. But the thing is, it's the frequency itself of what actually creates this movement. Which I can actually have a direct current through it, that you have a flow in one way to the other one. But it is based on the AC current, what is created through the 50 hertz AC pulse, what is on the load wire itself. And the load wire, you can actually measure with a particular tool. When you go near it, the tool is going to beep. And this is how you find your electrical wires in your wall, for example.
Man, I wish I met you like 10 years ago when I was working on that kind of stuff. It would be a lot more helpful than what I got to.
I was just working on this while Flat Earth came around, and then Flat Earth became a little bit interesting.
Yeah, it's fascinating because I did some stuff. I basically based my works on not on wiring as much. I based my works on sand, like certain types of crystal and sand. I ground up. I used ground up quartz crystal and sand in certain combinations, and then even cement, and then filled up a, how do you say, a aluminum ball with it, and within the center a copper ball like a receiver, and then that also produced very low amperage, but it did actually produce just that simple basic setup. But this type of enhancement with the wiring and everything and coiling, that it's fascinating that it works so well.
I think you have to meet Alan as well. He is working. He gave me a new idea of where's the you have a resonator, and then you have 3 of those. You have a buck boost, what he calls a buck boost, to make from a 6-volt battery 12-volt output. The frequency buzzer needs 12 volt in that sense. This, out of the buck boost, you make a parallel 2 resonators, then a single one in serial behind that, and that you connect to the transformer of a magnetron. And of that,
you mean a microwave?
Connect back to the buck boost. So you have your cycle between the battery and the resonators and the transformer, a microwave transformer. On the other side of the transformer, you connect a lamp to actually see if there's something flowing. The resonators of the battery is an AC, DC, in direct current. The other side of the transformer is an AC. Why is that? That's because the resonators, they are set up in a way that they have a particular interference pattern around 400 hertz. They resonate into the transformer, what causes a kind of hammerback interference, what creates this AC flow. And the AC flow is apparently not towards from plus to minus, but from minus to plus.
Yeah.
It actually turns around. And with that, you're actually filling up the battery. Instead of using the power, you're actually using the frequency itself to hammer the power back in an AC direction.
Wow.
That's one thing I'm going to try, at least. That's his idea. And you can actually amplify the amperage with crystals. This is a quartz crystal.
Yeah. Yeah. I know that for sure. That's I used the grounded up quartz crystal too, and that seemed to enhance the mixture. What I did was extremely basic compared to yours. Like, you're using these electrotechnical terms that I don't honestly even recognize because I'm not an electrotechnical person, but I get a gist of what type of circuit you're building basically, and it sounds extremely fascinating.
Yeah, I have only a problem. My 6-volt battery is almost empty, so it won't actually resonate the resonators. But I have 2 12-volt batteries. But I don't need the buck boost then, and I'm still wondering, does it still work without the buck boost? You know? But I'm waiting on an occasion to get an actual transformer.
Okay. So you're still working on it. This is like another project you're working on.
Yeah. I'm
cool.
working in all kinds of directions.
Well, you should definitely get a really like a good quality video camera to record that kind of stuff, because you really need to like tape that in high quality, because that's really interesting stuff, especially since apparently you're getting these results without using external power, and that's very fascinating. There's a lot of people that would try to work on this kind of stuff that are not yielding all that great results. So if you're actually having results, please share it, and if all possible, try to write down the circuit that you're building in electrotechnical terms, so people can basically copy it and try it out themselves. Because there's a lot of people out there that really want this type of technology to try it out and do their own experiments.
Same as the people of the QEG. They are working with something what is using frequencies as well. A kind of motor setup with what makes something turn, what makes these frequencies, what makes the power, what coupled back to the motor, and you have actually excess power.
Sorry, I'm letting you lot talk. I'm answering stuff in the...
I will say it's been a very interesting chat tonight on the panel and in the chat box. Very good.
Yeah, this 3G stuff, I love it. Sorry.
Indeed.
Yeah, it's been good. I mean, like I said, it's nice. People are starting to come around a little bit.
Yeah.
And they're looking for answers.
Yeah, indeed, they're looking for answers. And if the people are a little bit smart, they recognize what is the truth and not.
The toxins seem to be good.
Yeah. Sundial's been a sundial for thousands of years. Always pointing north, true north. So.
Sorry, I'm saying I'm answering up in the chat room while I'm leaving you guys to sort of debate, I suppose, and get a better understanding.
Yeah, it's sharing information, huh?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
And making new friends.
Yeah. Yeah. Indeed.
Building a tree of knowledge of all the branches together.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We are the knowledge. It's not in all those books, it's in us.
That's right. Everybody brings a little bit to the table.
Yeah.
In a sense, I also say it's the truth you already know. The only thing you actually do is recognize it, because you can only recognize it in this.
Yeah, and also confirming your ideas. Sometimes you see that other channels have the same ideas and the same perspective on some issues, and it's always nice to see more people head in the same direction and see the same point of view, so that you get feedback from your perspective on some topics, and you can, because of that feedback, you know that you're on the right track.
Yeah, in a sense, I hate discussions. Give me a dialogue.
Yeah.
You know, ask questions. In a sense, do you understand me in the first place? And then the other way around. Exactly. So we have a mutual understanding.
Yep.
In that sense.
Yep.
It's also time.
Anyway, what it is you've had NASA spending millions and millions of pounds every day, and it's left to without all those resources to try and work this out.
Well, we never needed their money. They needed their money to actually activate us for our labor. Our labor is the real value here. It's just a question in what we invested.
The fiat currency.
I mean, as a slave, they already lost me 30 years ago or something.
Yes, and I very much appreciate all you've done, Ceres, being my group partner and doing all that research.
For example, I just do my best in that sense.
Well, look at it this way. These elites, they can't be that smart because they cheated. They had to dumb us down.
Little bit of feedback there, guys.
That's probably.
Oh yeah, somebody is. Yeah.
So yeah.
We have still feedback and echo, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I muted my mic. I still hear an echo from Billy. And Arwjin also had the echo.
He's muted. Oh, muted.
But some time ago he had some echo. The echo.
Maybe when you're not talking, Billy, just mute yourself. Maybe it's just one of those things today.
Well, they're trying to screw up this great hangout. Maybe the trolls are making the echo. You never know.
Sorry.
Well, it sounds more like your plug is just half broken in a sense, that you're always having.
Yeah, this is a very old microphone.
For example.
Is this the little bit better? A little bit better.
No.
No. Okay. This?
Hang on, speak.
Is this a bit better?
Put it down. Put it
Yeah,
down.
that's a bit better.
Okay.
Because I keep hearing the noise.
Yeah, the noise won't go away. That's my microphone. It's very bad. So a very old one.
Your mic sound, your voice is good. But
Yeah, the microphone is very old.
as if there is some radio.
No.
It's a little bit crackly there.
Yeah. Or maybe it's my internet connection, huh? Because I live a little bit isolated.
Maybe when you're not talking, just mute yourself.
That's what I do all the time. When I'm not talking, I'm muting the microphone.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Complete noise goes out of the chat when you do that.
Once I saw a video with the same background noise of a boat going on water, a new boat, and the whole video, I was and then the video stopped, and then I realized, whoa, okay, that noise make me the real noise. If you put it loud, that really makes me sleepy. It's kind of a sleep maker in the sense.
Oh, that's the way it goes, but there's still a little bit of feedback.
Oh, that's coming from Ceres.
Is it? It's Ceres.
Yep. I can see like the strikes going up, and even while I'm talking, I'm seeing it feedback at him.
Just mute yourself for a minute, Ceres. Let's hear.
So.
Just for a moment.
Yeah, see, it's gone.
Hang on. Oh yes, Ceres, it's you. You've got to put your headset on.
But he doesn't want to.
That's no. It's my computer is just slow in that sense. Pretty. Yeah, I'm in 12 gig memory. No wonder, and 4 gig swap. I need to kill my browser and come back.
Okay.
Yeah, let's kill the browser. I'll be right back.
Well, just re-add yourself, Ceres. While you're on. Or is he gone? He's gone. So, Billy, D, what's happening in the chat room? I've taken my eye off it for a minute.
There's trolls. Strominati. He's a infamous.
Oh, it's all
trolls.
right. I did give him permission. Sorry. I thought because we haven't got many massive like trolls, so I thought I'd let him do a little bit of spamming for a little while.
Don't
See, I've
feed
sent
the
you a
trolls.
message.
Yeah, I
See,
know,
I've
I
sent you
know.
a message on Messenger. He's looked now.
Anyway, so we're moving on from the electronic subject, I presume.
Yeah, we'll just wait. Maybe just see what happens with Ceres. He should be, or maybe he's had to turn his computer off. It's like he's got stuck.
Yeah, he's
Most
frozen.
weird that is. I think he's left. He's left the house at the moment.
He'll be back. Anyway, yeah, I was interrupted suddenly. Yeah, he dropped off. Because a stupid mouse just came crawling from under my door. And actually had to
Really?
go. Yeah, really. I was looking like, what is that? Then it just came sitting over there in the carpet looking at me. Like, those mice. They're so typical. Anyway, it's gone now, but it was like, what? What's happening here?
I've turned my mic on. Is it still feedback or not?
It's all right. It's not too bad at the moment.
No, the feedback loop came from Ceres.
Okay.
You're just noisy. You're just scratchy a bit.
Okay.
I guess now it's better.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's no longer echoing.
What is that? What is that can on your bed?
Ah, you're the
I've
first
seen-
person to ask me.
Well, I saw it in the other video, and I seen it again, so I was curious. Or is that you got?
No, it's basically a prop,
Okay.
but it's a real thing. It's it's made in India. It's a water casket,
Okay.
and it was I wanted that as a symbol of the water element as part of my series, and it's like a bronze type, but I'm planning to fix it up even further because I got a discount because it was broken at the bottom part. I'll just get it, and I want to basically make it silver. So
Okay.
use electrolytes to coat
Yeah.
it with silver,
Yep.
so I can actually use it to pour water with, and it'll be healthy because it will have silver surrounding it instead of this really cheap ass India bronze that's probably polluted with lead and all that kind of crap.
Yeah, you have if you put electrolyse it with silver, you have a small.
It's a special
layer.
chemical type of it's chemically silvering it.
I know it because I also went to the ArtesLiberals school in Fijne Techniek in Amsterdam.
Oh, you did? Cool.
Yeah.
Well, I am a goldsmith, so
I'm also one.
huh. Wow.
So that's
Small world.
Yeah, you told me you went to Schoonhoven.
Yes, I did. Yeah. Okay, I'll show it.
Oh, yeah.
Series. I'm not sure how much Doc his stuff, but Series not back yet.
I'm back.
I'm not sure how much Doc will come out with, but it would be good if we had Arwjin to meet him.
Yeah,
He's
that's what
just
I
about-
good.
Yeah.
Okay.
I polished this thing up pretty good.
Alan with me.
Okay. You have to talk. Yeah. Right.
So I hope you can all see that.
Yeah, very beautiful.
Yeah, I took like half a day to polish this up real good because it was really, like rusty almost looking. But yeah, it's a really cool thing, and you can definitely see that it's meant for water, and that's what I wanted specifically.
And was it made from a mold or is it?
No, this is handcrafted by
Handcrafted,
probably really poor Indian kids or whatever. I don't know.
Oh, so they did a fine job.
Yeah, it's great. I love it.
Very cool.
Yeah. So yeah, I was really happy to run into this. It was exactly what I was looking for.
Yeah. Very nice.
Yeah, thanks.
Well, and if you have it silver plated, it's like brand new.
Probably until I leave it around for half a year, and then it'll look all black and rusty again.
Let's do it again.
Yeah.
That's fine. Yeah. But I can't wait to get it silvered up. That would be really cool, because then I could actually pour water with it and it'll be extra healthy. And hey, silver is also like the symbol, the alchemical symbol of the moon and of water. So that's like perfect.
Maybe you still know some teachers back in Schoonhoven. And you can do it there for a little bit cheaper.
Nah, I have
It's
my own
not an option.
connections for that type of stuff. My father's also a hobby goldsmith, and I have connection through him.
Oh, that's nice.
So, we need
Because,
like a professional, a guy who can do this on a larger scale.
Yeah.
So yeah, can put that in there. Otherwise, if you have to buy all the required material from scratch, it's probably going to be expensive.
Very expensive.
Yeah, but otherwise I'll just have to buy enough for the portion of silver and chemicals required to do this on the thing, and then it will not cost me too much.
No, that's nice.
So
yeah, I'll always look at the surroundings when people are in the hangout. That's also very interesting. You can sometimes learn a lot from the background.
and I put things there deliberately.
Yeah, just like the sticker some time ago.
Yep.
The wooden stick. It was also very nice.
Yeah, I'm still looking for another thing that I want, but it's probably going to be a little bit more expensive, so it might take a time before I actually get it.
Okay. Now we will see that in your videos when you get something nice again.
Yeah, well, I will use them as background props in a manner that I find fitting.
Yeah. Good.
So, anyway, guys, this hangout has been going for 5 hours.
5 hours already?
Yeah.
Whoa,
so it's like.
See what happens when you're having so much fun?
Yes, it's been great, but I'm getting kind of tired. Although I still feel pretty lively, but I don't want to get to bed really, really late.
Yeah, it's 2:30 in the evening.
It's 3:30.
Two.
No, 2:30. Yeah, 2:37 right here.
Oh yes, it's 1:30.
Yeah, that's in England.
Yeah, you're an hour behind.
So
1 second.
What is she still asking?
1 second. I'm just asking something in the chat room.
Yeah, I kind of do. I really like the hangout, but otherwise I'm gonna be all drained tomorrow. If I make it too late. And I've been literally on hangouts all freaking day.
Oh, but yeah, I can understand that you're tired.
I try to do other things as well with my life, but it's it's really hard to.
Well, it's very interesting to do all those hangouts. You can learn so much from them. So I understand why you do them all.
Mm-hmm. And it's great fun. So.
Indeed, it's great fun.
Yep. Yeah, it was very interesting hangout this one.
Yep.
No, Project Eli, I am not in France. I'm in the Netherlands.
Almost.
No, I am in the Netherlands. And so are you, Ceres. And ArtesLiberals is from Germany, from West Germany, so it's very close.
And near Emlichheim, if you want to search the name.
And most of you guys are from England, right? Except who is from America again? Or basically all of you are from England. The rest of you.
Not all from England here.
Billy, are you from the
I
United
mean-
States?
We do find though that when we're talking around that there are more people in England and America. Usually, there's a larger number of people we talk to from the UK and America. I'm not saying there aren't flat earthers from around the world. Just there's more in America and there's more in the UK.
Well, there's a lot of Americans, of course. I think like 400 something million. So there are bound to be a lot of flat earthers there, but there does seem to be a great amount of flat earth England people. Lots of them, comparatively, percentage-wise. So
Maybe that's because we've got inlets and things like that and got cameras and can film, take pictures of things 25, 30, 40 miles away. And, you know, sections of this are looking at their feet on the beach. So maybe that's why. Maybe there's more people with cameras out here because we've got maybe more inlets. I don't know.
maybe it also has to do with
There's
your
some-
government just being one of the most delusional ones. So people will then tend to like get away from that more easily now. Maybe it's just England's just ready for flat Earth.
Yeah. Is though really that the UK's woken up more? Is it? It's not really anything to do with the government, is it? Why are more?
Well,
Why is there such a big thing in the UK then?
Well, I think it is because I think like how well the television and such, or the programming mediums connect to the people is very important to how much people will then stray away from that medium. Like in the Netherlands, television is still extremely popular and they've invested a lot of time in developing new types of television programs, like a lot. And that makes, comparatively in the Netherlands, Flat Earth not that popular because most people still believe in the government because they're all hooked behind their television sets. While I think that in Britain, I think they're just not as connected as well, maybe. And that caused a lot of people then to just do their own thing and run into Flat Earth or something.
Well,
and maybe I'm just guessing here.
Well, in Britain, the people also a lot open-minded. You can see all that also with the music industry, because when the black artists, music artists, were still not free to perform in America, they could perform in England freely and on stage. Because in America, black artists couldn't perform on stage a lot, and they couldn't swing or dance because the government didn't want that young white kids get black artists as their role models. So they didn't want black artists to be role models for the white kids. And in England, they didn't have...
50s, right?
50s, yeah.
Yeah, that was still, government was still really backwards back then. Well, it is still in its own way right now. But...
Indeed, and in England, that wasn't the case. So a lot of artists performed from America in England, and there they were could express themselves freely on stage. So England had a huge step forward in being open-minded in all kinds of for all kinds of races.
All right.
So that was in the beginning.
I don't see how that directly relates to Flat Earth, though. But
well, if you are open-minded in not seeing black and white and not discriminating black people, you are already more open-minded than most of the American people were back in the 50s.
Yeah, okay, but now you're talking about specific cultural periods, because in the Netherlands we are like fanatically anti-racist, like fanatically, but we are not flat earthers on average at all. So
No.
I don't see the comparison in that.
Well,
Really.
I actually a little bit, because England was open-minded and they stayed open-minded about a lot of things.
I
So
guess.
that maybe.
I wasn't sure whether actually we were a bit more closed off, to be honest. I thought that, you know, if you go anywhere in the world, they use BBC 24, something. Either it's off Sky or it's the radio.
Mhm.
Yeah, the whole thing is censored. If you watch any television in Turkey or their news, they show a lot more information than we do. Our news is totally censored. And as we've been lied to and things are hoaxes, I just said what we were looking at, that structure. What did Richard put? A corporation.
That's what I said. That because of the censorship, people are straying away from the regular media and are stumbling onto flat Earth. So I think.
Well, maybe because the people in England are a little bit open-minded, more open-minded.
Maybe. Dutch people do tend to get a little bit more full of themselves.
Yeah.
I guess.
And I'd just like to announce, by the way, everybody that's listening in, excuse me, it looks like we've got Patricia Steer tomorrow night as one of our guests.
Oh, cool.
Oh, cool. That's very cool.
Nice. So, but
Just sorry, as you're talking away there, I'm just sorting it out with her now.
Oh, right.
Awesome.
That's very cool. She has always has a lot of great information about new flat Earth topics, so it's always interesting.
Yeah, she has good connections.
Yep.
So, anyway, but I was gonna call it for today.
We had
so
a longer chat with Patricia, not being interviewed than interviewed. It was lovely. We had a really nice long chat with her afterwards. It's great, isn't it?
Arwjin, drop out where you can, mate. Honestly, drop out where you can. You'll be here all night.
I know. That's why I'm just saying it right now. Like, I'm gonna go, and it was really nice being on. I hope to do that more often, and maybe I'll get on there tomorrow. Any plans on what time it's gonna start tomorrow?
Not too late.
Yeah, preferably not too late, because these late nights are not very healthy for me.
No.
So, Karen, when are you planning to start tomorrow?
I'm not sure yet. I'm not sure what time she finishes her show.
Okay.
Are you going to do it before the secret hangout thing? Oh wait, that's already happened. Wait,
What's the secret hangout thing?
no, wait. I think
secret
already
show.
happened. Yeah, the secret show.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I'm just sorting it out with her now.
All right.
Try to get there as early as possible.
Yeah. Try to get it a bit more European in its time.
Oh, can't they? They're in America, aren't they?
They can get up early. They're professionals. Patricia's professional. I hope.
But Patricia is such a nice person, which you will probably do that a little bit early.
Yeah. That would be nice. Anyway,
Well, we've enjoyed having you on, Arwjin. Thank you very much. I'm sure you will be back again.
Oh, if you allow me, definitely. Thank you for having me, Karen, and thank you, everyone. ArtesLiberals, good to be on with you on a hangout. And Billy, Sunday, awesome to have you here. And Eternal Panawan, awesome. Ceres, of course. Good to have a talk in more depth about this stuff. And Patricia, you and
Patricia's. Are you there, Patricia? Artist, can you mute your microphone when you're not talking? Sorry.
Oh, silence.
Oh, dearie me. Sorry, when you do that, it just completely changes. Oh, dearie me. Patricia, are you there? Her microphone's gone off. She's gone off muted.
There's no sound.
And who's this last person, by the way? Was that again?
Oh, the beer garden.
Oh, yeah.
That's Richard. He's on the chat.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Good to see you, Richard, or well, hear from you.
He's chatting away on the chat. He's got a, what do you call it, a wrench. He's on there.
Yeah, it's getting trollish out there. They're really putting in some effort.
Yeah, luckily Richard's got a bit faster fingers than me, so he's getting them a bit faster.
Wow, they're really putting in some effort. Anyway, it was good being on the Hangout. Thanks for having me, Karen, and I'll see if I can join you next time. It would be cool.
Yes, please do.
All right.
Anyway, you've got a wrench, haven't you?
Yeah. Oh, but I think the bear garden is a lot faster than I am. So
I'm tapping away on a tablet here. It's a lot harder.
Oh, we have Antonio
they're doing
Murat in the
massive
chat?
training right now. But anyway, let's not talk about it. I'll just encourage them. So
Did we have Antonio Subarats in the chat?
no,
No, that's just a troll.
it's all fake.
I was gonna say.
Yeah, they're putting in some effort now. They're just doing troll waves. Anyway, good luck with that. And I hope you still have a good remainder of the hangout. And
Thank you.
yes, good luck. Bye, Ceres. And see you tomorrow. Probably I'll be back.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you, Arwjin.
Right.
Thank you very much.
Have a good night. See you.
Bye.
Keep it flat, guys.
Have a good night.
Good night.
Night. One down. I suppose in a sense we can't go on. Oh, Patricia, she's there. Hello, Patricia.
Indeed.
Oh, she's gone again.
Yeah, I saw her. Patricia.
We saw you, Patricia. We saw you.
We saw you. Only we can't hear her.
She doesn't realise we can see you, Patricia. Yay!
She's waving.
Oh, she's blowing kisses. Mwah, back.
Oh.
I don't know why she's not saying anything.
Or maybe her mic is not working.
Okay, to actually have Patricia on, because of the time difference, we have to talk to her at 1:30 in the morning, Ceres. She has a show. She has a show, and that finishes about 7:30. And because of the time difference, that's 1:30 for us. But I mean, we're on right now, aren't we? So
Yeah, that's 2:30 here in Germany.
it's another late one tomorrow, guys. Well, for the English people it will be, and for the Dutch, German.
Yeah.
Not for Billy.
No. A Billy from America.
Sorry, the whole chat thing was a bit distracting. When? How late?
Tomorrow, 1:30 in the morning, because she has her own show, and then she obviously has to do a few things afterwards. Then she'll finish that about 7:30. But you add on the difference to here.
Yeah.
That's 1:30. But you know, if we want to chat to her,
Well, I'm free tomorrow, so I can sleep a little bit. Can sleep until 12 o'clock, so maybe I can manage to get a little bit later.
it'd be really great if you could try and sort your microphone out, though, because there's a lot of noise.
I know. It doesn't matter if I move it like this. It's still worse.
Well, it's not so bad at the moment, but a couple of times it's been really bad.
I know. It's I don't know what's wrong with it. It was working fine all this time, and suddenly it went bad.
Try to use a new wire.
Probably not. I have to get a new mic. I've changed the wire. I've shortened the wire. I put tape on around it. I've disassembled the microphone and put it back together, and it was still the same static. It's the same. So I have to buy a new one, and I bought a new one. But if I plug the new one in, I can't hear you. It mutes my headphones instantly for some strange reason. So I have to buy another one.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah. So we will check it out. Is it now a little bit better or worse?
It's not too bad at the moment.
Better.
I leave it like this. I've put it in a coffee mug, so it's more stable.
Yeah.
So maybe that's helping. That I put it in an old coffee mug.
Who was that, Ceres?
No, that.
No. That was somebody
What's Patricia
else.
writing? Hang on, I've got to press on her. Hang on, because I've pressed on her box. She says, I'm sorry now, everyone. Love you and hugs. Patricia, we love you. We haven't heard from Patricia tonight, but she does talk sometimes, honest.
Yeah. Well, she's sending good vibes, so that's always positive.
Yeah, thanks for joining, Patricia, and being part of the hangout.
Yeah, good night, Patricia.
Bye, Patricia. Bye, darling.
Hey. Nice. She also has to buy a new mic, maybe.
Oh, guess what? Oh, we have to wait and see. But I mentioned it to Mark Sargent today that we were actually speaking to Patricia.
Yeah.
So she's going to check with him and see if we can get Patricia and Mark Sargent on tomorrow.
Both of them. That would be cool. Yeah.
They're both really nice people. We've had a few hangouts with Mark, and he's lovely. And Patricia, I don't care what they say about her. She's beautiful.
Well, Patricia is one of the nicest person I know in the flat Earth community.
I don't know why people want to be so horrible. I just don't get it.
I get it. They are jealous.
Yeah.
Very simple. People are very often very jealous of people who are nice, because you have. If I want to explain a little bit further, you have dark people and you have bright people. And bright people are nice. They help other peoples. They try to help animals and all that sort of things. And you have dark people. And if a light person is near a dark people, they want to try to get that light person to the negative side and into the darkness. And that's why there's so much trolling and all that kind of ridiculous accusations. That's my view on it. And that's why I never reply to a negative comment. I will always say, that's your opinion, have a nice day, and that's it.
I love you too.
Yeah.
Well, let's just say that you probably have to know yourself quite well, don't you, to probably do I suppose I'm hosting a bit here, but to be like her, you've got to obviously be quite sure of yourself, haven't you, because of all the other things people say.
Yeah.
You're right, it's probably just jealousy.
It's jealousy often. I have experienced a lot of jealousy too bad in my life because I was very good at drawing pictures and all things at school. And most of the time the teachers put my pictures on the wall, and they were destroyed sometimes by other students. So that's why I found out that jealousy always is there in some people.
Well, for people in the chat who are sort of just, I don't know, a bit trolly like or whatever, I'm trying to bring us together as a community, and the only way it happens is to get us all talking to each other.
Yep.
You maybe can't do it all in one go, but that doesn't mean that in the future they don't come on another hangout with someone else. and we keep us talking right now. I mean, I don't want to be watching videos for the next 10 years saying, well, when it comes out that we're flat, I'm hoping that in my lifetime it is known that we are flat. And
I'm thinking also, as an elephant in the room, you might as well actually grow an elephant skin, and together we are actually a whole herd of elephants.
Yep.
Let's stop that.
A herd of elephants heading in the right direction.
please, if you write rude things in the chat room, Dee will not put it on there. It's not what we want. You know, we want peace and harmony in our chat. We want people talking to each other, not swear words or sexual words. What's the point? Hoping people have got past all that.
It's just trolling, and they think they are funny or something. Maybe in their mind.
Oh, there you go. Karen, the Horry Show's just offered to mod, so you can give him a spanner if you want.
Well, okay then. I have to give him one. He said some very nice things on his show. And thank you very much for that, Horry. He's now a moderator. Hello?
Yeah.
Hello? Yeah,
Oh, it's because someone's turned their microphone off, isn't it? There's that buzzing goes.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, we're coming together because Horry said something nice about, obviously, the big show I had on Sunday with Mark Sargent. And now he's got a spanner, or whatever you call it, wrench. We're coming together, guys. It's happening, isn't it, Billy?
We're all coming together. Yeah.
Oh, Billy's not there at the moment.
No.
Yeah.
Maybe he's taking a break for a while, and he's coming back.
Oh, well, I'm pleased that we're coming together.
Yeah, it's very nice that we more and more people are uniting on the internet and talking about flat Earth and talking about truth and giving information about all kinds of topics. It's a great information stream to be a part of.
It is quite nice that, you know, our group, my hangouts are drawing people and bringing people together. I'm so happy about that.
Well, I also found your channel because you were on the Flat Earth and Hot Potatoes show. When you was
thank you, Patricia.
Yeah, because of her, I found a lot of new channels that were very interesting, like your channel, like other kinds of channels. So.
Well, the reason, obviously, you know, we went on there was because of the UK Flat Earth Conference next year.
Yeah.
But, I mean, you know, we want more friends in our crowd, don't we, Ceres? Anyway.
I always encourage, also encourage people who are in the hangout to put a small comment in the comment section when this is finished, so you can find their channels a little bit easier. Because sometimes you see a part of the name and you're searching for that channel, and sometimes it's very hard to find.
Yeah, it's okay. I'll put some of the links. Well, I'll put one. I know you've got a YouTube channel, so I can put yours in. I can put Zen's in.
Yeah.
Billy, you don't have one, do you? Can't hear you, Billy. Oh, he's got a microphone problem.
Well, it's one microphone problem after the other.
Yeah, it's a microphone issue tonight. Yeah. I don't think Billy's got a YouTube channel, whereas I can put D's
Billy
in.
has a YouTube channel. Yes, he has.
He has. I'll put Billy's in.
I will search it very quickly because then you have the whole name.
I'm learning to do these things more.
Seconds.
But the hangout thing is all Ceres' fault, isn't it, Ceres?
That is it.
Yes, one day he said, I think we should have some hangouts. I think we need to get to know some members of our group.
Yes, his channel name is Billy Sunday.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. And if you type that in, you will find this channel easily.
Or Joe Friday, depending on the mood.
All right.
Nothing.
Well, your icon reminds me a little bit of a series that was on the television some time ago, of a doctor, I don't know, Frasier. You know the television series? Called Frasier, and your icon looks a little bit like Frasier.
That, his eye comes from the film, what is it, series? The 13th Floor.
All right. Well, Billy's icon looks a little bit like Frasier from the series Frasier. It's very cool. Yeah, he's sorting out his mic, as you can see.
Yeah. It could be a setting of the selection of your mic.
Yeah. Sometimes it helps when you log out and log in, and then it often works.
Oh yeah, reconnect.
Yeah, reconnect. I did it also, and then it
I
worked.
hear you now.
Yeah.
Oh no. Oh, right here. Turn on.
Can I just say that obviously me, Ceres, and most of this panel here have been sitting here since 8 o'clock. Ceres, we said we wouldn't do too many 6-hour hangouts. I'm feeling a little bit tired myself, although we still have quite a few people watching. I don't mind going on for a little bit longer, but I need to go to work in 7 hours, so I can't stay on too much longer, but we'll just give a little bit of a warning, maybe, I don't know, 15, 20 minutes, half an hour max, and then I have to go.
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, that's okay.
But we're back tomorrow.
Yeah, back with more. Back with more.
I'll obviously have to speak to Ceres, because obviously to speak to Patricia, we've got to be on quite late.
Yeah.
Oh, 1 in the night, you mean?
Yes.
Okay.
But it's worth it.
But you know, to actually chat with her, I just think we just have to lump it.
Yeah. Well, I've set my my alarm clock very late, so I can tomorrow night stay a little bit later.
And we have to wait till tomorrow, but I have been talking to Mark Sargent today. Hopefully we get him on for a bit tomorrow as well.
Oh, that's very cool. We get 2 for the price of 1.
Yeah, we've done quite well then, haven't we? We've had Del today,
Yeah.
Del from Beyond the Imaginary Curve.
Yeah.
We've got Santos on Friday.
Yeah.
Hopefully Mark tomorrow.
No, that's very good.
Yeah, I don't know whether they'll be on for too long. I don't know, maybe it's different when they're on somebody else's hangout. But obviously when we met Patricia, she interviewed us for an hour.
I think Billy's mic problem is solved.
Yeah.
Oh, you've done it.
Let me turn it down. I got it turned way up. I'm sorry.
Billy, you've got to catch up now.
You know what cracks me up here? I've been talking for like an hour, and my wife goes, "I can't hear a word you're saying." I go, "What?" No wonder nobody was responding.
Yeah.
I was trying to get in the chat and trying to fight off those. I got to get a mouse. Those people are terrible.
I know. Well, I don't understand why they're there. They're just there to disrupt. You know,
Yeah,
there are people in the chat who just want to talk about things, even if they're not sure about
I'll tell you what. Don't let it disrupt the chat. Just you guys chat about your stuff and let us mods sort the trolls out, and that way they're not causing a problem in the hangout, at least just in the chat.
I know, but Billy's on there, and people are looking at the chat, because sometimes I can't look at it all the time, but you're looking at it sometimes because you can just see people popping up. But you know, maybe we have to find the bits that bring us together somehow.
Yeah.
Because the only way it's set up is to tear us apart, and that's not what I want. I want to, hopefully, maybe I'm being a bit naive here, but I would just put together better.
It's always still good to have that point of view that people will change and eventually act a little bit nicer and join together, you can always hope for the best.
You know what happened was when we were having that echo problem, everybody was checking their mic,
Yeah.
and I pulled my mic and plugged it back in, and I was wondering, and then the echo stopped. I thought it was all fixed, because the one time I was talking, it was echoing, and I thought it was me for a second, and then I was wondering. I said, "Good night, Arwjin. Good night, Arwjin." He never. My mic's been out for a while. I apologize too, man. I really apologize. I was holding a conversation with myself.
Well,
silent there, Billy, because I know that you
that's all
like
right.
talking the Hangouts, but I don't know. I was arranging Patricia, so
well,
right.
back.
I was trying to say. That's what I was trying to say. She doesn't get her show off until late. She's 7 o'clock, almost 9 o'clock, because she's on Mountain Time out there in Texas.
She told me, I think because we had a connection the other day, obviously we had our Hangout. We've sort of talked about the time, and she finishes at 7:30 with us one here.
Oh,
I think she
okay.
finishes a bit earlier, but she's got to do a few things on her computer to the Hangout and stuff like that.
Yeah.
She probably has to put the tags and...
Oh, you're right, because it's 9 o'clock here in Eastern Standard Time by the time she gets done with her show. You're right. I apologize.
You. Well, good, because I might we would be up to about 3 o'clock in the morning waiting for her to come on.
So are you still having her on then, or?
Yeah, we are, but I think actually I remember now, because by the time we finished, and by the time we finished talking to her, I don't know, it was about 2 or 3 in the morning, because I made Ceres wait up till we finished. And so Ceres waited, that was about 3 o'clock. So yeah, I know that it finishes the time that she says, because we stayed on longer.
Okay.
Well, I'm glad Hori's in the chat right now, and let me explain really quickly. We were explaining the last time I was on Joshua's. He only caught the tail end of it. But Hori, there's other people in the flat Earth community that are starting to look at the 4D square model of the Earth instead of having the sun and the moon circling. We believe that the sun and the moon travel in a straight path. The sun and the moon do not circle. And people like Darren Nesbitt, Mr. Thrive and Survive, Free Energy, Ceres, myself, and a few others in the flat Earth community are really seriously taking a look at the square model of the Earth, and some people call it the Pac-Man model, and that's what it's referred to. So that's where we're investigating right now to bring people caught up to speed here. It was great to have Dell on earlier. Dell from Beyond the Imaginary Curve. Karen posted
I've been chasing him for a few weeks.
Well, I'm glad he stopped on, and most of his show today was about mind and body and activism and spirituality. I know Dell is a very spiritual person, but he's not a religious person. And you don't have to be religious to be spiritual. And I know a lot of people have a problem with the Bible and the church and different denominations. And that's what the Creator's not about, any of that anyways. Okay? There are a lot of truths in the Bible, for example. Whether things are doctored and books were left out and books were added, that's all left up to, subjective discussion. And but when the Bible's right and certain is a history book, it's valuable, and in some knowledge it's valuable. So, like I said, this is what we're looking into. Our group is going to be presenting a model that's we call it the 4D square model. That the heavens are hyperdimensional, meaning more than 3 dimensions. We're up to 7 dimensions, possibly more. I know Santos thinks there's more. And we were talking the other night about if the sun and the moon were on a concentric circle pattern. You see the sun and the moon in the day. That means you should see the sun and the moon together in the night. You're on a circle. Okay, what goes around comes around. That's why I said a broken clock is right twice a day. All right? You can't get off the circle. If you see one duplicated, the other one should be duplicated because they're on the ring. They're on the same ring. Some people are getting it, some people aren't, but that's okay. So we believe that the reason why sundials work is that the sun and the moon travel straight, that the equator is straight, not circular. That's why sundials don't work on the equator. Everyone's sundial all over the earth point to a true north. For example, if you had a sundial in Siberia, on the other side of Russia, Siberia's true north would be south, would be our south. That would be their true north. And then we point our sundials north, it would be Russia's south. So really, in the circular, I know they say nobody holds to a map, nobody's tied to a model. This is what they say. We don't care about the map, we don't care about the model. We just know that the sun and moon are circling a concentric North Pole. Well, that is believing in a map, and that's believing in a model. The sun and moon aren't circling. So we've taken a really hard look at that, and people are finally talking about it. And this has been around for a couple years. Free Energy's had his channel up for a while. And why these things aren't getting openly discussed on big channels in an open forum at these conferences and these meetings, and then when you start talking about it, you know what they say? Well, it doesn't really matter. It does matter. To me, it does. And to a lot of other people, it does too. Because I believe once you start thinking that you're more than just a three-dimensional person that dies and goes to the grave with no afterlife, we can tap into a beautiful universe, a multi-dimensional universe right now. We don't have to wait till we die. We're a spiritual being. We're a spiritual, eternal light being. And they hide that from you. They hide that from yourself. And this is what they don't want you to know. Because there's power. And especially if we collect ourselves in the same mindset, there's a lot more power. And I think this is what's happening. People are finally, they're making videos. People are coming out and taking a stance. And we don't want to lie to people. They've been lied to, I hate to say it, they've been lied to about the globe. So once they come off the globe, we divert them right into another circular map model that's fallacious. There's not truth there. I'm sorry. Some people have just stopped talking to me because I've given up the A&E model, and that's sad. If they would only listen. So that's where we're at. And I think people are starting to listen, starting to pay attention. Because at least over here, I'm not a one-man show. I got Ceres. We have Daz Nez, Derek Nesbitt. Now Mr. Striving to Survive. We got people like Dave Marsh that have done moon race videos. That the sun and the moon...
Dave used to prefer the circle map, or I call it the pizza map. He used to prefer it, but he's now done his own experiments.
He's seriously looking at the square. And, you know, that's all we want people to do. You need to seriously take a look at your model. And okay, just two things. They want to complain about the 24-hour sun in the Antarctica, and they want to complain about the flight pass. Let's forget both of them. Let's just talk about day and night and what happens on the equinoxes on March and September.
Well, Billy, ask,
yes.
You know, like if you on this whole thing with the circular ice ring, they do take photographs of Antarctica from a distance out. When have any of them had a curve on it? When has any of the ice you've seen in Antarctica show a curve?
Exactly. It's flat.
It's just a straight line.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. And okay, and now this is what I'm going to say. I know personally in my little group, in my little circle of influence with people, some are seeing it. Arwjin sees it. A few other of my friends have seen it, and they'll talk about, you know, and a lot of times they'll say, Billy, what you just said doesn't make it. Sometimes I don't make any sense, and I'll be the first to admit. But as far as the circling sun and the moon, other people are seeing exactly what I'm seeing. And it took me 3 years to find a group like this and other people. When I go on a hangout and talk openly about these things, they haven't booted me from the hangout. I go on other hangouts and I was talking, maybe there's multiple suns. They were laughing at me so, because I kept saying, how can the sun be circling down at the equator and be over my head in the eastern part of the United States at the same time? Well, that's just perspective. You're seeing atmospheric lensing. The sun's in the clouds. I'm not seeing atmospheric lensing. I'm sorry. There's a cloud. It comes underneath the sun and completely blocks it in. You can see the crepuscular rays going up, right, localized on that cloud. That sun, whatever I'm seeing, is directly where my vision is. I called a buddy 20 miles down the road, asked him, hey, is your sun? Nope, I'm clear over here. So whatever sun he's seeing is a different sun than what I'm seeing. So I started talking to people. Oh, you're crazy in the head. The sun's 3,200 miles, 34. Well, if you do the trigonometry, if the sun was 3,400 miles up, it'd be seen everywhere on the circle map. It'd never be nighttime.
Yep.
So
it makes a lot of sense. And I saw a video from Richie from Boston, and he took his camera outside and pointed up to the moon, and he could zoom into the moon easily. And then he pointed his camera to the Chicago skyline, and he could zoom about the same in on the buildings there that he could zoom in on the moon. So that proves that the moon is not as far away as NASA tells us. It was very clear. That video, it's called, it's from Richie from Boston. If you type moon in his search engine, it pops up right away. And he took his camera outside and up to the moon, zoom in, and he could zoom in, and you couldn't see the outer rim of the moon. You could only see. And then he turned his camera to the Prudential building in Chicago, and he could zoom in the same way, the same distance, the same clarity, the same sharpness. It was the same.
And then you have people say, well, I have people, I know people up north, and they personally see the sun circling. Well, whatever they're seeing, they're not seeing anything circle.
No.
It's going through the sky like this.
Yep.
And what it's doing, you're seeing one day to the next on a looping pattern. That's all you're seeing.
Yep, exactly. Well, so your explanation makes a lot of sense, but you're also a kind of person, if somebody gives an example that is a little bit different for your opinion, you're willing to change your opinion a little bit to go to the truth you are searching for. You are open-minded.
Yes, you have to be open-minded.
Yeah, you're not stuck in your ways. Like I've investigated, and it's like this, and that's it. No, you have to be open-minded for other opinions, and sometimes you have to change it a little bit to head in the right direction, and that's open-minded, and that's why I like your channel, and that's why I like you when you are in a hangout. You're open-minded in how you see the world, and that's very good.
Thank you very much.
Yes, and a lot of people are too stuck in their ways, and that's the problem. You have to be open-minded. If somebody presents something that is without a doubt the truth, and you never thought it in like that kind of way, yeah, it's you have to change your opinion a little bit, and that's very healthy if you do that.
You've got to remain a little bit open-minded, haven't you? You have to. On anything, even if you know the truth, you've still got to remain open-minded. You don't know everything, do you? We don't know everything, and we can't.
No.
You're who you are with what you know.
Yeah.
Well, see, when I came off the spinning ball, I went to the stationary ball, and I went into geocentrism. Like I said, I started off with the fake moon landings, and then I went to the geocentric version of the universe, which I was fine, and and then somebody said to me, one of my daughter's friends, younger than me, he said the world is flat, and I go, get out of here, get away. And I told him, get away from me. He was getting on my nerves. We got in a big argument. I was going to slap him. I go, look it, it's not flat. I'm listening to a PhD, okay, and I was referring him. I love Malcolm Baldwin. He's a great guy. It's like what I said before on a hangout. This is a quote from Louis Armstrong. If somebody doesn't know, you can't tell them. This is something people have to find out for themselves. They have to weigh out the evidence. First, they have to look at the evidence, and then they have to think about it rationally. Yeah, how does the sun and moon, how is there 12 hours of daylight, 12 hours of darkness on the March and September equinox if the sun is circling a concentric north? Guess what? There isn't, because the sun and the moon aren't circling. How come we see the sun and the moon in the daytime sky at the same time, and we don't see the sun and the moon in the sky at the same time during the nighttime? Why? Because the sun and the moon aren't circling. That's the answer every time. And whether the sundials wouldn't work, everybody's sundial across the earth, some would be pointing north, some would be pointing south, some would be pointing east, some would be pointing west. They'd all be pointing to the center of a circle, and the sundials wouldn't work on a circular map. I'm sorry. They just that simple. Case closed. I don't want to hear any more malarkey. You can research how to adjust sundials. You point the sundials north. Everyone has a true north. That's simple. It's not to a central pole. You see, why do you think Santa Claus was invented? Santa Claus and the reindeer live on the North Pole, because the North Pole doesn't exist any more than Santa Claus does. Okay?
Terrible, isn't it? It's terrible to, like, even that, you think all your life you've known about the North Pole. Antarctica's always been strange, but it doesn't exist. Oh.
So we're not here to cause trouble. We love everybody. Like I said, these are some of the most down-to-earth, realistic people I've ever met. Very open, very kind, welcome. They welcome everybody. As long as you're respectful, they welcome everybody with open arms.
Oh,
you do.
You're lovely too,
Karen. Not you can ask people in the flat earth community. There's a lot of people that do not like me.
Well,
period. They see me, they either leave the hangout or I get booted. If I leave a comment, I get blocked. I'm been blocked in so many chats, and I've never said a swear word
No.
Not once.
I've seen
Well,
you.
you're one of the kindest people we know, Billy. I don't understand that.
I've seen Billy in a lot of hangouts, and he never swears. He's always kind. Only sometimes he's a little bit passionate, but that's okay. But if people can, I don't. I find nothing wrong with it. That's why I searched his channel and subscribe to his channel to see what he was doing. And well, I think he's a nice person. But all the people who now are now in the live hangout and were in the live hangout, people are open-minded. They're sometimes passionate, and that's nothing wrong with that.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
From Nathan, I suddenly got banned because I actually posted that meme about the square. Circle with a ball, square in the circle. And later he came even in our channel. And on my introduction, on my presentation video, he began actually a fight with me.
Who's this?
And you know what?
Matt, nog iets. Not Matt Browning, the other one. With that Tesla.
I'm not sure, Ceres.
Just the only
thing is that
was there and then just got banned for just the square thing.
Right. Yeah.
With I don't know a whole set of people where we were actually associated with. Okay, I'm just looking to data.
Well, don't give the trolls too much.
I don't know, but I have a lovely group partner, so I am blessed. I'm sorry, I am. Me and Ceres puts up with me. We're like a married couple almost with the amount of time we talk to each other. We're on the phone in the day. We have private hangouts to sort things out. We'll talk about things. We're on these hangouts for hours.
Yeah, that's very nice.
And I so appreciate Ceres' work because I made a map. I made a map that a lot of people are looking at now. A bit like, I hate saying this, Jason Away.
I saw your map over there.
Yeah.
The original one, and it was wrong. It was wrong.
It's okay.
But they're stuck on that one. It is a square map. I don't know if you've heard of Enoch's map. It's like that one because that was my map that was taken and changed a little bit. That's my map, but it's not right.
Iceland was even moved to a quarter party.
Yeah, so but again, that was without any research. That was moved. That's just a concept or an idea or something liked because behind Enoch's land, there's more land, and that's where the Nephilim live and all that. It's where Enoch came from. It goes on like that, but there isn't really any proof. But when someone was trying to make it work at all,
that's the whole thing. When you ask them, do you have any proof that the sun and the moon are circling? They don't have any. They'll say, yeah, I got a buddy that lives up in Alaska. They see it circling.
Can I tell you something, Billy? No, they don't. Sometimes, like in winter, the sun might be in the south and go almost straight across. Sorry, in the winter, that is. In the summer, it does come. It's coming north. But it'll come across in a line, and when it gets to the zenith, it's almost like maybe there's a flipping thing goes off, and then it goes off west, but it does not circle.
Exactly. It does not circle.
If it was going to circle, if you could point to the north, like direct north, because I know where it is in my house, you'd see the sun almost going at the moment because it's out for hours. You'd see it go right the way round. You don't. It comes from the east and it goes off in the west, even if it's a bit northeast to northwest. But it doesn't go in a circle. Even if you're driving across land, you drive west,
you can go in a straight line. You're not compensating constantly for some circular landmass. They try to say, I've read some comments and I heard some discussions that sea mariners are constantly adjusting for the curvature of the. So they, you know what, they've taken the round curvature and then they made flat curvature, and you're still curving around. It's sad. It's okay. Once this evidence has been brought forward, this is what I'm going to say. Once this evidence comes, and it's pretty much coming forward now, other people are seeing it very quickly. If anybody tries to deny what we're saying and goes back to the circle, then they have an agenda, and they're deliberately misleading people. Now, if they don't want to, if they go like this, like Dell's position, I love Dell. I don't care about any map or model. He doesn't teach no circular, this and that, flat water, activism. Don't want to talk religion. Don't want to talk about any model. That's fine. But don't say, I don't care about a map. And then when somebody asks the question, well, how does the sun and the moon move? Oh, it circles around a circle. That's a model. So I've gotten in this.
It's the one that reflects still what, like if a flat earther says they're a flat earther, that's the map they're going to get out because it's associated with flat earth. But that I'm really chuffed for Ceres right now, that some of these
I am too.
people like Darren Nesbitt, and who did you say was the other one?
Mr. Thrive and Survive did one today.
I'm really pleased for Ceres. Big hug, Ceres.
Yeah,
I am too.
Damn hours that Ceres has put on this. He hasn't really got another life. He is a flat earther to the core. He's
to the bone.
Months researching, and I love him and appreciate him so much.
I was blown. I'll tell you right now, I was blown away by his video. Blown right away out of the water. No wonder they had us taking psychedelic drugs in the 60s. And I'm serious. They didn't want you.
Added the color, but he could make such lovely posters, couldn't he?
I think the video itself seems only accessible with the third eye, because without it you won't understand it.
And you get that from sun gazing, I think. So, yeah, it definitely busts the scales, fluorides off your pineal for sure. And these people, they didn't want you to know this. This is what I think they kept hidden. This is how they convince people they're on a globe. When they go east to west, like I said, you fly west, you end up east in China. That's a fact.
Yeah.
No, according to their circle map, all you're doing is circling. There is no east or west. You're just circling one way or the other. Doesn't even, you know.
Are we talking magnetical north, or are we talking straight north? Because that is a straight line.
So, you're absolutely right. Well, people, like I said, I can bring you to the cows come home. You got a late night with Patricia and Mark tomorrow. I really appreciate your time. Once again, I just love this group. I think we're moving. And look how much progress we've made. I mean, not us, our community. You got on Patricia's show. She gave you a big shout out, big promo for the UK conference. And I applaud her for that. People are starting to support your activism. There's street activism, and I love Dell. He does a great job. John Smith, Globe Live, love John. Love Dell, Marshall, all the people at the Imaginary Curve. Okay? Like I said, I get treated better across the pond than I do here in the United States.
Aww.
Most of the people I hang with are from over in the United Kingdom, in Holland and Germany now, and France. How come they can get it, and over here they just don't get it?
Well, I went on, you probably know him, Vegan Warrior.
Yes.
And he also has nice...
Curtis.
Yeah, Curtis. He also has nice hangouts most of the time. Because he's also very open-minded. And I went to his hangout and you can discuss everything with him. I discussed...
See, this is...
Sorry?
Go ahead. I'm sorry. I interrupted. I'm just saying, the square Earth is a big one, though.
Yeah,
it's going to be big.
Indeed, it's going to be big, and it's it's very interesting. But I want to just point it out that also Vegan Warrior Curtis has some great hangouts about all kinds of topics, and he's also open-minded, and we need open-minded people like you, like Curtis, like on AHLPPY.
One-eyed hippie.
Oh, okay.
Ceres.
Ceres, yeah, okay.
Demetria Ridgen?
Rijn.
Rijn. Dimitri Rijn. Okay.
You can call me Ray, so that's very easy.
Ray?
Yeah,
Ray. Yeah.
Dimitri is also the one with the blue hippie.
Yeah. Because the ArtesLiberals is a little bit long, so.
I was going to say, Ceres, can you put your link to your presentation video in the chat, maybe?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
In the YouTube chat, sorry, there's some people asking to see. Yeah, sorry.
Put it over there. So we can find your channel, because I typed in your name and I couldn't find your channel.
Hey, Ray.
Yeah?
Well, Ray, you can go to my channel and just go to my subscription list and subscribe right from there.
All right, that's good.
Because I'm subscribed to him.
Okay, that's handy. Thanks.
Yeah, it's been great. And
Yeah.
like I said, I'm glad people stood in the chat this long.
Yeah.
We cover a wide range of topics. We leave it loose. People aren't arguing over here.
No.
Not yelling and screaming at each other, and which is good. We're not swearing.
No.
It's too bad that we had a good chat rolling earlier too. We had some people discussing some serious things. We had some great participants fielding questions, giving us the answers to the panel, and I think this is a new
Yeah,
experience.
we're a bunch of people who like talking, Billy.
Well, this is a new experience for me and a relaxing experience.
Yeah.
I'm not getting called effing a-hole every 5 seconds from the chat. I mean, it's been nice. I mean, beautiful. Really has.
Well, I hope this will happen to you more often.
Can I just say something? Billy, I've private messaged you, you'll see. And Artes, I've private messaged you as well, and you'll see.
Okay.
Oh, they're looking at their messages now. Yeah.
Yeah.
You private message me on Facebook or on YouTube?
Yeah, I've private messaged you on Facebook, but Billy,
Yes.
talk about it afterwards, Billy.
Okay.
I have to put the video here as well.
What's that series? What have you done? Is that your video?
Yeah, my video.
Yeah, someone like me, I've watched series. I know that maybe some of the people watching will say, what video? So it's series, we'll be doing that in stages, but I've watched series from the beginning.
Yeah, the idea is
Watched
to more break it up in the pieces I've joined all together in a single video, which is actually a load of information to process. And in a way, I'm leaving out as well some information here and there, probably. and by taking it piece by piece, probably through the book club, then I actually start a video and then stop the video, and then you have one piece and we can discuss about it and add more information about it. That's a bit the idea, and then build up the whole video as a bigger book. And probably even go further on several subjects of those to actually explore more. Yeah, let's see how people are eating it in that sense. Are they actually having a strong enough stomach to actually deal with the meat? Oh, did we lose you again, Billy?
No, I'm still here.
Oh, okay.
Listening series.
Yes. And because it's such a relaxed atmosphere now, people have more time to explain themselves.
Yes.
When you get a relaxed atmosphere, people are more relaxed, and then you get less interruptions and that sort of things. So that's a plus.
Though all these things need to be talked out a bit. I mean, I don't think I'm going to change my mind because I've been with Ceres too long. Me and Ceres trust each other, etc., etc., etc. Why would I suddenly change my mind after being with him for months on end? But some of us like talking more. You know, in our lives, there's not always that many people to talk to it about, is there?
No. No, I've in my surroundings, I have not a lot of people who believe that the Earth is flat. So, and I also live in a small village, and the people here are not that open-minded because it's a little bit of a farm, old farm village. So they're more, but they are very open. They're very. What do you call it? The most farms here locally are very ecological, and that's very nice. But I try to talk.
Hello?
Sorry?
Yeah, you fell away for a second.
Yeah?
Oh, yeah, it went blank for a second then.
Okay. Well, I lost my train of thought. Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
It doesn't matter. We have a mic problem in this show, and that's continuing. Well, it's not.
Yeah, just try a few cheap mics. There should be at least one working.
It's not too bad right now.
No, but we also had. Oh, I got a message or something. I got a message from Karen. That's you. I heard a pew, and I thought, oh, what is that? Well, that was your message.
Sorry.
No, it doesn't matter. I'll thumbs up. Yeah. Very nice. I'm not very good with computers because I only had my computer since 2009. Before that, I didn't even have the computer. So I'm a little bit slow with computer things.
How old are you?
Yeah. I'm catching up, but before 2009, I didn't own a computer.
Okay.
No, because I was very off the grid.
Yeah, you can tell that. I grew up, I don't know, 44, and then from my 7th, I actually already play with computers.
No, but
around 5, I began actually programming them very low level and learning.
No, I worked in an what do you call it? A printing factory, drukkerij in Nederlands. And then I was working on old machines, a little bit like a museum, so that I didn't need computers for my work. So that's also why I didn't was much around computers in that day. Yeah, but after I went to another job, there were more computers, so then I learned how to use a computer, but it was very, very late.
I eventually did affordable at some point.
Yeah. But at the daytime, I don't sit at my computer. I always go outside, and only at the nighttime I go on my computer because too much behind the computer. I don't think that's very healthy. And I don't watch TV anymore. I'm almost for a month not watching TV. And what I experienced when I'm now watching no television anymore, that my mind is a little bit sharper than it was before. So that's what I'm experiencing. And the news things, I sometimes listen to the radio in the morning, and I found most of the things I want to know about the news on the internet. So my TV is now off for about a month because I don't like the garbage they have on TV most of the time. And all the commercials, that are brainwashing us with the commercials.
I have one thing on my computer.
Oh, yeah.
Ad blocker.
Sorry?
If I have one thing on my computer, then that is an ad blocker.
Yeah, that's very handy. But you don't have you don't have them on the TV. That's why I don't watch television anymore. I only put in the only time when I turn on my TV is when I watch a DVD, and that's it. But I experienced when I stopped watching television that my mind was sharper than it was before. And I sleep better. When I go to bed at night, I sleep better now than when I was watching television.
I don't think I get much sleep altogether.
Well,
it's the way it is.
I sleep much better when nowadays. So when I can also sleep at the daytime some couple of hours, and I sleep very easily now. Maybe because I have some sort less stress in my body. I don't know why, but I was sleeping not very well, and when I stopped watching television, I was sleeping better after that. So that was my experience.
Just by the time we finish a hangout, or there's a bit of research, or there's this, or there's that,
Yeah.
I end up going to bed about 3 or 4 o'clock every morning. That's the way it is.
Well,
mostly I'm not awake for 12 hours. I just
a little bit.
Mostly around 4 or 5. Right at the moment.
I can.
Same for D, I'm sure. D's the same.
Yeah.
The whole gifting of actually living practically in the US.
Just say one thing, Ceres. It's 7 minutes to 3 o'clock in the morning. At 3 o'clock, you're going to turn the button. I'll turn the button off. So I'm giving a 7-minute warning to everybody that because I think we're all getting a bit tired now, aren't we?
Yeah. It's almost 4 o'clock here at night in Germany. So that's
in the morning, you mean?
In the morning already. I think about an hour the sun is coming up.
Wow.
Yeah, in an hour's time the sun will be coming up.
Yeah, here in Germany about an hour. But well, it's interesting hangout, and and I'm still a little bit awake. So.
Yeah,
Well, I'm probably glad that you saw us on the Patricia show then, otherwise we wouldn't have you here. And
No.
I think it'd be quite interesting, another hangout, if you talk a bit more about the pyramids.
Yeah, I researched it a little bit, and that's also another topic for another time. But we can discuss this now because this will take a very long time. You can check my channel, and I have one of the last videos about the Jehovah Witness, and you have to check that out. And I encourage everybody to check it out because there's something really going wrong with that community of the Jehovah Witness, and it is far worse than the Christian faith, and it must be solved because there's too much child abuse in the Jehovah Witness. So much that it's ridiculous, and they don't do enough about it to prevent it. That's what I can say short about it, because otherwise it will be a very long discussion. But you can check out the video on my channel about the Jehovah Witness. It's one of my last videos of this. And then I talk about it's from the French television, but it's dubbed most of the time in English, and it tells the story about the child abuse in the Jehovah Witness Church that is going on since the 1970s, and they didn't do anything about it.
Wow. Yeah, I know, it's terrible.
Yeah,
It is
basically
terrible.
now it's in Australia. Royal Commission did a hearing for the Jehovah Witness in Australia, and they found out there were 1,000+ cases of child molestation and child abuse, and in America it's about the same. And in America they found evidence of documents, and the government told the Jehovah Witness to turn in those papers, and they didn't, and it's going on for years, and they were fined in America because of that, and they are fined about $1,000 a day for not turning in those papers. And the Jehovah Witness paid the fines and don't turn in the evidence that there is a lot of child molestation in their community. So that's very wrong. But
all to protect the name, only the name.
Yeah.
The image.
They also protect the pedophiles, so they don't do enough. They have a two-witness system, and if the pedophile and the one who is molested have to go for the Jehovah court, and if one of them denies it, the case is closed. So they never get turned in. And if you turn them in as a family, you are expelled from the Jehovah and kicked out. So they don't solve the problem is not solved, and that's why I on my channel I give a little bit of information about that, because I think it's very, very wrong. And there are some good people in the Jehovah Witness. There are, but
Could I just say, artist, that I know this is a very horrible subject you're talking about, but we are going to end the hangout in a minute.
Yeah.
Couldn't we end the hangout on a happy note?
On a happy note, yes. The happy note is that we provide each other with a lot of good information that we can research. And we have open-minded people here now, so that's a very, very nice plus. I learned a lot again from this hangout, and I found out a lot of new people that I didn't know existed.
Well, that's good then.
Yeah, Ceres, I didn't know him, so that's one well, again, the one truth channel that is I already know that is very interesting, and I'm going to sub him.
Yeah, you're not going to forget him now, are you?
No. Of course not. Billy said that on his channel he had a link to his channel, so I'm gonna search it and I'm gonna sub to him. So I have another channel that provides good information, so I can put the truth puzzle further together.
Yeah.
I see the truth as a puzzle that is presented to you, but the pieces are not put together. You have to put the truth puzzle together to find the whole thing.
Yeah.
And all the
Plus, I also beginning to feel there is a group of us who were supposed to meet each other.
Yeah.
Of a jigsaw puzzle in another way.
Yeah. Now we're all the pieces of the big puzzle, and we are finding each other in these hangouts. So that's very nice.
Yeah.
Kind of what I say also with we're all branches of a whole tree. We have to come together to actually have the knowledge together as a tree of knowledge.
Yeah, as a tree of knowledge. And the tree is still growing, of course.
Yeah, it's growth. Probably for eternity.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, I figure learning never stops, not even after that.
No, and that's a beautiful thing about these hangouts. People can see this video about 3 years later and still say, hey, that's interesting. I'm going to research that.
Yeah. I haven't made it even public searchable. I just give it as a sort of network information.
Yeah.
That can actually share it to someone. Especially meant for those who are actually ready for it to actually get it.
I will mirror this hangout on my channel, and I put as much as links in the description as possible to other channels, so people can find more truth channels.
Cool. And yeah, it's almost like it's when D station. Well, I'm not saying it wasn't happening before, but I went to the Space Center with D, and ever since that moment, it's gone meow, hasn't it? Like a rocket.
Yeah.
There aren't any rockets.
There are rockets, but they don't go.
Oh yeah, there are rockets, but they only go so far up.
Yeah, exactly.
Nice meeting you today, Artes. I think we're going to end it now, really, because we've been on for what, 6-7 hours. It's quite a long time.
Yes.
Very long, but very interesting.
I'm gonna actually. It's thank you everybody. Oh, thank you everybody for watching, listening, being there. Thank you D for all your moderating. Thank you Billy.
Thank you.
And all the moderators that have helped out tonight. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you everybody, and thanks for having me.
D's in charge.
No problem, Ray. Thank you very much.
I'm gonna actually stop the recording. Anybody got anything to say before I stop the recording?
Yeah, it's all out there.
Yeah, the next time.
We love
we have
everybody.
a group hug, don't we? Group hug.
Yay!
Yay!
Yay! You have to finish on a group hug.
All right.
Okay, I'm going to stop the live broadcast now. Thank you very much, everybody. Everybody on the Hangout, everybody in the chat room. Thank you and good night, good morning.
Yeah.